I can't believe this has happened. People are greedy and stupid, and stuff like this happens, I guess, all the time, unfortunately.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. Today we are looking at day 2 of the trial. We're going to go over, so you know which trial and everything. I'll give you a presentation so you just know, okay, wait, who's the victim, who's the defendant, what is happening. If you watched yesterday with us, thank you so much. I read a lot of the comments as well. Thank you for all your lovely comments that you guys left. I'm glad that you understand what I'm doing over here by making sure I save you time and bring you the best quality trial coverage possible. In this case. So, thank you, mods. Welcome to you. Thank you for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, all my members, to everyone that was already subscribed and everyone that will subscribe today. Welcome to the community. Today is October 26th of 2023. If you are watching this live with me right now, it depends. If you're watching the replay in the future, hello to you. And so I do want to say there is a lot in the news. I am aware of what's going on in Maine with I don't really want to say all the YouTube trigger words already, otherwise the stream will go absolutely nowhere. I know about the tragedy in Maine, and I'm so sorry to hear about it, thinking of all of you over there. And today, Brian Koberger in the Idaho case will also be in court, so I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. But as you know, I spend many hours doing what I do on a case, and I have worked all day to bring you what I'm bringing you today. So that is what we're focusing here on Grizzly True Crime on today. Lou, thank you for being a member for 10 months, and you say, hey, everyone. So, okay, I've got the map up already because yesterday, no one reminded me that we didn't do map time. I was like, I'm going to show you on the map, and then we actually didn't get to it. So on the map, this case took place it's a meadow grass circle in Pewaukee. Did I say that right? Pewaukee in Wisconsin. It's let me show you this house, right? Meadow grass circle. This is where it happened in Waukesha County. I hope I said that right too. Okay, so let's bring this little Google man. Google man, can you please go here? Okay, he's going there for us. I'll just show you the house quickly. Yesterday I did show you pictures of the house. I believe it's this one. What a beautiful community. What a lovely home as well. And this is where the victim Lynn Hernan lived. She died when she was 62 years old, and at first it was believed it was an OD, but later it was determined she died by homicide. So homicide from eye drops, believe it or not, Visine. My goodness. So we'll get into all of that in a moment. I've added some more to my presentation from yesterday, so I'm going to go through a bit of that now. Also, if you are on Patreon, I hope you saw all the documents that I uploaded for you this morning. So you could check that out as well. Thank you so much, Glass Onion. Really appreciate it. So look at this. Let me show you this presentation here quickly. Let's quickly get you familiar with the case if you are not yet familiar with the case, okay? And don't worry, if you saw some of this yesterday, there's so much more I'm bringing you today. So Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Sorry, guys, I'm trying my very best to pronounce everything like you guys do if you're local there. Remember, I'm from South Africa, living in the Netherlands. Okay, try my best over here. So the victim, her name was Lynn Hernan, 62. She died on October 3rd of 2018. And the defendant in this murder trial is Jessy Kurczewski, now 39. She was 34 years old at the time of this crime. Kimberly in Japan says, thank you for your hard work, G. Due to the time difference, it's hard for me to keep up on the live. In this case, I'm perfectly caught up. That is awesome. And I try to make it as concise for you as possible, which I see from the comments is saving people a lot of time, especially if you work all day and then at night you can just quickly catch up on a full trial day within a few hours. All right, so you got the victim, you got the defendant. So now you're familiar with that. Now, what the hell happened here? What the hell happened to my presentation here? There we go. Okay, so they were family friends. Lynn was friends with Jessy's mother. They had known each other since Jessy was a child, around 9. Lynn treated Jessy as her own daughter. This was a photo from Jessy's high school graduation party that Lynn threw. And Lynn apparently struggled with her health for a few years, since around 2015, and I really red flag that. I really worry about that. There's a couple of Grizzlies that emailed me to say that this case is a little triggering for them because they've been through this. They've actually survived being poisoned with eye drops. And the amount of symptoms that you can get, especially if it's over time like that, it sounds very similar to a lot that Lynn was struggling with, which we're going to hear a lot about today because the medical examiner is going to be testifying, because that was, of course, from yesterday live trial. Today we're looking at day 2 and bringing you all of that. So she is going to go into detail of that. And I just worry about that. Do you also? So struggling with her health since around 2015, right? And so Jessy helped to take care of her. Previous violations. This is what I want to bring to you today. In March of 2010, misappropriate ID info to obtain a thing of value. So this is just a summary on the court site, and I can't see too much more information about it. But yes, there was misappropriate ID info to obtain a thing of value. Forgery in April of 2010. A lot going on in 2010 here in the court. July of 2010, misappropriate ID info to obtain a thing of value. Resisting obstruction of an officer. And October 2010, forgery as well. So these are pictures of her. Her Facebook is unbelievable. I shared it on Patreon just in case anyone there wants to snoop around a little bit. You could type in her name on Facebook. I'm sure you'll find it. But unbelievable. I'll show you a couple of posts. And I'm like, what? The audacity. Wow. So in approximately June of 2018, remember that Lynn died in October of 2018, okay? In approximately June of 2018, Jessy told her live-in boyfriend Scott that Lynn was in a coma in the hospital for 5 months. Jessy had apparently spent a lot of time with Lynn at the hospital towards the end of her life. That's what he said. Then he learned from detectives that Lynn was never in a coma or in a hospital for an extended stay. He was really mad about that, and I hope we get to see him testify. So that must have been a shock. I wonder what she was really up to then. He also told police that Jessy earned $20 an hour working at a dental office, but regularly spent $500 a night at a local casino and gave out expensive gifts such as laptop computers and Game Boys that others find excessive and a little weird. She's like, you get a Game Boy, you get a Game Boy, you get one. Laptop, anyone? Freebies all round. Like, wow. Apparently all on Lynn's money. The opening statements yesterday went into quite a lot of detail about how much she'd stolen from Lynn. So I put the red flag and Visine, which is the eye drops there, because I'm like, from June, she's already saying, so for about 5 months, the boyfriend believed that Lynn was in the hospital in a coma. That is hectic. I think there's a little bit of truth in everything that Jessy says, because if it wasn't for her telling detectives that she put 6 bottles of Visine into a bottle of water, who would know that? Who else would have known that? Because they didn't initially test the water bottle because they didn't think it was a homicide until the autopsy was performed and toxicology confirmed months later. Wow. Oh my word. This is a homicide. Then she was arrested in July of 2019, right? So on October 3rd of 2018, this you might know from yesterday, just for those who don't, police responded to a 911 call that Jessy had made. She reported that she found Lynn, her friend, unconscious, not breathing in her home. Lynn was found on her recliner with a large amount of crushed medication on her chest and on a nearby plate. They showed us that plate yesterday. They're going to show it to us today again. So investigators initially thought she had OD'd, but her autopsy later showed that she was murdered. Her death was ruled a homicide when they found that she had a lethal dose of a tetrahydrozline in her system, which is found in eye drops, the main ingredient in eye drops. Investigators believe the scene was staged and made to look like a suicide. Jessy later told detectives that she had given her a water bottle. So she told detectives that she had given her a water bottle mixed with 6 bottles worth of Visine, these eye drops. You see, offering up that information, ooh, that's going to really shoot her in the foot in this trial. because I don't know if they would have known that. You know? Like how much. It's like admitting. And then she makes up all these really weird reasons why, right? Thank you so much, Luna Thomas. And so she said that she didn't think it would kill her. Jessy says, I don't think it would kill her because she'd been drinking it for so long, you know, that she likes it in her vodka. What? Wow. Okay. So these are some pictures that we saw yesterday. So if you missed the opening statements, do check it out. It's all time-stamped for you as well, which means look at the pinned comments, look in the description box if you prefer there, or hover over the video. You'll see it all chaptered out for you, okay? But they showed us some of these pictures of the area where Lynn was found in her recliner seat. That would be the water bottle. The arrow is pointing to it. Jessy later said she put 6 bottles of Vicine in a bottle of water. A bottle of water. So these are all the medications that was on the table there, which they put like this when they took photos of it, the investigators and I believe the medical examiner. And so I wonder how it was initially. You know what I mean? Or scattered all over, what probably, because it really seems like a very staged from everything that we've heard. Yeah, Annie T says she did not like it in her vodka. It's a weird thing to say. It's a weird thing, right? She's like, no, she really liked it in her vodka, just a little bit. Like this, Jessy makes up a lot of stories. So there's some new information here as well. On this slide, Jessy told police that Lynn had been acting odd throughout the week, and she believed there was a possibility that she was suicidal. But she said that she really loved her cats and was worried about leaving them behind. And wait till you see how Jessy treated her cats after. Don't worry. She didn't do anything that we know of. I'm not going to show you anything too disturbing. It's just she was like, yeah, I need someone to adopt these cats type thing, okay? I'll show you the screenshots. So I got the receipts for you. Now, she says Lynn was maybe suicidal, but she was so worried about her cats and was worried about leaving them behind. Neighbors and others who Hernan told police, who Hernan knew, so neighbors and others who knew Lynn, told police they didn't believe that she was suicidal or would have OD'd on drugs intentionally or not. One longtime friend told detectives that he had suspicions about Jessy and her mother, who were using Lynn's Jeep after she died, even though the vehicle was meant to go to Lynn's nephew. In January of 2019, a cousin of Hernan's, identified in the complaint as Witness B, this is from the Daily Beast article, contacted the county medical examiner's office with concerns about the circumstances of her death. In a follow-up interview with police, the cousin said he found it unusual that Hernan would have willed her entire estate to Jessy. He checked state records to see if she had a criminal history and saw several convictions of forgery and fraud, which I've now told you about. Witness B wanted to make sure that the will filed in probate was authentic and wanted to make sure that there was nothing suspicious about the death of victim A in the medical examiner's autopsy report. And then there was. Okay, so here's some screenshots for you which might make you snark it up. It made me so mad today. Mr. Grizzly was working from home today and he just heard me talking at my computer of like, oh really, Jessy? Oh word, I was eye rolling all day here without you guys. I missed you. So look what she posts on Facebook on October 26th of 2018. Actually on the 13th. We can look on the 13th already. Let's look at the one on the right. Update to the cats have a new home. Fingers crossed it works out. She actually initially said something else about the cats. Hold on. She said... There we go. I might have it on the next slide, actually. She said, I'm desperately... On October 15th. But that's on October 13th. Okay. So she said, updates. The cats have a new home. Fingers crossed it works out. I'm sorry for not being the girl that most know. I'm sorry for just all. I'm dealing with more than most know. I had a family friend pass away last week and I'm in charge of all. No family, nothing. It's all me. So I'm sorry I've been Facebook IMA for a long time. And here, do you mean MIA? But okay. And now I need help trying to find a home for two loving cats. It was her passion to take in strays like these, where if I can't find a home together, I have to put them down. Please help. What? You literally are in there already selling all of Lynn's stuff. She opened a JCPenney's account the day that Lynn died. She's like, okay, you all here? Cool. Investigators? Yeah, okay, I'm going to go shopping. Off she went. Opened an account in Lynn's name. And then, just days later, she's already... Well, that's 10 days later. telling the world, hey, anyone want to adopt these cats? Yeah, Lynn really liked to take these in, but I'm going to have to put them down if someone doesn't. Wow. Oh my word, she makes me so mad. On October 26th, she said, huge rummage or estate sale, whole condo and garage on Saturday, October 27th from 9 a.m. to noon. There's furniture and lots, kitchen items, fur coats for days, mirrors, pictures, recliners. Literally wants to sell the recliner, you guys, okay? Recliners, couch, china cabinets, and so much more. I posted some pictures as well. There she posts the literal address I showed you at the beginning of the stream. Okay, that's Lynn's house. Please GPS it. Cannot post signs due to condo association except on the door. Hope to see ya. If you have questions, message me. Wow. I'm showing you that picture of her because she thinks she's an angel, but she's not. No, she's not. Wow, okay. Wildfire says, this needs to be a prosecutor's presentation right here. Right? Am I trying out to be a prosecutor? I would probably do it like this. If I were a prosecutor, I'd be like, and then, guess what, you guys? It might actually appeal to the jury a lot more, don't you think? Stefan, I worry. You say the recliner that Lynn had died in? From the pictures I've seen, it looks an awful lot like it. It does look like it. And I was thinking, really? But it does seem like it. Yes, I think that one too. Now, Jessy called the medical examiner's office numerous times to find out what Lynn's cause of death was. Wow. Of course. She's like, hey, do you know what the cause of death was yet? Because they still, they're investigating cause of death. They found her death quite strange. So, of course, she wanted that to be wrapped up so that she can just get that estate in her name, right? Yes, Annie T says, selling a recliner? What? Yeah, the recliner, I think. So she told them about many medical issues that Lynn had before her death and told detectives that it was frustrating. The doctors could never really diagnose or assist Lynn with her ailments. Was it maybe from the eye drops? Jessy? How long was she doing that for? I wonder. In July of 2019, police executed a search warrant at the home that she shared with her boyfriend. She was interviewed 6 times in 10 days, and she changed her story a lot. She said that Lynn took a variety, she victim blame all the way. She's like, Lynn took a variety of legal and illegal controlled substances throughout her life, and she was known for eye drops. Can you believe that she told detectives, yeah, well, Lynn was known for eye drops. She purchased them in large quantities. Jessy said that Lynn must have staged her own suicide with the crushed pills and said she never heard of Vicine poisoning before. But yesterday we heard she made up some little story to her boyfriend that she was drugged with it when she was out. She's like, oh my word, I've been poisoned with tetrahydrozline. She literally used that word to her boyfriend. So she does know what it is, okay? Yeah, Annie T says, I would have been screaming at my computer as well. So now you guys get why I was like, oh my word. So, don't you think it's interesting that Jessy said, well, Lynn must have staged her own suicide? Oh, you mean when they figured out about the tetrahydrozline, the eye drops, then she's like, whoa, I wonder what all those pills were about then. She must have staged that herself. Like, yeah, right. Who in the hell is going to take their own life and stage? Oh, it's just terrible. I feel so terrible for Lynn. Oh, I can't even tell you. Wow. So, she then remembered, that she saw Lynn drinking that Vicine in her vodka a few days before she died. She's like, oh yeah, I remember. She was actually putting that in her vodka. I think that's again a little bit of truth. I think Jessy was. Detectives found deleted PDF documents from Jessy's phone relating to different types of household poisoning, cyanide poisoning, etc. Okay? So, she said that Lynn had dumped Vicine in her vodka for days and was shitting all over. Great language. Sounds almost like a defense team. Just like it's all the victim's fault, right? Yeah, she was drinking this Vicine in a vodka. She was shitting all over. Jessy told investigators that Lynn had been using her phone. We know about Lynn that she didn't like tech. That's what the prosecution said. She didn't like tech. She didn't email. She didn't check her phone much or whatever. Now Jessy says to investigators, well, Lynn actually used her phone to research suicide methods. And she even bought a gun, which she intended to use to kill herself. Trigger warning, guys. I know some of this can be very upsetting. Jessy saved Lynn from herself on at least 2 occasions after walking in on her with a gun in her hand. Oh, now she's a hero on top of all of this. A hero selling off all the furniture just 10 days later. Right. Okay, so she said that she found a bottle of water with 6 bottles of Vicine in it, and she fought Lynn over it when she asked her to hand it over. How does she know that? How does she know that? That it had 6 bottles in, unless she put the 6 bottles in, you know what I mean? Investigators then found that Jessy had committed $290,000 worth of fraud, including a $134K check that they say was transferred fraudulently from Lynn to herself. Her answer was that she was acting as power of attorney and that she had no immediate family. Okay, we went to the detective deleted, yes, okay. Jessy opened a J.C. Penney credit card in Lynn's name the same morning she died. Jessy was arrested in July of 2019 and held on a $1 million bond, and she's facing first-degree murder charges and 2 counts of felony theft. Look at this on January 3rd of 2019, 6 months before she was arrested. Huge price drop, $159,900. 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo for sale in Pewaukee website. Pewaukee website? Pewaukee website will be up later. Oh, now you're selling the whole damn condo. Goodness me, look at her go. Jessy's trial started on October 24th and is expected to last 3 to 4 weeks, 15 or so court days. So there you have it. I hope that was a good summary for you. As I say, I posted the entire probable cause affidavit, which is a very interesting read as well. I've just been trying to keep these streams very nice and concise. If I were to read through that whole thing now as well, we're going to add another hour to our stream. And we have 4 hours of footage to go through, okay? Who's on trial? Jessy. Yes, Jessy is on trial. I'll show again. Jessy is on trial. The victim is Lynn Hernan. Jessy is on trial. She's now 39 years old, facing first-degree murder charges and 2 counts of felony theft. And you'll see her in the courtroom. She's got quite a frown. You know, she's always like questioning everything with her face. You know what I mean? Just like, huh? Like what? Why are they saying that? Or she's got like a snarky face. You know what I mean? Okay, so I hope that caught everyone up. I hope that everyone that saw the presentation yesterday, that you learned something new as well, because I definitely added lots of information that I dug out for you today. So that is that. Also, I'll show you this quickly. Here is her Facebook page. And here's that post, you know, where she says, I'm still desperately searching for a home for the cats. I had 2 people back out and the third wasn't the right fit, unfortunately. These are 2 males about 7 years old, free to the right person or family. They are older, not used to little kids, came from a single older person. Very good, loving cats, but can't be around little kids looking for the right home. I had a family friend pass away last week and I'm in charge of all, no family, nothing. It's all me, so I'm sorry. I've been Facebook IMA for a long time and now I need help. Trying to find a home for 2 loving cats. It was her passion to take in the strays like these were. If I can't find a home together, I have to put them down. Please help. Wow. So not only do you want to get rid of the cats, but you're also threatening that if you don't take both, yeah, I'm going to put them down. So could someone just come and pick them up? Thanks. That's basically what she's saying. Horrible. Okay, so I think that, let me just see what else I had pinned here for you. I highlighted this for you. Kurczewski said that her and the victim, Lynn, fought about it for an hour, this Vicine in the border, prior to Jessy leaving the residence that morning, and she finally gave in and gave the water bottle with the 6 Vicine bottles in it to Lynn. That's what the complaint states. So you see how her story changes. She's like, what? Sorry for the bra advert. Damn, prima donna. No, thank you. We don't want it. We don't want your bras. So can you believe that? Oh my goodness. And also, I just wanted to quickly, I'm not going to read this whole story. I'm just going to show you the headline because the defense attorney in his opening statements was like, nobody on the planet has ever died from eye drops, from the Vicine. It lies, bro, lies. There have been deaths. There have been murders using Vicine. Okay? This is SC nurse who fatally poisoned husband with eye drops. I just wanted him to suffer, she said. Okay, so if you look up that, I can put in the links in the description box afterwards as well. Okay, so now we have what I prepared for you, which, believe it or not, takes a long time. So I've taken 8 hours 50 worth of footage. And literally, when I say sniffle free, okay, like I did with Doug Carter's from the Delphi case, remember I made a sniffle free press conference for you? I have taken out as many paper flapping noises, coughs, sneezes, the quiet moments, okay, all of that, and then any information that's just like really redundant. So I've made it as concise as possible, and I've got it to 3 hours and 58 minutes. I will pause it here and there, of course, to make my commentary. If that's not for you, you know where to watch. And yes, if you haven't yet caught on, we are a day delayed from the live footage. 1 day behind the live trial coverage. Why? So that I can do this. So it's really nice and organized for you, okay? That's why. So I hope it makes sense. Now, let me quickly see some of your comments before we dive into this. Yeah, Wildfire says the defense needs to watch 48 hours. I know, right? I mean, the defense, I don't know how he thinks he's going to convince the jury with the crap that he said, because they can just listen to the rest of the trial and the experts will debunk everything he said. Alyssa said, I didn't actually even know that eye drops could kill you drinking it. This is new to me. I mean, I think a lot of us knew probably that, it's used as like a date rape type drug sometimes, right? Don't tell your personal stories about it because we don't want to trigger anyone. This is a very triggering case for many people, okay? So spiked drinks, things like that, or maybe people put it in and it causes diarrhea or something, but it can actually kill you. Yes, okay. Lizzie Jones says, can someone tell me what their relationship was to each other? I did cover that at the beginning. So they were family friends. Jessy's mom was friends with Lynn. And so Lynn knew Jessy since Jessy was about 9 years old. And then Lynn's health started deteriorating in around 2015, and Jessy and her mom would take care of her. But Jessy seems to have taken care of her while spending all her money. And in fact, she spent all her money already, and then there was nothing left, which Lynn didn't have a good grip on because she's so trusting, she was so kind, and she didn't like the tech stuff. So clearly, this person allegedly took full advantage of her. And so when the money pretty much ran out, well, the money that was left was her estate, which then Jessy got. Because, she was so kind, helping her with all her health problems. You know what I'm saying? Veruca Saltbaum says, thank you so much for all you do, G. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Are we ready, everyone? So what we're doing right now is diving right into the first witness from yesterday, Detective Timothy Loberg from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office. All right? So we're going to hear the prosecution asking questions because it's their witness. It's the state's witness. And then we'll hear the defense asking a lot of questions. Might annoy you because it's fine, but it's like, damn, like so many questions of, did you see that photo? Did you take that photo? Garbage cans are going to come up again, but we're going to go through all of it. And as I say, I've made it very concise for you. Laura says, thank you for covering this case. I live near Waukesha. I didn't even know about this. And for those of you who weren't here yesterday or haven't, caught up on this case or trial coverage yet that I'm doing, the judge is actually the same judge, Judge Doro from the Darrell Brooks trial. So if you see her and you think, she looks familiar. Yes, you might know her from the Darrell Brooks trial. Darrell Brooks defended himself. It was, whoa, you needed so much patience. Not only just watch it, imagine being the judge. If you saw it, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so here we go.
When you walked through the residence, did you go to the bedroom of the residence?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of that?
No.
Why were there no photos taken of the bedroom?
Well, at the time, I guess, now it certainly would have been nice to have more photos knowing what we know now. But at that time, having a presumed suicide and no apparent criminal element or violation of state statute that we observed, I did not see anything in the bedroom that appeared to be of evidentiary value. And so my focus at that point was the decedent and the immediate area around the decedent.
In Exhibit 23, what are we looking at here?
That will be the main entrance or front, I guess you could call, of the residence, and the glass doorway on the left is the entry to Miss Hernan's residence.
On the left side of Exhibit 23, we see some officers.
Correct.
Can you describe what's going on there?
So they are conducting an interview of a party who they later identified to me as Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. Can you just describe to the jury what it appears Ms. Kurczewski's actually wearing in that photo?
Looks like some sort of medical attire, or what's commonly referred to as scrubs.
After you took photos on the scene,
Let me pause it for a second. Why was Jessy wearing scrubs? Because she was a dental assistant, apparently, or worked at dental offices. So that's why. Lynn, I forgot to tell you yesterday and today, was apparently a hairstylist at a hair salon. So, yes.
what was your role in this investigation?
Once I confirmed that Mr. Kurczewski had already been interviewed and there was nobody else at that point that needed to be interviewed, I resumed my normal duties.
Okay. At some point after this date, October 3rd, 2018, did you have further role in this investigation regarding Lynn Hernan's death?
I did.
Ultimately, did you send subpoenas to financial institutions and other institutions in investigation?
I did.
Was that ultimately handed off to Detective Plennis in your same department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in this investigation, is the reason why did the sheriff's department here start sending out those subpoenas?
There was information received. Well, firstly, there was a determination that this was not a suicide per the medical examiner. We were informed of that.
Okay. So this transition from a potential suicide to a homicide investigation.
Objection, lady.
Okay, let's pause there for a second. So Denny Dawn said, but they said she quit her job to take care of Lynn. So which is it? Is she working or not? She had worked at a number of dental offices. I understand your suspicion because I'm also like, did she put on the scrubs for the day? Was she actually working? She told her boyfriend, that she was working for $20 an hour. And he was like, whoa, but she's blowing $500 a night at casinos and giving out lavish gifts to all her friends, which they all felt was a little weird. So I don't know. I can't confirm that right now.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
So the information that you received from the medical examiner,
Objection, it's asking for hearsay now.
Well, let him get the question out, so overruled.
you received information from the medical examiner. Did that cause the sheriff's office to change their investigation?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Yes,
And what did that investigation turn into?
a homicide investigation.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, thank you for being here. This happened about 5 years ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your memory's not great, would you say?
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, you met with the prosecutors here, correct, sitting here to my left to review your testimony?
Yes.
They showed you exhibits, correct?
Yes.
They showed you your police reports?
Yes.
Other than that, you have no memory of this?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's a very unique case.
And why is that?
Because I have not been to a suicide I should say I haven't been to what was ruled as a homicide that first appeared to be the way that it did at that scene.
So
I just want to say, if you guys notice that it's, as he was saying his sentence and then it just skips quickly, it's like, I haven't been to what I was saying is there would be large portions of silence and page flapping and thinking that are cut out for you, okay? Just in case you wonder, why does it skip like that? Literally, because I edited out all that silence.
when you first got on the scene, it just appeared to be a suicide, correct?
It did.
And you didn't have any second thoughts about that when you got on the scene, correct?
No.
And you indicated that you have responded to hundreds of deaths, correct?
I would estimate that.
So there's a lot of crime in Waukesha, is that what you're saying?
No.
How many of those were criminal?
It would be hard for me to say. I mean, there was a portion of time as my duties as a detective where I, for example, assisted with crash investigations, which ultimately were fatal crashes and whatnot. So they weren't all criminal.
Well, as of 2018, how many were criminal?
I couldn't say.
Less than 5?
I would literally have to speculate, sir. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
I don't want you to do that.
I apologize. I'm not certain. I'm really not.
So not enough that you can remember, correct?
Correct.
And you've responded to overdoses, correct?
Yes.
Probably a lot, correct?
Yes.
especially with the pandemic of fentanyl and fake Percocet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a lot of those kind of cases have crushed pills, correct?
Not from what I've seen.
What have you seen
Excuse me.
regarding crushed fentanyl?
Well, I have typically seen at most of the scenes, I've typically seen syringes and paraphernalia different than, such as in this case where there's a plate with numerous, what appear to be crushed pills on it.
So in the cases where you've seen syringes, the syringes were still on the scene?
Typically, yes.
Were there syringes with tourniquets?
At times.
Were they still on the scene?
At times.
Were they usually around the body?
Yes.
That's typical where the paraphernalia for the way describing the tourniquet and the syringe are usually near the body, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, according to your reports, you arrived on the scene at 5:20. You wouldn't argue with that, would you?
No.
And it's 5:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on the scene, those other deputies depicted in exhibit number 23 were on the scene already?
Yes, sir.
And they all were talking with Jessy, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with her at all?
Not that I recall.
And those deputies on the scene, who were they?
I recall Deputy Rosenberger and Mitch and Jacoby.
And did they speak with anybody else in that neighborhood?
Not that I'm aware of.
They didn't speak with any neighbors, as far as you know?
I'm not certain if they did or not.
Your job was mainly to take photographs?
Correct.
And you took photographs of things you thought were relevant?
More so of the overall residence, interior and exterior.
So you weren't taking pictures or photographs of things you thought were relevant, just flashing pictures in different rooms of whatever?
Can you believe how he's asking the question? He's like, he even laughed a little bit there. Did you hear it? He's like, so you, I laugh now because of the way he asked it. I'm like, what? He's like, so you were just randomly just like flashing your camera and like taking pictures around there? Just, I mean, wow, okay.
Whatever you saw?
Well, I would say the entire interior of the residence where the decedent is relevant. I mean, that's where the person is located. I would say as far as the exterior photos, the relevancy I see there is that there's documentation that there's no signs of forced entry or a struggle or anything that could be an obvious contributing factor of death at that point.
Well, you arrived on the scene. Did the deputies tell you that there could have been forced entry?
No.
They told you it was a suicide, correct?
I believe at the time they told me they suspected that it was, yes, and that the fire department had pronounced the patient deceased, and that was really my extent of the conversation with them.
I didn't see fire department personnel depicted in exhibit number 23. Had they already left?
From what I recall, yes.
I'm going to show you some defense exhibits. And just want you to identify them first. Exhibit 543, page 1. So, officer, this has been identified as exhibit number 23 by the state. The vehicle on the right parked in front of the garage, do you know whose vehicle that is?
I believe at the time I was informed that that was Ms. Kurczewski's.
This is exhibit number 24. Again, you took this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And in that photograph, you're standing where in the residence?
Just inside of the main entryway.
And it depicts the kitchen in the far end, correct?
Yes.
Did you search that area at all yourself?
I'm sorry,
Did you search that area at all?
search the kitchen?
Correct.
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies on scene searched that area?
No.
There was no need to search it?
In my opinion at that time, there was not. I mean, I conducted a plain view search of the main area, but not further search.
It's pretty much all the defense can do, which isn't great. I you know, what they're doing, it seems to be to discredit the law enforcement procedure, because law enforcement at the time, when they looked at the scene, they thought, whoa, and based on all the information they got, they thought it was a suicide. So now they're like, oh, you didn't take pictures of anything, didn't investigate anything, didn't this, didn't that, so discredit them or blame the victim. Those seem to be the defense's two strategies, which really sucks.
In that exhibit where I'm pointing to, that's a garbage can, correct?
Looks like it, yes.
Did you look in the garbage can at all?
No,
Do you know if any of the deputies on scene looked in there?
I do not know.
It was testified before by the deputy medical examiner that there was,
Your Honor, hearsay.
what's already been testified to
He
yesterday.
can ask the question overruled. As long as he accurately states what the testimony was.
The deputy medical examiner yesterday, Ms. Kukas, indicated there was alcohol in that garbage can. Did she tell you that there was alcohol in that garbage can?
I don't remember meeting with the deputy medical examiner at all. I believe I was gone prior to her arrival.
Did you at all, or any of the deputies at all, search the kitchen area for like documents?
When you say search, are you referring to like drawers and things? I'm sorry, to what extent search are you asking for?
Well, look on the counter, look through the kitchen shelves, the drawers.
There was there was certainly a visual search. Any plain view search was conducted.
You didn't open drawers and things like that, did you?
No.
You didn't search that area for like eye drops or anything like that, did you?
No,
Were you told to look for eye drops?
no,
And told to look for Visine bottles?
no.
Well, I'm showing you is exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
Is that a photograph that you took?
yes.
And what does exhibit number 25 depict?
The decedent and the surrounding area.
And the decedent was identified as Lynn Hernan,
Yes, sir.
correct? And were you told on the scene what relationship she was to the person depicted in exhibit number 23, Jessy?
I believe one of the deputies mentioned that they learned that Miss Kurczewski was a caretaker for Miss Hernan, and that's why she was on the scene.
And depicted to the right of Miss Hernan, but to the left of the people viewing the photograph, items to her right are what? Did you find?
Pill bottles?
These here are the pill bottles?
Yes, sir.
What's this depicted on the scene?
Appears to be a water bottle.
Do you know if that water bottle was full or empty?
I do not know.
Did you at all examine that water bottle?
No,
Did you open up and smell inside of it?
no.
Over to Ms. Kurczewski's, over to Ms. Hernan's left, and people looking at the photograph are right. What are the things on the table?
Appears to be a TV remote, ashtray with a cigarette. There's some pill bottles. Another bottle, I'm not certain what's in there, and then a roll of toilet paper. And some paperwork, documents as well.
You see this item here behind the pill bottles?
Yes, sir.
That appears to be a bottle of eye drops.
I have no idea what that is.
There seems to
Like, why is she putting on the waterworks now? I wonder if they ask about the garbage cans the whole time, because I wonder if they have any evidence of 6 bottles of empty eye drops anywhere. Because I wonder if Jessy didn't offer up that information, how would they tie her to what was in Lynn's system? I guess, you know what I mean? So I don't know if that's where because they keep asking about the garbage cans. So let me know your thoughts of why do you think they keep asking about that?
be a love seat directly in front of Miss Hernan to her left. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And there appears to be stuff stuffed under there, correct?
Yeah.
Did you look under there to see what was under there?
No.
Did you look? So you didn't look at all under there?
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies did?
No.
Over to the right of Miss Hernan by her legs are documents, correct?
Yes.
Did you go through those documents?
I viewed the document that was facing outermost document, I should say. Outermost document, I did, yes.
You didn't go page through those, did you?
No.
Did any deputies page through those?
Don't know.
Had there been items in there, information on there on writing pad?
Yes.
So you did find stuff in there on writing pads?
Right in the front, yes. Immediately in the front.
Did you look further into those documents to see if there was more things written on writing pads?
I don't remember going through the entire stack. I remember viewing a couple of things in the front and photographing a few, and that was it.
Ultimately, did you find any identification information to Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Where did you find that?
I believe that was on the paperwork that is to her right or our left. Excuse me, there were numerous documents in there that had her name on it.
Did you find any, like, wallet or purse or driver's license?
I don't recall specifically.
Did you at all, so in that area, you didn't remember finding her purse or wallet?
Gonna pause it there. NET says, I really like this witness. It isn't his first rodeo with this type of attorney, right? And he's got the best expression sometimes. Sometimes he's like, wait, what? Yes.
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you remember searching the bedroom and finding her purse in the bedroom?
I remember going into the bedroom to view it. I don't recall specifically what was in there, sir.
Eventually, you took a photo of Ms. Hernan's driver's license, correct?
Yes.
Where did you find that?
I don't recall. I don't know if a deputy gave it to me. I'm not certain.
I'm showing you it was marked as exhibit number 26. I'm not sure if this has been entered into evidence yet.
Yes, it has. Go ahead, you can publish.
And that's a close-up of Ms. Hernan?
Yes, sir.
And that's, when you're referring to the crushed pills, that's what you're referring
Please,
to?
attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you take any samples of those crushed pills?
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies grabbed any samples at all and tested it on the scene?
I don't believe they did, no.
And around Ms. Hernan's neck is a chain?
Yes.
Do you know what's attached to that chain?
No.
Do you remember seeing?
Now, look at that expression that I paused on. They're going to be talking about the dog tag that Lynn was wearing. I wonder if that was part of the staging as well. Speculatively done by the defendant, who is innocent or proven guilty in a court of law. So at this trial, I wonder if she added that so that it could be this extra layer of, she was really missing her dad who had died, and she wore the dog tag and was just there at the end of her life on the recliner, like, what? I thank you, AC. And also, someone said something in chat that I wanted to address. What was it? Oh, I think it was Denny Dawn. You said that you heard somewhere else. I also saw it in the comments, people saying that her mother died. I cannot find anything on that. I don't know if they're confusing, because Lynn treated Jessy like her own daughter, and Lynn died. So I don't know if people are seeing it as that, because from everything I've seen and know, Jessy's mother is still alive. But let me know if you find anything different. I really dug deep today. I couldn't find anything like that. I actually found the opposite, that she's still very much alive. So let me know if you know something else. Thank you so much, Ellie B from Tennessee.
Dog tags attached to that chain?
No.
No. Again, this is a close-up of the other photographs I've shown you, which depict pill bottles on one of the tables next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
That was the table to her right, correct?
Yes, sir.
And down at the bottom were her documents that you indicated previously, they had her identification information?
Yes.
And you said you kind of went through those partially?
Partially.
And you saw some notebooks in there with written items on it, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look through all of them, did you?
No.
There could have been more notebooks in there that you just didn't look at, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Do you recall what this document is here that I'm pointing to on the screen?
I believe it was a will of some sort.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 28. Does that appear to be the will that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And according to that document, it's dated, at least there's the dates of April 20, 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you see
I made sure to zoom in as much as possible for you guys, because when they showed it in court, it was like a lot of gray around and, all kinds of computer icons and things. So I hope that you can see. I'll actually zoom in just a little bit more for you here.
Ms. Hernan's name on it, correct?
Correct.
And you see Ms. Kurczewski's name on it, correct?
Correct.
And there seems to be a BMO Harris bank employee listed at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And if you cannot read it, it seems to be bank employee Maria Cecilia, spelled Cecilia Benavides. You want me to zoom it?
It's just hard to tell with the penmanship, sir.
Can you see her date, her stamp up here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
And that's spelled Benavente.
Yes, sir.
So it seems to me like this document was taken to the BMO Harris Bank to be notarized, correct?
I assume so. It appears to be, yes. Appears to be.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 29. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And again, it depicts the table to Ms. Hernan's left, correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be pill bottles here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, this bottle here, it seems to be eye drops, correct?
I have no idea what that is, sir.
You never took a photograph of that, correct?
Of the,
Of this bottle right here depicted on the table.
no.
Do you know if any of the deputies on the scene or anyone ever recovered that bottle?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you find any liquor bottles around Miss Hernan?
Not that I recall.
Did you find any like cups or water bottles that contained any kind of alcohol in it?
Not that I recall, no.
Again, I'm showing you exhibit number 31. Again, state exhibit number 31. You took that photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that appears to be the backside of where Miss Hernan was sitting?
Correct.
And again, it depicts the pills on the table, correct?
Yes.
Toilet paper, correct?
Correct.
And again, the same eye drop bottle, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not testimony.
Well, this bottle, I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
Thank you, go ahead.
Objection, Cake. So did I miss something? Was anything being said about and thank you for spelling it like that, a note? They do talk about it later that they didn't see one. They didn't find one.
Well, it depicts this bottle, but from a different angle, correct?
Correct.
There seems to be a prescription bottle that's spilled on the ground.
Correct.
And again, the plate with some kind of crushed item, correct?
Yes.
And as on the scene, you don't know what that is, correct?
No.
It wasn't tested on the scene, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 32. You took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
And that appears to depict the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
That it only appears to depict half of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take a picture of the whole kitchen, correct?
From that vantage point,
Correct, for any vantage point.
I believe it can be seen in the background of other photos, but I don't recall specifically.
Close-ups?
I don't recall any other close-ups other than this kitchen island.
So what was the purpose of taking exhibit number 32?
I would say two purposes. One, to show the items that are on the countertop, and two, again, is to get also an overall view of the residence itself and kind of assist in giving people a perception of exactly where things are and an overall view so that you can see that there's no apparent signs of struggle or forced entry or any other contributing factor that's obvious.
Right, again, as you stated at the beginning and throughout your testimony, everyone on the scene assumed this was a suicide, correct?
Yes.
A suicide by prescription pills, correct?
Yes.
Overruled.
And that was the reason why you were taking photographs of all the prescription pills located within the residence, correct?
I would either way, usually.
Oh, good. Again, as to...
My word. By the way, I just I made the color a little better because you're all asking about a red face. It's not that red. Sometimes with a color boost, it will make people look just a little more red than they actually are. So here she is. Okay, I don't know what's in her water. I know people ask that all the time too. As you can hear, the defense asked a million questions. Just, you took that photo correct? And did you do this correct? What about that correct? All of that. Oh my goodness. So yes, we're 21 minutes in. and we'll be watching 4 hours together of trial footage today. But that'll be the complete day 2, everything without all the pauses and, you know, breaks, tea breaks, all that. Okay, so we're looking at that. And there's only one picture that I didn't zoom in on. All the pictures that they show in the exhibits, I make sure to zoom in so that you guys can see it nicely, except for one, and you'll see what I mean later.
This defense exhibit 543, page 1, you took this photograph, correct?
I don't recall specifically taking it. I would presume, because I don't remember anyone else taking photos there.
But you don't remember where you got that from?
No.
As far as the driver's license?
No.
Again, the driver's license seems to indicate that Ms. Hernan was issued this license on June 21st, 2018.
Yes, sir.
By looking at this license, you can't tell where she went to get that license, do you? What DMV?
No.
I'm showing you what's called, is it defense exhibit number 5.
It's 543, page 5.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. Do you remember taking that photograph?
No.
It appears to depict Ms. Hernan's neck in the background, correct, with the crutch pills?
Yes.
If that was in your inventory as far one of the photographs you took, would you agree that you took that photograph?
Yes.
And you indicated that you've come across a lot of deaths, correct?
Yes.
Death scenes, correct?
Yes.
How many death scenes that you come across where you've seen dog tags around the person's neck?
No idea.
Hundreds?
No. Were they wearing dog
Correct.
tags? I couldn't tell you.
Does this appear to be
Relevance. I would be like, objection relevance. Why are they not objecting? Why do you need to know? How many crime scenes have you seen where people are wearing dog tags? What is the relevance of that?
first?
I don't know.
Or do you remember seeing dog tags around other people that you've seen deceased other than this Ms. Hernan?
Not specifically. I'm sorry. I don't recall specifically how many.
And the dog tags appear to have the chain itself appears to have a female ring attached to it, correct?
See a ring. I can't say for certain if it's a female ring.
I'm showing you what's marked as defense exhibit 543, page 6. That appears to be a close-up of the dog tags, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to identify the owner of the dog tags, correct?
Yes.
And it states Robert Wallace Herning, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 543.
Okay. Obviously, he wants to push the suicide angle, so that's why he's asking about the dog tags. The objection I would make, if I were there, I'm not a lawyer, just remember that. It's just, why are you asking about the stats of other crime scenes? But I guess to say, well, it's not normal, right? Why can't you just say, have you ever been to, I don't know, crime scenes or scenes where someone took their own life and they've got something sentimental with them? That would be a smart question, right? Something sentimental with them. Is that common? Is that quite common? Because it probably would be. Then he'd be building his case, you know?
Page 9. Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
It appears to show the 5 prescription bottles that were located on the table to Miss Hernan's left, correct?
Correct.
And that bottle that we're not sure if it's eye drops is not on the table, correct?
I can't tell based on that angle.
To the left of that photograph or to the right of prescription bottles, there appears to be an ashtray, correct?
Correct.
And in the ashtray is a cigarette?
I believe so.
It
appears to be.
There appears to be lipstick at the end of that cigarette?
I guess it could be, sure. And there's some coloring, certainly.
Can you tell by looking at that photograph whether or not that cigarette was lit from the correct end? I can't tell.
It's hard. I'm sorry.
I don't want you to guess.
No, I'm sorry. I can't tell if that's a filter side or if it's the tobacco side. I'm sorry.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 540.
Look at his expression there. The defense attorney's name is Pablo Galaviz.
3, page 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you take a photo of that exhibit?
Yes.
What does it depict?
A plate which appears to have powdery substance on it.
And then on the ground, there appears to be, again, a prescription bottle
Yes.
and some crumbs and pills.
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Different exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, Madam Clerk, thank you.
I'm showing you it's Defense Exhibit 543, page 15. You took that photograph?
I don't recall specifically.
Well, it depicts scene photographs, and it was labeled on the photographs you took.
And this is the one photo that I zoomed out on.
Okay.
What was the significance of taking that photograph?
I don't recall taking that photograph. So
Yeah.
it's hard for me to say.
There appears to be some, like, stool in the bathroom, toilet, correct?
There's something in the toilet.
Based upon your life's experiences, it appeared that somebody had used that toilet and didn't flush it?
I see something deposited into the toilet. I don't.
I'm showing you what's my Defense Exhibit number 543, page 19. You remember taking that photograph?
Not specifically, no.
So when you were getting prepared for this, your testimony today, the state didn't show you all the photographs that you took on the scene?
I don't recall viewing this, either taking this photo or viewing it prior to my testimony.
The photograph appears to depict a checkbook page,
Yes.
and it has a number of names on the page, correct?
Correct.
Label number 1 is Jessy Kurczewski.
Yes.
And it says, right above her name, daughter, always.
Yes.
And below her name, it says, like, on living will, healthcare.
Correct.
And secondly, on that exhibit to the left of Jessy is the name of Jennifer Flower.
Jenny Flowers.
Jenny Flower. As you've been doing your investigation in this case, you learned that Jenny Flower is Jessy's mother, correct?
Correct.
As Defense Exhibit 543, page 20. Do you remember taking that photograph?
No.
But if it was in your photographs listed, scene photographs, you would have taken that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Because you were the only one for the Sheriff's Department taking photographs.
That I recall, yes.
And on this exhibit at the bottom, it says physician certification, correct?
Yes.
And it says, I certified that Lynn Hernan, printed name. What does the rest of that say, if you can read it?
Has a medical or genetic condition that requires access to medical or genetic information regarding his or her birth family.
And the top of that paragraph kind of explains what the purpose of the reason that Ms. Hernan's name is on that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And it says State of Wisconsin Department of Health and Social Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does it state after that?
The Department of Health and Social Services.
I'm not sure how any of this is relevant.
I'll overrule it. The exhibit has been received. Go ahead.
The Department of Health and Social Services has been authorized to conduct a search for medical and genetic information concerning birth parents and certain relatives of adoptees and other persons whose birth parents have had parental rights terminated.
This has been previously identified as Stakes Exhibit number 1, but also Defense Exhibit number 543, number 2.
21.
21.
Page 21.
Thank you, Judge. You don't remember taking that photograph, I take it.
That I do recall.
And do you remember where you recovered that?
I believe that was, in the same collapsing file folder that had the living will right in front of it. So I recall this being the second or third, somewhere in the front of those documents.
That was in that area by where Miss Hernan was located?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other notepads full of writing on it, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't take those notepads, did you?
No.
And all this stuff you didn't recover, did you?
No.
You left it all on the scene?
As far as being in sheriff's custody, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Correct. It was left there.
Why wasn't it taken from the scene?
The opinion or the speculation at the time on law enforcement's behalf was that this was clearly a suicide. And so at that point, having that opinion or having that those observations, there would be no criminal element to us to further identify, and therefore if things are not of evidentiary value, there's no reason for us to take them.
And it seems on the exhibit, it's information, if written by Ms. Hernan, telling people what to do if she's not around, correct?
The context of the letter certainly is. I can't say for certain if it's Ms. Hernan who authored it.
Right, whoever wrote that, those things on that notepad seems to be giving people directions as to what to do when if they're not around, correct?
Yes.
Right, the top of the photograph seems to have written being of sound mind and body on this date, correct?
Yes.
And it's highlighted Jenny's sorry flower, correct?
Yes.
In previous documents, we've seemed to have identified Jenny Flower as Jesse's mother, correct? And at the top of that document, it appears to be talking about something with cats. Bathroom, keep full, it's the cats.
Correct.
Again, you saw a cat on the scene?
Someone in chat earlier asked if in this letter, we've only seen this one page, but if there's any instructions, this was supposedly written by the victim, and it would be probably if she went to the doctor or to hospital or something, right? That she would write to Jesse's mother what to do to take care of things at the home. But I don't see anything written about plants here. You were asking in chat, someone was asking if there's any instructions for watering the plants or anything like that. I don't see that. And Miss Wales says, I think it's more significant that she was selling everything off. Well, she didn't sell it off on the same day, about 10 days later. And wanting to, she said, I'll have to put the cats down if someone doesn't adopt both of them. And you say that's not someone who's grieving, right? It's not quite the behavior of someone who's grieving. Yes, and when she said there's going to be a huge, basically like a garage sale, she's like, I'm ready, but are you ready? She's so excited to sell off all of Lynn's stuff. I mean, my goodness. Okay.
Yes.
Did you seek also cat litter?
I don't recall specifically.
The residence itself was pretty clean, would you say?
Yes.
It was, if Ms. Hernan wasn't keeping it clean, someone was keeping the residence clean for her, correct?
Yes, it appears so, yes.
Well, exhibit number 5, defense exhibit number 543, page 22 seems to be a closer look at that exhibit number 21, correct?
Yes.
Again, it seems to be giving so many directions if Ms. Hernan's not around, correct?
For those of you who might not remember, or if you don't know Jenny, and this is sorry, Flower, Jenny Flower is the name of Jesse's mom. And that is apparently who these instructions were written for.
Yes.
If she was the author of this exhibit.
Yes.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit 543, page 23. It seems to be more writing of the same person who wrote the other exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Because it seems to suggest Ms. Hernan wrote that exhibit, correct? Her name's on it.
It does.
Again, it appears the exhibit to have, again, more direction for someone to look at in case she's not around.
Correct.
seems to have individuals' names on it, correct, with telephone numbers?
Yes.
To the left of those names, there seems to be some writing, they don't need to come over here, correct?
Correct.
And right below that item, it's something circle, it says Jennifer if I don't make it, correct?
Correct.
And farther down on that exhibit, it says, if something happens, basically, Jennifer, you get the Jeep, the 2014 Jeep. Patriot is yours, title is in the visor, correct?
Yes.
You can take it down. Would you agree there was a lot of other documents on the scene or around Ms. Hernan that you observed but didn't take photos of?
Yes.
And did you ever check the bedroom for similar documents?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever search Ms. Hernan's vehicle to see if there's any documents inside the vehicle?
No.
What's identified as defense exhibit number 503. I don't want to publish this to the jury at all. I'm going to show you a number of exhibits, 503, 504, 506, 507, 508. Can you look at exhibit number 503, please?
Give me a moment. It should be up momentarily.
Before we even get further into this, I'm going to object to the witness's personal knowledge of this information.
Well, he has to establish the foundation, so it's a little premature, but we'll wait and see. Obviously, if that needs to be established.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry.
My fault. Can you see item number 503?
Yes.
And it's a 2-page item, correct?
Correct.
And again, you indicated that you didn't look at all the documents that were located next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
And there were a lot of documents with handwriting on it on notebooks, correct?
From what I could see, yes. I mean, I didn't closely look through all of them, but I would say there were some there that certainly had handwriting on them that I didn't view.
And again, you testified the Sheriff's Department didn't recover any of the documents on the scene, correct?
No.
So
I'm
you
sorry.
don't,
Correct. I don't recall taking any guess.
So you don't know at all whether or not exhibit number 503 was located with the other photo items that you took photographs of, correct?
I don't know if it was or not.
No, it could have been there, but you just can't tell us whether it was or was not, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you it's marked as 504, item number 504, defense exhibit number 504. Do you have it on your screen yet?
Yes.
Okay. It seems to be, again, writing on a notepad,
Yes.
2 pages.
Yes, sir.
And again, similar to my previous exhibit, you don't know whether or not item number 504 was mixed in with these other documents that were next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
That's correct. I do not know.
It could have been there, you just didn't note them, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 505. Do you have it on- Okay,
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Yep.
Again, seems to be some writing on a notepad, correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be, it's a long exhibit, like there's 29 pages here in this exhibit, and writing on each page, correct, on a notepad, correct?
From what I'm seeing so far, yes.
And again, item number 506, it could have been with these other documents that were there that you didn't note, correct?
Sure. Could have been, yes.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 507. Do you have it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, it seems to be writing on a notepad.
Correct.
And similar to my previous exhibits, that could have been with the other documents that were there next to Ms. Hernan, but you just didn't notice them, correct?
That's correct.
Again, writing on a notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you as much as exhibit number 508. Do you see it?
Yes.
Again, it appears to be writing on a notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And similar to my other exhibits, it could have been there with the other documents, but you just didn't notice them, correct?
Correct.
She had a lot of documents next to her, correct?
Correct.
Some were medical, correct?
I don't recall for certain what was in there. I mean, I recall the will document, and I recall the pages of the notepad that we viewed prior to these exhibits specifically. Outside of that, I can't say for certain what nature the documents were.
And again, as you sit there today in front of this jury, you can't say whether or not the owner of this residence, Ms. Hernan, had documents in other parts of her house, correct?
Can't say for certain.
Correct.
Correct. I cannot say for certain.
So for those asking in chat, the defendant, Jessy, is 39 now. She was 34 at the time of the crime, and the victim was 62 years old when she died on October 3rd of 2018.
If she had documents in her bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Documents in the dresser drawer in her bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Documents under the couch in the room that she was located in, correct?
Correct.
Because she did have items stuffed underneath the love seat, correct?
I don't know that for certain.
I mean, you saw that in one of the exhibits where she had things stuffed underneath the love seat, correct?
Yes, sir. That part I did see.
And as far as you know, there could have been additional documents that stuffed underneath there, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't look.
Correct.
Similar to the couch that was opposite of that love seat. There could have been items or documents under there, but you don't know because you didn't look, correct?
Correct.
Do you see that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
It seems to be a medical document, correct?
Yes, sir.
It at the top of it has kind of like dates on it already, correct?
Yes.
It seems
So C. Chinny says, this guy's still going. How long is the trial estimated to be? They said about 15 days, which would be probably about 3 weeks, right? If we look at it Monday to Friday, 15 court days, I would assume. So, and then the jury would have to deliberate. So 3 to 4 weeks is what I'm reading. Also, if any of you are missing live trial coverage, we will do that at some point as well. This is not like, if there's anything I'm doing like this one, it doesn't mean that's all we're doing forever, okay? So don't stress, don't panic. There's always something for you here on Grizzly True Crime. Okay, so thank you all for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Also, sorry for some of the hard cuts like that, but it is better. If you see the original footage, it's better than sitting there waiting for sometimes it's like 4 minutes. Sometimes it's 30 seconds, but just waiting with all these long pauses and fluff, as I say. So I've just chopped those out to, if I had another 8 hours to give, because this takes many hours to make, then I would make it dissolve a little more into each other. But sorry, I just wanted to say, in case you think, whoa, that's like a harsh cut here and there, it's because I've made it as concise as possible for you. Okay.
it depicts September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Do you want this published or just questioning him on it right now?
Published, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. It seems to be, again, a hospital document or a medical document, correct?
Correct.
It's dated September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Time 1700, and you know what that seems to suggest, 5 p.m.?
Correct.
It talks about items that the patient, or items that they're referring to, jewelry, ring, necklace, bracelet, correct?
Correct.
Bracelet, 4 rings, correct?
Correct.
Filed on September 15, 2018 at 1700, correct?
Correct.
Says pants, shirts, footwear, filed, again, same date, September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Clothing, strike that, other things, purse, wallet, credit cards, correct?
Correct.
It says keys, cane, correct?
Correct.
Cane spelled C-A-N-E, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, dated September 15th, 2018 at 5 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So whoever this is referring to has a wallet and credit cards with them, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see it, but at the top of the document, apparently it refers to a Hernan Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it, it says patient, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 27. At top of that exhibit, it says pro-healthcare, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna pause. VZ and Dude says, gee, this sounds like a sister taking a life. I could be all wrong, but from what it's worth, this could be just that so sad. I mean, that is one of Jessy's stories, but the thing is that she contradicts herself, which is the problem. She says that she saved Lynn from herself, multiple times, and that she bought a gun and she was going to use that. So why would someone do this if they wanted to end their life? Why would they? Probably for months. I mean, I don't think there's a way to prove. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. That there was Vicine in her system for months, maybe even years, maybe even since 2015. So I'm of a different opinion about what happened here. I think it could have been dosing with that, maybe really the Vicine in the vodka. Like she says, oh no, she was known for it. Like she liked it in her vodka. Maybe she had it in her vodka. Maybe someone put it in her vodka is what I'm saying, right? Yeah, and Wildfire says, except she robbed her. And during that time. So it's not like, oh no, she was taking care of her and then she assisted her. No, she stole all her money during that time. Between 2016 and 2018, she stole all her money without Lynn's knowledge. And then afterwards, took the estate. She made sure the estate was going to her. It was actually supposed to go to her and another person, but she just handled everything, drove around in her Jeep, went to JCPenney's the day that she died, and then auctioned off all her stuff and wanted to put down the cats. And so I'm just not of that opinion, but we shall see, because of course in a trial, the defendant is innocent until proven guilty, so we've got to see what happens here. I just think, in my personal opinion, that she was probably being poisoned for a long time and taken full advantage of. For financial gain, which we can see from Jessy's history of fraud and forgery and all of that kind of stuff. So I went over that in the beginning of the stream. So if you missed that, I hope you'll check it out later when I do all the timestamps for you.
Again, is the name of Lynn Hernan correct?
Correct.
It's dated at the beginning of September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And there's a discharge of September 28, 2018, correct?
Correct.
It also talks about the providers seen during the hospitalization, correct?
I'm sorry?
It also labels the doctors that Ms. Hernan saw while she was at the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the doctors is a psychiatrist?
Yes.
The doctor above that psychiatrist is a doctor labeled palliative care?
Palliative care, I believe it's pronounced?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And it talks about why Ms. Hernan was hospitalized.
Correct. Correct.
I know you're not a doctor, so I don't want you to go through those items unless you can.
No.
No, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, there appears to be some writing on that document from somebody, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you don't know if Ms. Hernan wrote that on, put that writing on that document, do you?
No.
And you took a photograph of this. It's listed under the photographs that you took. You remember taking it?
No.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 28. Again, it's labeled for Ms. Hernan, correct? At the
Yes.
top?
Yes.
And it talks about the number of, do you know what these words, it says nifedipine, these other words I can't even pronounce, but at the bottom of, do you know what those are?
No. I mean, it appears to be medication because it says it's a medication list, but I don't know anything about
1.2
those
for you.
or what they are.
Again, there appears to be some writing to the right of that, correct? Like somebody wrote on those documents,
Correct.
or that document in particular.
Correct.
I mean, you don't know if Ms. Hernan wrote that on there or someone else, correct?
Correct.
And I'm showing you Defense Exhibit number 543, page 29. you see page 29 in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Again, it gets directed to patient Hernan Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that so nice when we have everything pre-prepared and labeled, but then we can also speed it up where we need to? So nice. It's so soothing for the soul, is it not?
And again, it appears to be more medication, correct?
Yes, correct.
And again, someone is writing to the right of those prescriptions, correct?
Correct.
Like it's at the top, it says it appears to be do not substitute.
Correct.
And over here, it's highlighted stop taking, correct?
Correct.
And then to the right of that, there's some writing, my BOP stop taking September 28th, or 9/28, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it seems to suggest my blood pressure stopped taking, correct? Oh, you don't know.
I'm not certain what BP would.
I really appreciate how this witness does not buy into the speculation. He's just like, I don't know. When he's like, is that lipstick on the cigarette? He's like, could be. There's definitely coloring there, And now he's like, is that what it means? He's like, not sure. Rather.
Stand for in this case.
And then it talks about follow-up information, correct?
Correct.
And it seems to indicate that Ms. Hernan is supposed to have a follow-up examination with Dr. Abdullah, correct, on Thursday, October 4th.
Correct.
And it says contact the clinic to reschedule if you're unable to attend, correct?
Correct.
Again, there's more writing. If you are discharged to rehab, appointment will be canceled, correct?
Correct.
And directing you to the bottom, it says referral details. Do you see that?
Yes.
And directly to the right of that document at the bottom, it says type, it says home health care, correct?
Correct.
And one of the last documents I'm directing you to is defense item number 543. And I have it labeled as defense item number, page number 3. Showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 543, page 30. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Veruca Saltbaum says, I'm sorry, I think I'm lost. Is this witness being questioned about things he witnessed or has knowledge of? I think he's being questioned on all the things he didn't take note of, like cat litter, what was in the garbage cans, what he took photos of, and what he didn't take photos of, and whether he knew or not if there were documents under that love seat or not. It's just like all these questions of just what he didn't do rather than what he did do.
Thank you, Judge. Again, this refers to Hernan Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
And where it talks about special instructions optional. Do you see where I'm pointing to?
Yes, sir.
It says patient's friend Jessy is her caregiver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has her telephone number, correct?
I would assume that's her telephone number. I don't know for certain.
And above that, special instructions, it says reasons for home care, correct?
Yes.
And could you read that to the jury? Why? What does it state on that document?
Recent 2-week hospitalization for abdominal pain with nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, and setting of 4-year history of inability to tolerate full meals and foods, treated for CDIFF and electrolyte imbalances, deconditioned from baseline.
Thank you, Detective, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long do you think you have? I may take a break.
I'd say probably 20, 30 minutes. Maybe.
Yeah, let's take a break then. We'll take about a 20-minute break. All rise for the jury, please.
On
And?
page 19 is
Wasn't that magical? It's like a clapper. Lights go on and off. 20-minute break done. And so off we go. So now the prosecution, this is Attorney Crawford, I believe. He is going to be re-questioning or continue questioning. I don't know what the right word is right now. There was questioning, cross-examination, and now the prosecution is going to question him again. Okay, so that's what's happening now. And there's another witness, which will be the medical examiner. Very interesting lady, talking later. The lady that actually performed the autopsy on the victim, Lynn Hernan. Okay, Yeah. Fourth one says comfort break. I quite like how the judge calls it that. She's like, shall we take a comfort break? I was like, comfort break. Oh, okay. Well, over here, we are powering through. We are not doing no comfort breaks, okay? So, now we continue on. Here we go.
Is there an individual noted as Corrine Posa?
Yes.
Is there a arrow pointing to her name that talks about a living will in healthcare?
Yes.
Now we're looking at page 20 of Exhibit 543 as well. Again, you were shown this picture previously.
Yes, sir.
This was a picture that talks about the Department of Health and Social Services, correct?
Correct.
On the bottom of that, I don't know if it's easy for you to see or not, is there talk about an expiration date on the bottom?
There is.
What is that date?
November 1st, 1997.
Okay. And additionally, on the top left, can you give me the date on the top left?
October 1985.
Okay. And then as well, on that same sheet, the fourth line down, does it talk about laws of 1981?
Yes.
Given all of that information, would it be fair to say that that document was older?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes.
And then if we could go to page 18 of that one as well. On page 18, I believe you were showing this exhibit as well, correct?
Yes.
Can you please read to the jury the fourth paragraph?
Rest of name, dates, etc. to remain the same on living will and will, both originals and lockbox number 514, BMO Harris Bank, 1580 East Moreland Boulevard, Waukesha, Wisconsin, 53186. Advisor Mr. Diaz, 262-544-8780.
When we get it pulled up, I'm going to be showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And I believe you were actually shown a portion of this exhibit as part of 543 as part of the notepad that would have been taken on this October 3rd date. As part of Exhibit 1, towards the middle or towards the bottom, is there discussion about a hospital?
Yes.
Can you discuss the contents of that hospital discussion?
It appears to notate a phone number which can be utilized to reach a scheduling desk at the hospital. And then there's reference to they, which then in parentheses has hospital, which appears to designate who they is, referring to if that facility needs an original living will and where it can be located.
Okay.
It also lists Corrine on this page as well with a phone number.
On top of Exhibit 1, if we could just zoom in towards the top a little bit.
Do you want this published?
I don't.
Okay.
This doesn't need to be published. Thank you, though.
So they mentioned C. diff, also known as long name Clostridiodis, is a germ, bacterium, that causes diarrhea and colitis and inflammation of the colon. You know what else causes that? Similar symptoms would be the eye drops. That's why I worry about it. Like how long were the eye drops going into Lynn's drinks? Interesting. Okay.
On top of Exhibit 1 is the date 9/26/2015.
Yes.
Again, you found that notepad in the collapsible area near Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, a picture of that notepad was taken on a stool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Detective Loberg, you were shown a lot of scene photos, and there was questioning of whether or not you actually took those photos. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, can we take this off preview briefly? Thank you. You took several scene photos on this date that were not published or moved into the exhibit, correct?
Correct.
in a minute, we're going to pull up all of those photos to help refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
23 pages are photos.
Correct. Can you see anything on your screen yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in this first page?
So this is a what we refer to as an evidence card, which is an in-house document utilized to notate that any picture subsequent to this is associated to this particular case number and investigation.
Okay. Did you take roughly 36 photographs on this date?
I would say that's probably accurate.
Okay. Looking at this photo right now,
Now pause here quickly. Retro AI says, can you please tell me what the bad lady did with all them? So that makes sense as well. Everyone was wondering, what did she buy? Well, we already know she gave her friends Game Boys and laptops and just dished out lavish gifts. She shopped a lot for clothes and bags and all kinds of things, but then also gambling. It sounds like she was supporting a gambling addiction. Okay.
I believe that's already been moved in as an exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This third page of this, you took this photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just to make this more efficiently so I don't have to ask you these same monotonous questions and to save the jury, I'm just going to have this actually end up being scrolled through, and then we're just going to make sure that these are all photos that you took.
Okay.
You were questioned about some of the photos, again, by Attorney Galaviz previously, about some photos that were taken that you didn't recall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have, so first page on Exhibit 543, was that a picture that you had taken in that refresh recollection?
No.
Okay. Can we go to, this is Exhibit 543, page 5. Is this a picture part of the photos that you had previously taken as part of that refresh memory?
No.
Same questions, detective. Is this picture one of the pictures that you had taken previously?
No.
All right, that can be taken off, please. When you were on scene in your investigation, was a suicide note ever found?
No.
If there was one found, would you have taken it?
Absolutely.
Okay. In your training and experience in your lengthy time as a detective, is it normal for suicide notes to be easily findable?
Judge, I want to object as to what is normal when it comes to suicide.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
So the defense is now going to object as to what is normal when it comes to suicide, but all his questions were posed in that way of what would be normal, because that's the strategy the defense is going with. I know they're doing their job. I get it. I'm just pointing it out, okay?
Again, in your training and experience and going to death scenes and suicides before, are suicide notes easily findable?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I believe in interviews that we typically may conduct either at the scene or later on, there seems that some people who commit that act have some sort of remorse as well, or the desire to let someone else know why they had the motivation to do what they did. And so typically it has been my experience that if those notes are present, they are within the absolute immediate area of the actual decedent.
Was that the case here?
No.
Ultimately, we've talked a lot in your testimony here about how initially this appeared to be a suicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you talk about the reasons here that initially why it appeared that it was a suicide as opposed to a homicide?
So the initial information that I was told that some of the deputies received kind of, I guess, led them to that conclusion. And that would have been based on the information that they gathered from Ms. Kurczewski when they interviewed her. The other thing is that the manner in which the patient was lying with what appeared to be crushed medications present on her person, the lack of any signs of forced entry, the lack of any signs of or indications of a struggle, the lack of obvious signs of any trauma to the body. There just was no indication whatsoever in my opinion, looking at it from a criminal aspect, that there was any obvious element at that time. And so that dictates the means in which that scene is processed.
While you're talking about the crushed pills, as part of that answer, do you know when those pills got there?
No.
Do you know how they got crushed?
No.
And additionally, does documenting a scene differ when you're processing it as a homicide versus a suicide?
Absolutely.
Does that change the way you collect evidence
Absolutely.
in terms of photographs or collecting garbage per se?
Absolutely.
Ultimately, though, I believe we talked originally on direct examination, though. Through further follow-up, did this investigation turn from a suicide investigation to a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have anything else.
Right.
Question, Judge.
Go ahead. Based on the limited
Correct.
redirect. Go ahead.
So the photos I showed you a little while ago that I got from the DA's office, I got them from you. If you didn't take them, who was taking them?
There would have been deputies on scene that would have had the ability to, but I'm not certain.
So it's either you or other deputies on the scene that took these photos.
I would assume so.
Because the deputy medical examiner testified yesterday that 543, Defense Exhibit 543, page 1, was the photograph of Lynn Hernan's driver's license that she got from a deputy. That photograph. That she didn't take it.
Objection, I don't recall that being her testimony. I believe she admitted that she actually took that photograph.
Sustain us to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
So you know the deputy medical examiner was taking photos, correct?
I presume so. They usually do.
You were taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
And apparently other deputies on the scene were taking photographs, correct?
I don't know.
Well, a lot of these most all these photographs I showed you were photographs taken on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see me on the scene, correct?
No.
And you said you didn't see any trauma to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any trauma to her neck, correct?
Correct.
Any trauma to her mouth, correct?
I believe there was some minor bleeding, but otherwise, no.
So you saw bleeding in her mouth.
I believe there was.
You verified that was bleeding in her mouth.
With seeing blood visible?
You-
Visible on her mouth, I should
Yeah,
say.
you verified that was blood in her mouth.
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is getting outside the scope of redirect.
Oh, it's getting intense now. Look, he's regretting saying that now. He's like, wait, what?
It is. Sustained. Move on.
Well, let's talk about these suicide scenes. How many of suicide scenes have you been to?
Couldn't say. A lot.
100?
Sure.
And of those 100, how many were prescription drug suicides?
Well, typically, let me word it this way. That's a determination made by the medical examiner. And so if I have no further investigation into the matter, I may not receive a final disposition. I may suspect or have a professional opinion as to a cause, but I may not always know for every single death investigation what the final cause of death was.
Well, when you got on the scene where you suspected it was a prescription drug suicide, how many were those?
I don't know.
1?
No.
5? 10? What's the number?
$100? I don't know. I don't know.
You investigated 100 prescriptions.
Don't know. What I'm saying, sir, is that if there's a circumstance where it's the opinion of law enforcement at that time, at that scene, that there's a suicide that occurs, the investigation is done completely different from an obvious criminal matter scene.
Of course.
And so if there's no information gathered after the processing of that scene to indicate that there's a criminal element and it remains a suicide, for example, I may not have any further involvement in that case at that point, and therefore I'm not ultimately looking for what the final disposition is of that investigation done by the medical examiner, for example, because at that point I wouldn't have any further involvement anyways.
Yeah. His voice is getting louder now, isn't it? He's like, okay, I'm done being this Mr. Nice Guy. Now let me answer this. Okay. Aaron and people telling me other headlines in the chat. Please don't do that. We're trying to focus on this case. It doesn't help. I know there's other press conferences, major headlines, lots of things going on. This is what I've worked on all day for you guys, and this is what I'm doing. We're only 1 hour in. We've got 3 hours to go of footage, which means it'll take a little longer because we make commentary in between here and there, right? So this is what we're doing. If you want to send me something, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com, and I'll get to it when I can. Thank you so much. Okay. I object. Right? Stefan is like, he's also got an objection. Objection! Annoying question. Doesn't his face just say it all? He's like, oh, you want to play? Oh, you want to play? Now you want me to say more stats? Like, oh my word, he's done being cornered now, right? Okay, so we're going to still be here for over 3 hours together watching this. If you want to be here, thank you for being here. You don't have to be here. You can watch anything you want anywhere. That's the beauty of YouTube. You can watch for free anywhere, anytime. Okay, so thank you for being here. If you are interested in watching this trial with me, I will be covering it as it goes on. I find it very interesting. I hope you do too.
So you can't tell this jury how many prescription suicides you've handled?
No.
So if you handle 100 suicides in total, how many left notes?
Probably 90.
The last one that you handled, what type was it?
I don't remember. They're that frequent. I don't remember.
So they went to the medical examiner as suicides. Is that what you're telling this jury?
What I'm saying is that that ultimate determination is made by the medical examiner.
That's right. He's got his outside voice on again now, guys. I think this guy's really hitting a nerve. The defense attorney is really now hitting a nerve with him. He's like, that is not what I'm saying. Okay, so here we go.
I guess the maybe an easier way to explain it is that the medical examiner has different agenda or different objective, different investigation to conduct when they're there and subsequent to that, as opposed to what I have, for example. So I don't have any of the medical training or certifications to note or to, I guess arguably what a cause of death could be. And so that's why I say an obvious causation with a criminal element. If I don't have that, I'm limited on what I can do at that point. And so although the crime scene itself and the processing and the handling of the crime scene itself is extremely important, it's also not the only investigative tool. The ideal situation, law enforcement would love for every person to leave behind all kinds of evidence for us that would be traceable back to the offender, right? But that doesn't happen. And so all we can do is at that point, at that moment in time, that picture in your head.
Detective, do you remember what I just asked you?
So that's what I'm explaining is in the end, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. I'm understanding it as how many of them turn out to be a drug-related overdose, correct?
Oh, prescription drug-related overdose.
I don't know. I don't make that determination as to what that cause of death is. So what I'm saying is if it's not a criminal investigation at that time.
Well, suicides are not criminal.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just asking you in general.
What I'm saying, sir, is if there's no criminal element to that death investigation at that time, right then and there would be no reason for me to ultimately continue to watch that investigation as it proceeds through the medical examiner and there's a final determination of a cause of death. There would be no reason. And so there's times when if it's not ultimately determined to be a homicide, for example, industrial accident, whatever you want to use, there's no, I may not receive a final disposition as to what that death investigation, what the cause of death is, because it's not criminal in nature. So there's no reason for me to continue to follow that. And so it's hard for me to give you that number because I don't always get the disposition of what it is. I may assist, I may be the lead investigator, I don't know. It all depends.
And you can't tell this jury the last time you investigated a suicide?
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Linda Biedrzycki, L-Y.
Okay, and that was the end of that, I think. Let's skip there quickly. I just want to make sure. Maybe my my chopping, I'll put this lady in the beginning here. Okay, but the point is, I wanted to also tell you that the sound there was a little bit, a little bit grainy. And so sometimes the court sound, I rely on the court sound, of course. And so sometimes it goes in and out, no matter where. There's so many news stations covering this and everything. And they still rely on the pool feed. And so sometimes I can't help that the sound is not the best, okay? So let's see, we are an hour in. Okay, so Dr. Linda Biedrzycki, the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. Okay, she is the lady who performed the autopsy, is now on the stand. All right.
Biedrzycki.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Linda Biedrzycki, Lyndabieddrzcki.
Dr. Biedrzycki, where do you work?
At the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
In fact, are you the head of that office?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what it means to be the head of the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, please?
Okay. Medical examiners and coroners are a statutory position in the state of Wisconsin, and they're by county. And our job is to investigate deaths as defined by statute, which is basically any unnatural death or any death that's unexplained. That would include accidents, homicides, suicides, or deaths is again unexplained. We don't know which category they may fall into. And we investigate those deaths and may include performing an autopsy and laboratory studies to help with that investigation and certify those deaths. So that's our statutory.
I just want to check something, you guys. We had 10910. I just want to see what happened here because I'm pretty sure that detective's testimony didn't just end like that. Not from what I remember. I just want to see what happened there. Okay, no, it seems like that's it. That's it. That's how it went. Okay, so we were there. And then we were there. Okay. So, we're going to hear from this medical examiner's office now.
Yes, please.
Okay. Medical examiners and coroners are a statutory position in the state of Wisconsin, and they're by county. And our job is to investigate deaths as defined by statute, which is basically any unnatural death.
You see, by now, you can hear just in the beginning here with this medical examiner, the court feed audio is like a little bit up, a little bit down, but it does even out in a moment.
Or any death that's unexplained. That would include accidents, homicides, suicides, or deaths is again unexplained. We don't know which category they may fall into. And we investigate those deaths and may include performing an autopsy and laboratory studies to help with that investigation and certify those deaths. So that's our statutory responsibility. I am the head of the office, so I'm the administrator, but I'm also a forensic pathologist, and I perform the autopsies.
Would it be fair to say that you are an arm of law enforcement?
No.
Okay. Could you please clarify that for the jury?
I'm a physician. I practice medicine. And the kind of medicine I practice has to do with the identification of causes of death and unnatural death. That's my training and background. I have no law enforcement training at all. And I do work with law enforcement. I also work with public health. I work with people who have an interest in understanding cause of death. But I don't work for the advocacy system, the law enforcement system.
So that would include the DA's office. You're not an arm of the DA's office either?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you're a totally independent department in the county?
Yes.
Does that mean that you have to, as an administrator, handle things like the budget for the department?
Yes. Budget, personnel, those kind of things.
Okay. Based on your role, does that mean that you're often assisting many different types of parties in understanding a cause of death determination you've made?
Yes.
Does that sometimes include law enforcement?
Yes.
Does it sometimes include attorneys from the DA's office?
Yes.
Does it sometimes include defense attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33.
Whoa, let's slow it down again, shall we? Let's go back to normal speed. Okay.
And it's going to appear before you on your screen. And Madam Clerk, we are all set. And I'm going to have our paralegal, April, just scroll through that multi-page document. And I just want you to take a look at it. What is Exhibit 33?
It's my curriculum vitae.
Is that a current version of it?
Yes.
Was what you saw on the screen a fair and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 33 into evidence, ask for permission to...
Sorry, if you're anything like me, that real hard chop I did there, it kind of bugged me, but really nothing else happened beyond that. I just double checked now on the footage that I had, and after that, there's no more questions, there's no more cross or anything, and so that witness, the detective, is asked to step down, and he is released. So that's what happened there, okay? Sorry about that. As I say, if I had 20 million hours to do everything, I would make it a lot better, but this is the best I can do in the time pressure. So what we want to do is, of course, make it concise. That's what we're doing here. Dr. Linda Biedrzycki. So yesterday, everyone was asking a lot in chat, who performed the autopsy? Was it that medical examiner on the stand? Because she was pretty good, right? There were some mixed opinions in the chat, but in general, people said she was pretty good and very sure of herself, confident with her answers and everything. This is the lady. She has so much experience. You'll hear about it now. And she performed the autopsy, which obviously helped to know, wait. This was not a suicide. This was a homicide. Because of what was in Lynn's system, which was apparently, well, I don't know exactly the amount, but of course a lethal dose of tetrahydrozline, the main ingredient in eye drops, specifically Visine is what they said, right? Yeah, it's in red stiletto. Okay, so this is back to normal speed. We sped up when the defense asked a little bit of questions here and there. Sometimes you guys ask me to speed it up just a little bit. For now, I think this speed is good. So let's have a listen.
Publish.
Any objection?
None.
Exhibit 33's received permission to publish is granted.
So, Dr. Biedrzycki, I just want to make sure that the jury can kind of tell where we're looking. So on the screen along the right column, is it true that there's actually a page count?
Yes.
Okay, and so right now does it show that we're on page 1 of 7?
Yes.
And if Ms. Vulcanier could please scroll to the bottom of page 1, I'd like you to point out if there's an exhibit sticker on this.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's the same exhibit 33 that you just looked at?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could scroll back.
I initially wanted to, edit out all of this medical examiner's professional experience, like the whole resume and everything, but actually there's little bits that she shares in between that's so interesting that I thought, let's listen to this together. And some of you might be impressed. She's got a lot of experience. Okay, let's have a listen.
Back up to the top, please. Dr. Biedrzycki, why did you prepare a document like this?
People sometimes want to know what your background and training is, and so typically physicians have a CV, and it's shown to people who want to know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it's a compilation of a lot of different kinds of information?
Basically my professional information. It's not a personal document. It has to do with my training, my prior employment, my professional activities, any research that I did, that kind of thing.
And you already indicated to the jury that you're a medical doctor, right?
Correct.
And a pathologist.
Yes.
Could you please talk to the jury about your education in order to take those positions?
Okay. So I have a degree in biology from Marquette. And then I went to medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin. After that, I did an internship in internal medicine at the University of Illinois in Chicago. And then I went and did 2 years of pathology training in both anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I then went to the University of California in San Diego for more anatomic pathology training. Then I did a forensic pathology fellowship at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office in Detroit. And I finished my clinical pathology training at William Beaumont Hospital. So those were 5 years of pathology training to cover the necessary training to qualify to take boards in 3 areas of pathology: anatomic, clinical, and forensic. After I practiced forensic pathology for a while, I went and did a second fellowship in cardiac pathology. So that covers all my training.
And maybe let's back up for a moment. Could you please tell the jury what is pathology?
Pathology is the study of disease. And so that covers pretty much everything. Covers all kinds of things that happen to the human body, from infections to cancer. And in forensic, now we're adding injury.
Okay. How long ago was that 5 years of pathology training that you just testified about?
I finished all my training except for the cardiac part in 1986.
Okay. Have you been working in the field of pathology since that time?
Yes.
Could you please, and Ms. DeValcanier, if we could scroll to the middle and bottom of page 1, Dr. Biedrzycki, could you please talk to the jury about your certifications after that period of training in pathology, please?
So it says I'm certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. So that's the national certification agency for doctors. I mean, there's an American Board of Medicine, an American Board of Surgery, and there's an American Board of Pathology. So that's the board that I'm certified by, and I'm certified by demonstrating adequate training. Like I have to, in the application says, how many autopsies did you do, and how many clinical chemistry tests did you do, and did you spend enough time doing this, that, and the other thing. You have to qualify, and then you take the exams in those 3 areas.
And at the bottom of page 1, fair to say that that outlines all of the experience in pathology you had since that time?
No, I think it goes to the next page.
Oh, okay. But it's the beginning, at least.
Professional experience. Let's see. I don't know how to explain this. I'm not sure the CV is the easiest way to explain it. I mean, my first job was in Pontiac, Michigan at the Oakland County Medical Examiner's Office. Then I came to Waukesha in 1990, and I spent 3 years here as the medical examiner. At that time, I moved to Boston to do my cardiac pathology fellowship. Well, after my fellowship, I was on staff at the hospital at Brigham and Women's, and I also worked at the medical examiner's office in Boston. So I did both of those things. I came back to this area, my family is here, and worked at the Pewaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, and then I came back to the position I have now in 1998. So I was continually employed, but I went to a few places.
Have you been the head of the medical examiner's office here in Waukesha since 1998?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do any teaching, doctor?
Yes.
And have you throughout your history as a pathologist?
Yes, a lot of teaching. Most of the places that I have been employed at, there was either teaching, almost always, of law enforcement and community training. I was a professor. I'm an adjunct professor at the medical college now, and I train residents and fellows. I was a full faculty member both at Harvard and when I was in Boston, and at the medical college when I worked in Milwaukee.
Could you tell the jury what this page of your curriculum vitae is capturing and why it's important?
These are the professional activities I've engaged in, and part of it is to maintain knowledge in your field. You work with your co-professionals nationally so that you know what's going on and try to contribute nationally to improve your field. So I belong to general pathology organizations, which are the American Society of Clinical Pathologists and the College of American Pathologists. All pathologists can belong to those organizations, and the United States and Canadian Academy of Pathologists. Then I belong to forensic organizations, which include the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I also belong to the State Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, and I also belong to the AMA, the American Medical Association.
In your field, is it important that you keep current on research and developments in the field?
Well, continuing education is critical for all physicians because knowledge advances. And yes, so it's true in forensics as well.
Is it important, and I think that you mentioned it when you were talking about these positions, that you consult with other doctors in your field or even professionals in other fields that are relevant to your work.
Right, yes. I mean, there's a lot of ongoing discussion with your colleagues. You know, how did you do this? Can you help me with that? So forth and so on.
Doctor, I next want to talk to you about what's actually on the next page of this exhibit, page 4, in terms of have you ever written anything that's been published?
Well, this particular page is more to do with other activities, such as I did 2 presentations in the last couple of years on a national level, and it includes my other memberships and speaking award. But I have published as well.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I skipped ahead a little bit. That's further down, isn't it? So, in terms of the page that we're looking at, could you tell the jury a little bit about that most recent presentation that you gave?
Just this, in June of this year, I did a webinar, national or maybe internationally provided webinar called The Poison Patient, Poison in the Pathologist, Challenges in Delayed Death.
Do you know about how many other doctors viewed that training?
I was told that over 1,000 registered.
Okay. And what about the one listed there in 2022? What was that?
This was a talk I was asked to give on challenges in the identification and certification of novel synthetic opioids in death investigations, the Midwest experience. I did that at the toxicology workshop at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. And Mr. Vulcanier, if we could just slowly scroll down. I think, Doctor, you've already talked about your teaching, so we'll scroll through that.
Stefan says, I assume little Jessy doesn't like this witness either. Doesn't look like it. I mean, when she's hearing all these credentials, she's like, oh, really? Yeah? Oh, crap. This is probably the best witness to reveal what really happened there, right?
That sorry, scroll up a little bit to mid-page 5. Dr. Biedrzycki, is there anything on this page that jumps out you think relevant for this case that you'd like to talk to the jury about?
Well, it includes things I may have mentioned that I instructed at the Medical College of Wisconsin, that I lectured for Police Academy when I was in Michigan, that I taught at the Harvard School of Public Health and Harvard Medical School when I was working in Boston.
Okay, and if we could continue down, please. Now, page 6 of Exhibit 33 is actually the part that I jumped ahead to, right? This is a
Yes.
bibliography part. What does this capture for the jury?
Well, these are articles that I published, book chapters that I wrote or assisted in writing, and abstracts, which are basically like short versions of papers that aren't a complete paper that I wrote on various topics.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the process of being published as a doctor. Is that a fairly simple thing to get done?
No, I mean, it takes a lot of time. You have to be peer reviewed, submit to a journal. I would say time is a constraint, at least for me.
Explain that to the jury, please.
I find that actually doing my job takes all of my time. Working to publish papers, it is important because it's important to share things that might be helpful to other people, but it takes a lot of time. One paper, the second one on here, that I worked with Dr. Dupre, who's works at Carroll College. We looked at hundreds of cases of deaths to look at what commonalities existed in people who died of falls. I mean, crunching that data, it took years actually to do that. Other cases are case reports. I did, the top one is a case report because there was an injury from a resuscitation device, and I called the emergency doctors that were supervising the EMTs, and I said, hey, this happened. You should know that this can be a complication. And he said, that has never been published before, we should publish it. And I went if you do at least most of the work, I can do that. But, it takes time.
Okay. As opposed to working on research and publishing articles, what does a typical day for you in your job look like?
It's mainly doing autopsies and working on investigations of deaths, supervising the investigative staff, reading the reports of the cases that they investigated and doing the autopsies, and then the follow-up for those autopsies, which includes reviewing the medical records, the police reports, the laboratory data, filling out the paperwork for the death certificates. One time I did a time study because it was requested by administration, and I can spend up to 30% of my total work hours doing administration. So there's that as well.
Okay. When you say supervising, I think that you called it the investigative team. Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Okay. Formerly, was Tabitha Kukas a part of that team?
Yes.
What was your role in terms of supervising her work and the other investigators' work?
Well, I set the standard for the scope of the investigation. There are requirements that they need to fulfill in every investigation in terms of my expectations. So, and anybody who works in my office, it's a long training period because it's a very high learning curve. So, primarily I set those expectations, what a good investigation consists of, and then on a daily basis I review the cases that have been occurring. If they don't call me, sometimes I'm called and they say, I'm at a scene, what do you think? And so I might have input at that time. But I, as the head of the office, I'm responsible for the work of the staff, and so that's what I mean.
When you talk about scenes, does that only include homicide scenes?
No.
Could you remind the jury when you're called for assistance, when your office is called for assistance?
Any death that's outside of a facility requires a call to our office. And usually a response, although sometimes we are not responding at this time. After COVID, we had to change our response because I don't have enough staff. So if a case looks natural and I have enough information about the scene from phone information from people at the scene, my staff may not respond, but otherwise they responded to everybody who died outside of a facility all the time, and most of those are not homicides.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this. Is it possible for you personally to go to all those scenes?
No.
Okay. Could you give the jury some idea of the numbers of scenes we're talking about? Per year or per week or something that would be helpful?
No, it would be per year because I look at these stats for budget purposes, but I'm going to have to round them. It's probably around high 200s to 300 scenes pre-COVID. It jumped by about 100 to 150 scenes more. Now I think we're up to 400 to 500 scenes annually. Okay.
Is that investigative team important in order for you to be able to do the work you need to do?
Yeah, I can't go to all the scenes. I'm the doctor, I do the autopsies. They can't do the autopsies, they go to the scenes. It's like I often view it as a relationship of a doctor and a nurse. They're the paraprofessionals that I'm responsible for, that but work under my direction, basically.
Fair to say they're kind of the eyes and ears for you in terms of the scene?
Absolutely.
Okay. But have you been to scenes before yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In your experience, even just here in Waukesha since 1998, fair to say that you've seen and analyzed many, many death scenes?
Yes. Right now, our office, well, I don't know. I think of it in terms of death certificates signed because that's the ultimate responsibility. Our office signs something like 500 death certificates a year.
How many doctors or pathologists are working in your office?
One other full-time and one less than half-time.
Okay. So all of those death certificates are signed by one of the three of you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a difference between cause and manner of death?
Yes.
What is it?
Cause of death is the initiating event, which could be an injury or it could be a disease, that starts the chain that results in death. Manner is how that death, it's more circumstances of the death. In other words, a gunshot wound could be an accident, a suicide, or a homicide, depending on how that gunshot wound was sustained. And then the natural deaths have no trauma at all.
Okay. Which of those or both go on a death certificate?
Both.
Okay. Does it sometimes take a long period of time between finding a decedent and having a death certificate signed?
Yes, in my area, yes.
Why?
Because there's a lot of laboratory studies, medical records, maybe investigation that has to go into it.
Okay. You said that almost on a daily basis you are conducting autopsies, is that right?
Yes.
Are there different parts of an autopsy?
Yes.
Could you please explain those to the jury?
The first is the external exam, and I do that before the patient is altered. In other words, if a person comes in with clothes and medical devices attached, or even things that may have caused injuries, like there's a knife still in the body, I examine the body and document it at that point. Then the body is undressed, the medical devices are removed, and I do another examination looking for things that I couldn't see the first time, and looking at other marks of injury or disease. Then the internal part comes, where we examine and make incisions to look at the internal organs, and we take body fluids and tissues for study and laboratory testing.
Do you have a lab in the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's office?
No.
What lab do you use?
Depends on the test. We have options for toxicology labs. We have options for laboratory testing, like blood cultures or chemistries. I have a lab that does the slides, that cuts the slides so I can look at them under the microscope. So there's a variety of places that I might use.
Okay. When you make a cause of death determination, do you need to consider more things than just your autopsy process?
Yes. The cause of death. There are some causes of death that aren't even found at autopsy. One might be diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a chemical imbalance. An autopsy, the gross autopsy and microscopic autopsy won't do that, but the chemical tests I run will show that. So I guess the autopsy will show that, but I was thinking in terms of what I could see with my own eyes.
Okay. What other types of information do you try to analyze, if you can, before ultimately concluding a cause of death?
I need to know the investigation, the scope, how is the body found? What do we know about the person that died? What do we know about the most recent events about that person around the time of their death? So there's the history, there's what was seen, what was found at the scene, my eyes and ears, so that helps to fill in like how the person was found, and the autopsy and the laboratory testing.
Okay. What about if you're able to have access to a decedent's medical records? Do you review those?
Absolutely. We look, I think I mentioned that earlier, but yes, I do look at the historical data, the medical records, and also investigative information.
Okay. I'm going to jump back a second to manner of death. What are the different options for manner?
In Wisconsin, and this can vary state to state, but in Wisconsin, we're given 5 choices. It's natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Okay. What would an example of natural death be?
A heart attack.
Okay. What about an example of accidental?
Blunt trauma from a motor vehicle accident.
Okay. And all 5 of those...
I'm just going to pause. Formerly Fossil said it's the defense's job to be very tough on the prosecution. I know people don't like them, but strong defense attorneys protect the Constitution. I don't dislike defense attorneys. You know what I don't like is when their strategy is either to discredit law enforcement or to blame the victim. Oh my word, when they blame the victim, which is what they did a lot yesterday. Their opening statements were terrible. There's better strategies, you know what I mean? In my opinion. So that, I wouldn't say that they're just being hard on the prosecution. I think they're being really hard on the victim in this case. There's some defense attorneys that are absolutely phenomenal. In this case, I'm not so sure I'm saying that. Okay, let's continue on. If you haven't yet liked the video and shared it, please do that so that others know that we are live, that we are covering this. We are on day 2. I know that the live coverage on mainstream media is day 3, but we're on day 2 doing it like this. I hope that you're enjoying it here with me. Thank you for spending your time here. If you haven't yet subscribed, try it because it literally highlights. It does like a new confetti thing if your YouTube app is all updated and things like that. It's pretty cool. So try that, hit it again, click all, and then you'll get all notifications when I go live. If you are going to follow this with me, we'll be live with this, like this. Today is Thursday already. I can't believe it. This week has flown. We'll be live again tomorrow and on Saturday as well. And then I think we would have, because they started on Tuesday, we would be all caught up by Saturday. And then we can decide how will we proceed next week. It also might be a case of doing this type of a format on the weekends, depending on what's happening with Caitlin Armstrong's trial. Something's brewing there in the courtroom. I'm trying to figure it out. I've been on the phone to them and all that. We will figure it out, okay? So thank you for being here. And yes, I know about all the headlines and all that. My inbox is literally so full. So let's focus on this case for this victim's sake right now. If you can do that, please. Okay, let's continue on.
Manner of death types have you used in your work?
Yes,
Okay. Multiple times?
yes.
Okay. Are there occasions when you find the need to consult with other professionals before finalizing a cause of death determination?
Yes,
Is that actually pretty common?
yes,
Okay. What about doing research on your own before determining a cause of death?
yes.
Okay. Dr. Biedrzycki, I'd like to talk to you about this case involving the decedent Lynn Hernan. Were you involved in the cause of death and manner determination for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to talk to you about the autopsy process. Now, did you conduct an autopsy on Ms. Hernan in this case?
Yes.
And when you conduct autopsies, are you always following the same best practices and standards set for you in your field?
I would say yes. I mean, every case has its own specific things, but in general, there's a standard practice.
Ultimately, do you memorialize the autopsy process and conclusions in a report?
Yes,
Is that often referred to as a protocol?
yes.
I'd like to show just the witness. Please states Exhibit 34. And doctor, again, this is a multiple page exhibit. And I'm going to have Ms. DeValcanier please scroll slowly through all 8 pages. And Dr. Biedrzycki, do you recognize Exhibit 34?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the autopsy report I prepared on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 34 into evidence. I'm not asking for permission to publish at this point.
Any objection to 34? No. Exhibit 34 is received.
Now, this protocol, is that something that you can complete as soon as your autopsy is done?
No, I take notes during the autopsy. I dictate from those notes, and then until I have all the other information, like the laboratory finding and my conclusions, then I finalize it.
And is that what happened in this case, that you needed to wait to finalize this?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, did you specifically send any items to a lab for testing?
Yes.
When you send toxicology samples, do you always use the same lab?
No, I use one of 2 labs. In 2018, I don't know if I only used 1 or 2 labs. I primarily use a lab called NMS for most of my cases, but sometimes, at least now, I send some cases to the State Lab of Hygiene.
Okay. If you needed a more comprehensive report, which lab would you pick?
NMS
Okay. Where is that lab located?
in Pennsylvania.
In this case with Ms. Hernan, did you send samples to NMS labs?
I did.
Actually, multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness, please, Exhibit 35. And again, Dr. Biedrzycki, is there something on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I would just have Ms. DeValkenaer please slowly scroll through the 14-page exhibit. And Dr. Biedrzycki, do you recognize Exhibit 35?
Yes, this was, I'm sorry. This was the final, the fourth actually, and the final report from NMS Labs on the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Is this something that you used in order to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
In fact, is it often included right behind your protocol?
Yes, it's often, if people request my autopsy protocol, rather than copying everything that's on the report, I would just attach it to my report.
Okay. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the final report from NMS Labs in this case?
Yes.
I move.
I'm just going to show you guys this in case you didn't see it. Haley says, is this the prosecution questioning the doctor? So to answer that type of question, I put things on the screen for you to give you some clues of what's going on. Here's one of them saying the state questions their witness. And then when the defense actually questions, then I will change this to say the defense questions the state's witness. Just so you know, because on some devices, I know some people zoom in and then they can't actually see all the little things that I've added. So just make sure that you can like tilt your phone or your device or whatever you're using so that you can actually see these types of things. But right now, the state is questioning their witness, Dr. Linda Biedrzycki. Hope I said that right. Okay, so let's continue on. We are about an hour 36-ish in, and we've got about 4 hours worth of trial footage, which is really not bad because the original footage was over 8 hours. So I hope you enjoy that.
Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Exhibit 35 is received.
Dr.
I'm actually going to pause it again now because I see there's a little bit of a concentration problem today. I'm not too sure why, I don't know if everybody is getting their dopamine hit somewhere and they're like, okay, have you seen this case and this case? What about this and this and this and this? Like, chill. We're looking at this case today. So let me just remind you who the victim is, what this case is about, and why we're here. Okay? I wish there were like 12 of me and I could just cover everything at all times. But I'm one person and I work very hard on everything I do, which I hope you'll be able to see that at some point. If you don't understand how much went into this, that's okay. You don't have to understand it. Just know a lot went into it. So let me show you what this case is about. Then we can focus again. You could see Nightbot reminding you the whole time to focus. That would be a hint. There you go, Nightbot. You see? The mods are prompting that because this is not a news channel. I'm not like, my chat is not for like breaking news. Look at this and look at that. What about this? What? No. We're looking at this trial right now. Okay. Thank you, Nightbot. You're so awesome. So let me show you this. Okay, and we are back. The sound is back on. Now let's focus. Let's honor this case today. There's a lot of very exciting news. I'm not here to offer excitement. I'm here to offer this today. Okay, this trial. That's what we're looking at, and it's in minimal time. So here we go. Are we ready? Let's continue on because it gets more and more interesting. The more that this expert witness talks, the more interesting it gets. You'll see.
Biedrzycki, do you know roughly the time frame that you received the toxicology initially in this case?
I think it was possibly November after I did the autopsy in September or in October.
Okay. When you received the toxicology, did you end up contacting NMS Labs?
Yes.
Why?
Because there was a substance that I was an unusual finding that I hadn't seen in a report from their facility before. It was called tetrahydrozline.
Why did you contact the lab about that?
I wanted to know specifically if there was more testing that should be done. In other words, if you find a surprising finding, I mean, many of the findings in her toxicology report were things that I was familiar with and were found in her investigation in terms of the medication she had access to. But tetrahydrozline just sort of came out of nowhere. So I called them and I said, you know, what's your experience with this? Should I send another specimen? Can we confirm it through another means? Because this is an unexpected result.
In terms of the autopsy itself in this case, were there remarkable findings that kind of pointed you in a certain direction about what the manner of death might be?
Because there were a number of medication bottles at the scene, there were scattered pills on the floor, there was powder kind of ground up on her body, there was a thought that maybe there was an ingestion was a possibility for the cause of death. She had also been recently released from the hospital, and she was on a lot of medication, so she clearly had some medical conditions, so perhaps natural disease was the cause of death. So I would say initially that was my thought.
Okay. Ultimately, Dr. Biedrzycki, if we could, Ms. DeValcanier could flip back to Exhibit 34, please. When did your protocol get finished in this matter?
Sometime after I determined the cause of death. So the death certificate would be signed first, then it's just the paperwork of including all your data and proofreading the report and signing it.
And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could please show the witness Exhibit 36. Dr. Biedrzycki, this is a single-page exhibit. Do you see it on the screen before you?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a cause of death letter that we send because death records are not available in general to everybody, only, next of kin typically. It's a vital record. But the information that I determined regarding cause of death might be necessary to release so that people know what the determination of cause of death is. So it's basically a short form saying that. So this is a letter I constructed, or the office constructed, based on what was on the death certificate of Lynn Hernan regarding the cause and manner of death and how the injury occurred.
What's the date on this exhibit?
September 27th, 2019.
And remind the jury when you did the autopsy?
October 4th, 2018.
So fair to say a lot of time passed between the autopsy and your determination in this case?
Yes.
Is that common?
This long, not common, but there were 4 different submissions for toxicology, and I wanted to be very sure, based on what my final determination was, that I had not failed to consider any further or new information.
Elbo's mom, nice to see you in chat. And you say, like, how does it not make you sick putting it in your eyes? I guess it's a small amount and not ingested. And it's intended use. And so that is actually a good point that they did raise in all of the research that I did, where they said that if the argument would have been so she could have put eye drops in her eyes were dry, right? No. The way that her toxicology went, it would have to have been ingested. And then with Jessy offering up information, she put 6 bottles of Vicine in the water bottle. Wow, that says a lot. I don't know if they would have known exactly how much she ingested if she didn't offer up that information, although I don't know if we could trust anything she really says. Maybe it's even more than that. How do we know? Okay, so keep going.
And is Exhibit 36 a fair and accurate copy of the letter your office produced in this case?
I can't see the exhibit number, but
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Just scroll down. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 36 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Also, sorry to interrupt one more time here, and then we're going to continue on a bit. You guys are all asking about, because sometimes we share like a person's favorite color or something as a heart in the chat to show support together for the victim and their family. Well, we don't know her favorite color. She obviously wasn't very active, on social media and all of that. So Nancy Jennings, that's a great idea right there. Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Did you read my mind? Maybe we could share cats in the chat like this for Lynn, because we know she absolutely loved her cats. So this is a good combination right here if you guys do want to share something like that. Yes, okay. And if there are any friends or family of Lynn watching, I hope that they feel this is a safe space to be here. That's also why we want to focus, of course, on, I mean, I always want to focus on what I'm busy with. But if there's friends and family in the chat, we want to show them lots of love and support and know this is a safe space where they can watch the trial here with us.
36 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Biedrzycki, is this Exhibit 36 that you were just shown on your screen?
Yes.
If we could scroll down, please. And we're going to go much more in depth into these determinations. But before the lunch break here, I'd just like you to explain to the jury the content in the middle paragraph of this and what your findings were in this case.
Okay. It's structured as a death certificate is structured. So what my obligation is to fill out the death certificate is to fill out what they call the primary cause of death, and that's like part 1. And part 2 are all the other conditions that contributed significantly to the cause of death. Then there's, if it's not a natural death, how did an injury occur, and the time and place and how it occurred. So the cause of death I determined was tetrahydrozline poisoning. I also determined that there were other significant conditions. I think it's important to say that the CDC has instructions on filling out a death certificate, and other significant conditions should not include things that are historical. It should include things that affect the cause of death in a significant way. So you should be able to say why you put that in there. So under that conditions, I included a number of other medications, including baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, other medications. I also put in some of her important natural diseases, including interstitial myocarditis, hypertension, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Then I have to...
Isn't just this is the best expert witness, of course, so far. I know it's only day 2, but wow. I mean, to say the cause of death is, and basically despite all of those other contributing, the other factors, right? The cause of death is, I mean, Jessy called multiple times to find out, so what's the cause of death, eh? What is it? Do you know what it is? I mean, because that's not suspicious at all. But with all of that going on, yes, the cause of death was very obvious. Tetrahydrozline poisoning, which is from eye drops, from that Visine.
I determine a manner of death. I have to pick one of the 5 manners. And I determined it was a homicide, which is a medical determination, not based on law enforcement or criminal rules. It's a public health determination, actually. And how this injury occurred is that she was given tetrahydrozline by another, which is why I called it a homicide. If it was self-administered, it would be something else. And the use of baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine. So I have to indicate all of those unnatural conditions as injury.
Before we dive further into some of the medical records and toxicology, I want to ask you a few questions about something pretty specific. And I'm going to ask my helper, Ms. DeValcanier, to show you Exhibit 20, just the witness, please. And I want to ask if that's something you recognize. Acknowledging in this case, you've already told the jury that kind of your eyes and ears helpers gather info for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you see Exhibit 20 before you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you recognize having reviewed?
Yes.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of the photo you reviewed?
Yes.
I moved 20 into evidence, asked for permission to publish. Dr. B, this is the Exhibit 20 that you just saw on the screen before you?
Yes.
And actually, this is already in evidence. But what is the jury looking at in Exhibit 20?
This is the hand of Lynn Hernan. It shows jewelry. It shows her long painted nails and a small injury on the back of her hand.
Okay. Is it important for the medical examiner's office to create a record of valuables that a decedent might be wearing?
Absolutely,
Why?
because we could be accused of taking them.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just show the witness exhibit 46. And doctor, do you see exhibit 46 before you?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes,
Did you take that?
no.
Who took it?
One of the pathology assistants during the course of the autopsy.
Okay. Have you seen that photo before?
Yes,
I'd move exhibit 46 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 46 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Biedrzycki, what is the jury looking at in exhibit 46?
this is a photo of all the jewelry as well as the glasses that were removed from the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
And yet, of course, the defense focused on the dog tag. But look at the dog tag, which was her father's, they said. Her deceased father. And there's a ring. But it's just lots. She left jewelry. You could see she just left to wear jewelry. So that's why they were trying to imply, oh, she's got something sentimental there with her, you know. But yeah, I'm just pausing it as well so that you can see it. I'll zoom it in like this for you as well, just so that you can see that for a moment here. MKO says, this is so well presented. Thank you so much. Thank you, MKO. I really, really appreciate it.
In terms of the middle bracelet, does that appear to be the same one shown in exhibit 20 of the photo of Ms. Hernan's hand?
It does.
Okay. Next, I'd like to please just show the witness exhibits 38 and then 39. I'm just going to ask if you recognize these things, doctor. Fair to say exhibit 39 is actually 2 pages,
Yes,
and exhibit 38 is just 1 page?
yes,
Do you recognize those things?
yes.
Oh my. Carrie, that's right. Yesterday they said that Jessy was pawning off this jewelry. Remember that? Thanks for reminding me. You said the jewelry that Jessy took into her care after Lynn's passing? My word.
What is exhibit 38, please?
38 is a certification by myself that the photographs on a CD are actually from the case of Lynn Hernan, that they're true copies.
Does this document also speak to the records that would have come from your office in this case?
Yes, I see that. It's the records and the photographs, yes.
Okay. As the administrator of your office, is part of your duty to respond to record requests and things like that?
It is. I'm named the record custodian.
Okay. So have you created certifications of records many, many times before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Fair to say this is the one for this case.
True.
What about exhibit 39? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that part of the record for this case in your file?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move exhibits 38 and 39 into evidence, ask for permission to publish starting at 38.
No objection. Exhibits 38 and 39 are received, permission to publish granted.
And if we scroll to the bottom of this page.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little more for you guys again now. Renee Hatton, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to put that into my my beast tip jar, which is for our new cat, Fury's sister. She's a beast. She needs snacks. I'm going to put it towards that. So I'm zooming in a little bit more here for you. I hope you can see nicely. I mean, the writing, of course, it's scanned in. It's not that clear, but just so that you can see what they're looking at.
Doctor, can we see that number 38 exhibit sticker?
Yes.
Okay, and if we scroll back up, essentially this is you certifying the records you gave over in this case, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now I'd like to publish exhibit 39, starting with page 1, and then scrolling to page 2, please. Doctor, you testified that this is a record in your file for this case.
Yes.
What kind of a record is this?
This is property or evidence receipt.
What does that mean?
That means that when there's a transfer of property from the decedent to another person, everything that was transferred is listed. And then on the bottom, it says who it's released by, who it's released to, and the date.
Okay, so we know who it was released to, right? The defendant. Karen Schuler says, why did she kill her? I would really recommend checking out yesterday's opening statements because the prosecution made that really clear. A lot of financial gain would be the motive. That would that's pretty much what it comes down to, because she had been taking advantage of, speculatively, she's innocent or proven guilty. So what she's accused of is taking advantage of Lynn, who was her friend, because her mother was friends with Lynn, and spending all her money. And then when the money ran out, all that was left to get would be her estate. So she died, and then her estate went to Jessy. And she pawned off her jewelry. She sold all the stuff in her house. I'm not too sure where the cats actually are now since then. I don't know. If anyone knows in chat, please let me know. But she said, yeah, if someone won't adopt the 2 cats, then I'm just going to have to put them down. And she also sold the condo. She's like, condo for sale, huge price drop. So it's really seems to be the motive is money in this case, right? Okay.
You know a Catherine Doherty?
Yes,
Who's that?
she's a deputy medical examiner in my office.
Okay. In terms of the items listed on the left, would you agree it appears to be jewelry items?
Yes,
Okay. And then on the top, again, the decedent's name is shown, right?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have in terms of those exhibits. Now, Dr. Biedrzycki, I'd like to ask you about the different pieces of the puzzle, so to say, that you reviewed before concluding the cause of death in this case to be tetrahydrozline poisoning and the manner being homicide, okay? First,
Sometimes the screen was blank like this. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Sometimes I put a picture over it, and other times we just watch it like this. We just listen, okay? Yes, for all those asking, we're still going to focus now. If you want to see pictures of the cat, it's on Patreon, okay?
I'd like to start with a discussion of Ms. Hernan's medical records. Did you have access to historical medical records for Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Where did you get those from?
We received records from 3 providers, from Advanced Pain Management, from Aurora, and from Pro Healthcare.
Did you ask for those?
Yes.
Why?
It's important to know in any case, I mean, these were asked for before any lab tests came back, so I would understand her general health and historical information about her health.
Were the records voluminous?
Well, not as many as some, but they were a lot of pages.
Okay. Did you actually create kind of a summary of those records that was helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show just the witness, please. The multi-page exhibit in 210. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a summary in order of time, not by provider, of the healthcare contacts that Lynn Hernan had. So I took the records and I went chronologically from the earliest record to the latest record, indicating which healthcare provider she saw, what was the main reason.
Okay, so part of the time when they blanked out the screen, then I put Lynn's picture up. This is another picture. There's not many pictures of Lynn, unfortunately. You know, she didn't like tech. Didn't use a phone all that much. Didn't email. You know, they talked all about that. She mostly used cash. She was very frugal. So, yeah, if you haven't seen this picture yet, now you have.
What were some of the features of the history and physical and findings in plan?
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the summary you made in this case?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 210 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Thank you. Exhibit 210 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And Ms. DeVulcanier, if we could please start with page 1 of exhibit 210. Dr. Biedrzycki, did you actually put the exhibit you created on some corkboard in this case?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it's important, I thought, to show the sequence of events in its totality. Isolating page by page, it gave me a problem seeing patterns and sequence and what was repetitious and, how things happen. So I thought it would be better to put it in as much of a longitudinal form as I could and still be readable.
Are these two corkboards the exhibits that you just described putting together?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to put the first part of Exhibit 210 on the easel. And as we go through this, Doctor, I'm also going to have Mr. Vulcanier blow it up for the jury page by page, but I think it is helpful to have it in chronological order as you put it together. So as the jury is looking at the screen in front of them, page 1 of Exhibit 210, could you identify where that is on the corkboard I just put up?
Yes. I can get up. We're starting here. Going down and then coming back here.
Okay.
And can you just make a record of what side of the board she referenced when she said starting here?
So page 1 would then be at the top left corner of the corkboard?
Yes, as you're looking at it.
And as we continue to discuss these records, you indicated that we're going to be moving down from that page?
Correct.
And then down the right side of the exhibit?
Correct.
Okay, and there's actually a third piece of corkboard to finish the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
Anita says, so Jessy has a gambling problem. I'm just going to answer it like this. In case anyone didn't see the presentation at the beginning, we did go over some of that, and allegedly so. There's quite a few articles that mention that, and her boyfriend apparently also mentioned it, that she would go to the casino and just, spend a lot of money, and he thought maybe it doesn't really add up compared to the job she's doing and what she says she would earn and all of that kind of stuff. So yes, apparently she had... She enjoyed gambling, let's say that. Because the rest is, we don't know, we're speculating.
Attorney Nicolai, are there 2 columns on that corkboard?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So that'll help clarify for the record what that is referencing. Thank you.
So, could you please explain to the jury what each column is and why it's important?
Yes. So the first column is the provider, and I think there might be a key at the bottom, but PHC stands for Pro Health Care. A stands for Aurora, and APM is Advanced Pain Management. So those are the 3 provider records. Should I continue? Or?
Please stay on page 1.
Okay.
And then the next column?
The next column is the date of service that she went to see the healthcare provider.
And the next?
The next is the reason that was indicated at the first part of the record. So, if the medical assistant indicated why the patient was there, that's what I put there.
And then in the middle column, what does the jury see here?
When the healthcare provider, as you know, when you go to the doctor, they say, have you ever had headaches? Have you ever had an earache? Do you have a sore throat? Do you have chest pain? It's called a review of symptoms. So when the doctors were doing a review of symptoms, or when they asked the patient for their input of what their complaint was, that's the kind of information I put there.
Okay. And what about the next column, exam by healthcare provider?
The next area is when the healthcare provider was doing the physical exam, listening to the heart, listening to the lungs, palpating the abdomen, or observing the mood or affect of the patient, and that was in the exam part of the record. That's where I put that information.
And could you just say again how that differs from the column before it?
Well, when a physician is talking to you in the office, and there can be some overlap, but they're supposed to start out, and they generally start out like, why are you here, and how are you feeling, and I'm going to ask you about everything, even though you came in for a stomach ache. I'm going to ask you about a headache, and I'm going to ask you about chest pain, just to make sure that I have the full picture. And then the next part is they move into the exam, and they start listening to you and, doing your reflexes and palpating your neck and all those kind of things. That's more physical exam. Of course, they're still talking to you, so they might get more additional feedback, but it's primarily the history at the front end, then the examination.
Thank you. Doctor, and what have you noted in the final column?
What I would consider the findings or plan, and again, it's not 100% isolated, because the doctor, after the physical exam part, might say assessment, might say plan, might see recommendations, might say adding a medicine, taking away a medicine. So those are the kind of things that I put in that column.
Okay. The date in the first row is December 29th of 14, is that right?
Yes.
Does that mean that's the first time Ms. Hernan ever went to the doctor?
No.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means that's the earliest record in the pro health care records that I received.
Okay. When you compiled Exhibit 210, did you put it in chronological order regardless of provider?
Yes.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that is the first record in time that you had?
That's correct.
Okay.
Pause for a second. Renee says, was the defendant a paid caregiver as well? Sorry, maybe I missed that. Not that we know of at all. I think she just was, I don't know how else to call her, almost like a parasite, like taking full advantage of Lynn. So I don't think she was a paid caregiver, but she sure paid herself, if that makes sense, from everything we know and everything we heard in these 2 days of the trial. Okay.
In terms of page 1, the first Aurora entry from 2017, it says ROS negative. What does that mean?
That means that the doctor might have used that exact terms, and I tried to be as close to what the record said itself. So ROS stands for review of symptoms, and the shorthand for a doctor after asking you a lot of questions might be review of symptoms negative. In other words, there were no complaints that they had. And if they indicated that they covered in their questions the cardiovascular system, which is CV, the gastrointestinal system, the neurologic system, and the psychiatric system, then that's what was covered and deemed to be negative.
Okay. In terms of the symptoms and issues being addressed just on this page 1, is there a common theme or issue that it appears Ms. Hernan was having?
I don't even think I have all of page 1 on my screen.
Oh.
Okay, that's all of page 1. Okay. Well, of these 5 encounters, let's see, 2 had to do with her GI system.
In terms of the column to the farthest right, some of those boxes have medication names in it, is that right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it was any change in her standard medications. I didn't write down when she was seen, she said, these are my standard medications, and I didn't repeat that. But when there was a change or a comment that the doctor, because of a decision point they had in their head, that's when I indicated it. So Lynn Hernan, for example, on the 3rd entry, was on alprazolam, and the decision of this doctor was to continue the alprazolam but discontinue the hydrocodone. So she specifically indicated that I'm going to continue on this drug but discontinue that drug, leaving other things in place, and also start desipramine.
What is that?
It's can be used for pain, or it can be used as antidepressant. It's a tricyclic.
So as the jury looks at page 1, is it fair to say those are not all of the prescription medications that were prescribed to this patient?
That's true.
Okay. Anything else on page 1 that is significant to you that you want to share with the jury?
Well, what I was really paying a lot of attention to in reviewing her records were her GI symptoms, because as you go through time, her GI symptoms were a recurring theme, if you will. So I paid attention when she had them and when she didn't have them to see how consistent they were. So, for example, at the bottom entry here, I said negative nausea and vomiting because that was a condition she had before, but it was not provided in the history to Dr. Keim. I also paid attention to the number of times she was started and discontinued on medications, because another pattern I saw was that in terms of trying to achieve pain control for her back pain. She had chronic back pain. There was a lot of trial and error with medications. She tried a lot of things that didn't work, and she was
Yesterday, someone had mentioned that some of her medication they showed on the table was for back pain. So that is confirmed now as well.
taken off them. And I thought it was interesting because a lot of patients, they are tried a drug, and it's not just discontinued, it's merely added to. So you end up with a patient that might have 5 things to address pain, but none of them are removed. But here it seemed that every time they tried a new one, the old one was discontinued.
Thank you. Moving to page 2 of Exhibit 210. Could you please indicate to the jury, doctor, what month and year we're looking at here?
We're looking at June of 2017 and July of 2017.
It looks like throughout these records, you're also noting a weight in some of them.
Yes.
Is that Ms. Hernan's weight at the time of the visit?
Yes,
Okay.
I was began noting that because a lot of the historical information would be about large amounts of weight being gained or lost. So I thought I really wanted to keep track of what the actual numbers were.
In terms of the material that you've included on this page, it looks like there was some assessment regarding depression on the second row. Is that true?
Yes,
And what did you note about that?
that specifically in the psychiatric questioning, the doctor indicated there was no evidence of depression, but there was evidence of anxiety, insomnia, and fatigue, as well as alcohol use.
Okay. If during your review of all of these medical records, could we please have that on the screen?
It just went up.
Oh. Sorry. If during your review of these medical records and during your creation of Exhibit 210, if any record would have noted the term suicidal ideation, would you have noted that?
Yes, I was certainly looking specifically for indications of suicidality, since that was in the differential for manner of death.
What does the term suicidal ideation mean?
It means that a patient says that I have thought about killing myself, and it could be just that statement, or it could be I thought about killing myself by jumping off a bridge, getting more specific.
In terms of the first 2 pages that the jury has already looked at,
There's a lot of new people here. You might not know what this is. This is our trigger bunny in this community. Okay, don't get triggered by the trigger bunny. Just they're talking about some severe mental health topics now, and I hope it's not triggering to anyone. Okay, we're here in a safe space together.
did you note that in either of those pages?
No, because it didn't exist in
Okay.
the record.
I think we're back up. If we can please go to page 3.
Can I say something else
Yeah,
about page
sorry.
2?
I didn't ask you, but-
Yeah, that's okay. So this is the bottom row is the first time she saw advanced pain management, and they did a functional assessment of how impaired she was because of her back pain. And that's the Owestry score. So, 0 is good and 50 is bad. So on this Owestry score questionnaire that they provided, they said that she has moderate functional impairment. And I bring that to your attention because later they're going to do another Owestry score, and it's going to be different. So there's a test like at the onset and a test at the end.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may I know what page we're referring to now? I don't see that.
Page 2,
Yes. And it's the
first box, or first column, that says APM, date of visit 7/10/17.
That's one you gave me.
That was a good one. Objection cake. Trigger bunny or Trigor bunny? We're getting that from, if you don't know what we're talking about, it means you didn't watch with us yesterday. Where were you? And will you be with us tomorrow? So yesterday, one of the defense attorneys said rigor mortis, and we were all like, rigor? We even had a poll going. Is it rigor or rigor mortis? Trigor bunny. Okay, let's continue on.
If it's going to involve that computer, I need to see it. So I'm going to have to excuse the jury. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai, you may continue.
You see how quick that went? They excused the jury. They were all very busy for quite some time. But for you, it was, you didn't even notice. It was a microsecond, just like, here we go. And to the next scene. Okay. So I don't mean scene like a movie. I mean, and to the next, I don't know what to call it, slide, the next bit. No breaks. Okay, so the jury's now back in the courtroom.
Thank you. Looking back to page 2 of exhibit.
Hold on one second. For the record, the objection's overruled. Thank you. Yeah.
So,
With the time
Dr.
machine.
Biedrzycki, when we broke, I think that you were talking about the Owestry score on page 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just, on your screen, circle that word?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were talking about the assessment in terms of the pain, that's the piece that you were discussing?
Well, the assessment was to determine what degree of functional impairment the pain was causing.
Okay. And if we could please clear the screen and move to page 3. Dr. Biedrzycki, are we now moving forward in time?
Yes.
Okay. What are the months and year associated with this page?
These are visits from August and September of 2017.
And remind the jury when the autopsy was conducted?
In October of 2018.
Okay. In terms of the information that you collected on this page, what was the significance of it, please, if you can explain it to the jury?
Well, she saw, direct the attention to who the specific healthcare provider was in the different places. But the provider, Sarah McGrath, said that she still had back pain, and she had was having muscle spasms and increased. They had an MRI which showed that she had some arthritis at L3-4. They also said, let's start tizanidine. The Owestry score is slightly better. It's 31 instead of 50. As a result of this pain, she then received a facet injection in her lumbar spine, and a sacroiliac injection was scheduled. And if you skip down to the bottom 1 APM, it says then she received the SI injection, and there was slight pain improvement. I noticed as I'm looking at this that the A here should be APM. Dr. Young is working with the advanced pain management, and I have it correct on the sacroiliac joint injection, but that provider should be APM because those were all handled by advanced pain management for her back pain.
Okay. In terms of Dr. Sama, she's with Aurora, is that true?
That's true.
Okay.
So she has regular follow-ups with this physician every 30 days because she's getting refills of her medication, and it says here, follow-up for anxiety and medication refill. So she sees her on a very regular basis, and now Lynn is complaining of GI problems, but has not followed up with a GI specialist.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving to page 4 of this exhibit. What months and years are we looking at?
Now we're still in September and October of 2017.
Okay, I'm going to pause there. September, October of 2017. Still, everything I'm hearing about Lynn's medical history, in my opinion, Jessy took advantage of. You know what I mean? All like back pain and pills and going in and out, to the doctors and the hospital and stuff. I don't know. It just seemed like someone vulnerable to take advantage of. Carrie says, Lady G, when do we get a comfort break? We don't. You are here with the stamina queen. That's me. When I was a pilot for 9 years, I mean, damn, some of those flights, Johannesburg to Hong Kong, for example, long, you need stamina. And then I was a competitive swimmer before that. So good luck to you guys. We're not getting any comfort breaks. And I've had no comfort breaks. I prepared all of this for like 8 hours for you guys today. And here I am. There will be no comfort breaks when we do trials this way. So are you in or not? I really hope so. Okay, so we are looking at we're listening to the medical history of the victim. This is a picture of the victim. If you're only joining the stream now, I really hope you'll go to the beginning when I do all the timestamps and just have a look at this presentation that I made for you. But just for anyone just joining now, and you're like, what on earth is she doing now? What is this case? What's going on? This trial is happening now, okay? We are doing it 1 day behind for all the reasons I've already specified. And so this happened in, is it Pewaukee? I heard someone say Pewaukee. Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. This is where it happened. The victim, Lynn Hernan, 62 years old when she died on October 3rd of 2018. And the defendant, Jessy Kurczewski, now 39 years old, was 34 at the time. And she is on trial for the murder of her friend, Lynn. How did they know each other? You could see the age gap. So most people say, wait, how did they know each other? Lynn was friends with Jessy's mom. And so Jessy knew Lynn since she was 9 years old. Lynn treated Jessy like her very own, like her own daughter. In my opinion, Jessy took full advantage of that later in life when she needed money. She has committed fraud in the past. Jessy, we've gone over that as well. And she liked gambling and spending and all of this. So she saw an opportunity. In my opinion, she's still innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. That's what this trial is all about. It seems like, from what we heard from the opening statements, that she saw an opportunity and took full advantage of someone who didn't like tech. She didn't really check her emails or bank accounts or do all the digital things, right? She didn't do that. So she was able to spend her money without her really noticing, right under her nose while taking care of her. And anyway, so Lynn died from tetrahydrozline poisoning. It's eye drops. And Jessy's explanation is, well, she liked it in a vodka. And on the day, there were 6 bottles of these eye drops in a bottle of water. And I fought her over it. But then I just, I caved and I let her have it, type of thing. And her story's changed many times. So we've looked at all of that. We've done a deep dive. I'll just flash through quickly. Not that, I don't know what happened there. The presentation that we did earlier, you could see some of the previous violations that she had. We can see what her boyfriend said. So if you're like, whoa, you can pause it too and read if you want to, and then just catch up again at 1.25, 1.5 speed. But I'm just showing you what we went over in the beginning of the stream. Some background and things like that. But that is basically what we're doing. The audacity, oh my word, of Jessy to literally start selling all of Lynn's stuff on October 26th of 2018. So 3 weeks or so later. On October 13th, already saying, hey, I need someone to adopt these 2 cats. Otherwise, I'm going to have to put them down. It's just horrendous. If Lynn could see what Jessy did, oh my word, I think she'd be heartbroken, honestly. So that is everything that we went over there. Okay, just so you know, just a little bit of background. Obviously, the deep dive presentation is in the beginning of the stream and yesterday. I would check out yesterday's stream as well. I try to keep it as short as possible for you so you can catch up on this trial in minimal time. So now we are actually just over the halfway point of today's trial footage. And so we're going to continue on listening to this expert witness, the lady, Dr. Linda Biedrzycki, the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, the lead medical examiner who performed the autopsy on the victim.
And these entries are the decedent seeing a different doctor at the same pain management location?
Well, her regular healthcare provider at pain management is a advanced practitioner, nurse practitioner, advanced practice nurse practitioner McGrath. She sees her on the regular monthly basis. When she needs a procedure, the injection, she sees Dr. Young. So she's been seeing, I think all the other records are associated with the nurse practitioner McGrath.
Is it fair to say that it appears Ms. Hernan was still reporting issues with pain?
Yes, she's still having back pain. The pain is worse with driving. She did get some relief temporarily from the injections. They are trying 2 new pain medications, tizanidine and Butrans, and she was assessed for opioid abuse risk potential using opioid risk tool.
Are you familiar with that tool?
No, I don't use it. I mean, I...
Stand by. Vanilla Cupcake says, I wonder why she jumped to 6 bottles though. Like, did Lynn find something out? Did she get a call about fraudulent activities? I think it was just she ran out of Lynn's money. She needed more, which would be her estate, which would mean when Lynn was no longer alive, Jessy would get her estate because she'd manipulated her so much. Everything would go to her. So I think that's really what it was with the timing, in my opinion.
I know there are different assessment tools, like the Arrestry is an assessment tool. There's an assessment tool for alcoholism. There's one for opiate. They're clinical tools used in clinical practice.
And ultimately on that ORT score, what did that visit reveal?
The opioid risk assessment revealed a low risk for opioid use problems.
In terms of all the records that we've gone through, again, I'm going to ask you, did you see any record of suicidal ideation, severe depression?
No, and I indicated that there were pertinent negatives, like she was asked about depression and anxiety, and they were negative on both these visits.
And you said it appeared she was consistently going to the doctor at least once a month.
Yes, in this period of time, yes.
Okay. Going to page 5, please. And we made this one a little bit smaller, Doctor. Are all the rows now visible on page 5? Okay. It looks like we're still in the year 2017, late fall, early winter. Is that true?
Yes, November and December of 2017.
Okay. Now, it looks like there's a history provided at the top of mouth burns. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you note that?
It seemed to be possibly medication related. So she had a new symptom. She also says that due to the pain in her mouth, she's reducing her intake to soup.
Okay.
And that led to some weight loss. And you can see that her weight's 192 on that visit.
It looks like there was depression reported at this visit. Is that true?
Well, it's interesting because in the review of symptoms, it was not indicated, but when the doctor examined her, the doctor did indicate it. So when she said, "Are you depressed?" apparently the patient said no, but after doing the exam and the doctor indicated that she was depressed and offered a referral to a therapist, and she refused.
It looks like there's a a medication change in that visit as well. Could you explain that to the jury?
Yes. Dr. Sameh decided that there was a risk of prescribing a benzodiazepine, which alprazolam is, as well as hydrocodone. So she was prescribing both those drugs to Lynn, and she said, "You have to really decide because I don't want to give them both to you anymore." And Lynn said, "I'm going to give up the hydrocodone, the pain pill, the opioid, and I want to stay on the alprazolam because that helps me."
Did the records indicate to you how it was helpful?
She used it for sleep. She took it every night for sleep.
Okay. In terms of moving down this page, it looks like there was a tinnitus complaint. Is that true?
Yes, she had ringing in her ears.
And then that it actually looks like there's 2 visits for that. Is that correct?
Why is the defendant writing all this down? Oh, my word.
Well, she saw the physician who ordered the audiogram, and then the next visit was the audiogram done by the audiologist.
Okay. And then finally on the bottom, in early December of 2017, there's another pain-related visit. Is that true?
Right. It's her visit to advanced pain management for management of her back pain.
In terms of your testimony from the top of this page that Ms. Hernan reported eating soup because of mouth sores, through your review of these subsequent records, did that remain a consistent problem, or do you know?
It seemed to go away or get better.
in terms of how you characterized a common theme being a GI trouble.
Yes.
In terms of page 5, is there anything to reflect that during this time period?
Not specifically GI complaints. I mean, clearly, the mouth is part of the GI system. She had that problem, but there's no complaints of nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, or abdominal pain. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no complaints of diarrhea, heartburn, or incontinence. There is abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. So it's some yes, some no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It looks like right where you put that arrow, there's also a report of dry eyes. Was that something that you noticed throughout these records?
She did not complain of it consistently, but she was consistently using lubricant eye drops.
Okay. Going to page 6, please. Here we're in December of 17 and January of 18. Is that true? In February of 18?
Correct.
Okay. It looks like there's more information about vision there at the top. What is that record?
She went for an eye exam in which they assessed her general eye health, and she was found to have cataracts. She did not want new glasses. The doctor did explain some remedy for her dry eyes, including using artificial tears, Walgreens brand, which is what she did. He also recommended some other things like, using warm compresses and so forth. So it was like more of a comprehensive exam for all visual problems. So she did decline Restasis, which is a specific medication for dry eyes, and says, I'm just going to continue using my artificial tears.
Okay. Could you circle that Restasis term on this page, please? And what is that?
It's a prescription medication for dry eyes.
Okay. So at this visit, she was offered that, you said, and she declined it?
Right.
Okay. If we could please clear that. Going down, it appears there's another couple pain entries, true?
One for back pain at Advanced Pain Management, and the other, she went to urgent care for abdominal pain.
Okay. Is that kind of the GI symptom again?
Yes, she had nausea, gas, abdominal pain, and she also complained of welts on her legs, which I don't recall that was specifically addressed by this visit. That recommended GI remedies such as a clear liquid diet, Maalox, avoid caffeine and alcohol. And she was given a diagnosis of gastritis.
What is that?
Inflammation of the stomach, irritation of the stomach.
In terms of the records that we've gone through so far, it doesn't appear that Ms. Hernan was being treated for a serious disease. Would you agree with that?
Not a life-threatening disease, but I don't want to mischaracterize chronic pain in her back, and chronic GI complaints is not serious because they can be very serious to a function of a person, but she was not diagnosed with a life-threatening disease in terms of cancer or serious heart disease, something of that nature.
Okay.
Ray, you actually make a good point. You said noting that Visine, the formulation with a tetrahydrozline, is not for dry eye. It's not artificial tears. You are right. I mean, it's normally eye drops for, well, they say it's not for dry eye. They say eye drops for red, itchy, watery eyes. I mean, it can be used for dry eyes, but it seems more for like irritation, right? I don't know. I'm sure I think they did show us, yes, they did show us that she did get it prescribed sometimes, but I don't know, man. What Jessy was up to, very suspicious.
Did it appear that there were any major systems of the body shutting down over time?
No.
Okay. Anything else on page 6 that you'd like to point out for the jury, Doctor?
Well, she did gain weight. She's from the previous under 200-pound weight. She's 225 pounds. She actually stopped the cyclobenzaprine that she was prescribed, another trial for pain, because of the weight gain, and was to start something called metoxalone.
Okay. Moving to page 7.
So what I'm hearing is that Lynn lost a bunch of weight because she had mouth sores and was only going to eat soup. But remember when the defense, and then she recovered a bit, okay, and then gained some weight back, which would be a sign then of health, gaining some weight back if you've lost a whole bunch, right? So I just mean the defense had turned that all around and said that she was basically, I mean, that was just horrible yesterday. Oh man, those opening statements. They basically saying that she gained a bunch of weight, that she was depressed, that she was hiding in her home, that she didn't like the way she looked, and they really went all out on that narrative, like, oh no. So we're hearing other things here. Yes, okay.
Fair to say all these entries are February of 2018?
That's true.
Okay. It looks like there's a new pain issue on here. Is that true?
Well, it's she saw Dr. Keim earlier in looking at these records for a foot injection, so this is her second visit to the a podiatrist because she had plantar fasciitis.
Okay. The weights are also continually listed on this page. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in some of the records, did you find that there were some specific reports regarding what Ms. Hernan was consuming, eating?
Yes.
Did you include some of that on this page?
Yes, because at one point she said, I can only eat soup. So, and then if she tells the doctor, she said, I have abdominal pain. She said, I've eaten bologna for 4 nights in a row. Maybe that has something to do with my abdominal pain. This is her own statement about linking her symptoms to her diet.
In terms of the history reported on page 7, any indication of severe depression, suicidal ideation?
No, actually, Dr. Sama on 2/7 said that she was cheerful.
At the very bottom on the right, it says start baclofen times 2 weeks. Why did you put that in there?
Well, it's again showing that we tried cyclobenzaprine, we took it off. We tried disipramine, we took it off. We tried Butrans, we took it off. Now we're tried metaxalone. Insurance didn't cover, so we're taking that away. So now we're trying baclofen. So as I said from the beginning, there were multiple trials to manage her pain, trying different medications.
Okay. Moving to page 8. It looks like this time frame is between March and July of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
In terms of these records, Doctor, could you explain to the jury some of the significant points that you've added for them to see today?
Well, she changed her primary care doctor from Dr. Sama to Dr. Abdullah because Dr. Sama says that your urine drug screen was positive for something I didn't prescribe you. So I'm discharging you from my service. And so now she's seeing a new doctor. So on 3/7/18, her reason to go to the doctor was to establish care with this doctor. He didn't change any of her treatment. He does note she has a history of depression, but not that she has depression at this visit.
Okay. In terms of that urine screen,
Yes.
what can you tell, what significance does that have to you in your determination?
There's very little information other than what I put in there. So when people are in advanced pain management clinics, typically they do urine screens because they don't want to be issuing medications and not knowing what the patient may be taking besides that, because that could be dangerous. So on this urine screen, they found, I believe it was temazepam, which is a different benzodiazepine than she was prescribed, which was alprazolam. And that's really all I know. I mean, I don't know the nature of the screen. I don't know if it was confirmed. I don't know if they asked her what this means or did she take something. It just says you have a screen that's not consistent with what I'm giving you.
Okay. If you were going to rely on a screen like that, would you have it confirmed?
In my practice, I have to. I mean, I don't issue any conclusions based on a toxicology presumptive positive.
Okay. It looks like at the end of this page there's a visit with Dr. Chan.
Yes. No, I'm sorry, it's not a visit with Dr. Chan. When she was admitted to the hospital, Dr. Chan admitted her, and he was able to see in his records that she went to a provider, or she told him she went to a provider on 7/8 of 18 for cough and pleuritic chest pain. So I don't have a record of that visit.
Object to speculation as to what she told him.
Sustained.
So I'm going to back up a second and make sure that I'm understanding. So in the history by healthcare provider for the last row, what does that say?
It says that Dr. Chan recorded a visit for cough and pleuritic chest pain on that date.
Okay. On what date?
He recorded it. He recorded that there was a visit on 7/8/18.
Okay. But you didn't get to look at any record from July 8th of 18.
Object to leading.
Did you get to look at a record from July 8th of 18?
I did not have a record from 7/8 of 18.
Okay. So why did you include this in your summary?
The importance of this is that she was put on a Z-Pak for bronchitis, and antibiotic administration is a risk factor for the eventual Clostridia difficile infection that she had. So the question and what Dr. Chan was looking for was, if you have...
Speculation as to what Dr. Chen was looking for.
Lay a little bit more foundation. Obviously, she's a medical examiner and a medical doctor, and I believe she may be able to render an opinion.
So let's back up a little bit. Did you look at a record that Dr. Chan wrote on September 15th of 2018?
I did.
And you just told the jury that in that record, this July event is noted. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. Did you review the entire hospitalization records for that hospitalization for Ms. Hernan that began on 9/15 of 18?
All the records that I was provided, I reviewed.
Okay. When you review records, do they include comments from different providers and hospital personnel that see a patient?
Yes.
Does it often include themes throughout the records about issues that are occurring or ways to solve issues?
Yes.
Diagnostically, in your opinion, did it appear significant to Dr. Chan that there was an antibiotic recently involved?
Yes.
Is that significant to you if someone's having abdominal issues at this age?
Yes.
Why?
Because antibiotics of any kind can cause GI issues. We probably all know that. And in the elderly, especially, and with certain strong antibiotics, it basically clears your normal flora, and then a pathogen such as C. difficile takes hold and can cause really bad symptoms.
Is C. difficile a bacteria?
It is a bacteria.
Okay. If a doctor was trying to help a patient with those GI issues, would they want to know about antibiotic use?
Yes.
And did it appear that Dr. Chan wanted to know about that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to page 9, please. There's just 2 rows on this page, doctor, and they both appear to be July of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first visit with Dr. Ubdallah for?
For nausea, vomiting, and upper abdominal pain. That was an emergency room visit.
Okay. In terms of, it looks like there's additional pain or discomfort information in a different location of Ms. Hernan. Is that true?
Well, she is complaining of weak legs associated, she's complaining of weak legs at the same time she's complaining of flu-like symptoms for 2 weeks, including vomiting.
Did those records indicate whether Ms. Hernan got any fluids when she was at the ER that day?
Yeah.
Just gonna pause it for a second there. Someone is asking in chat, Lissa, I think it was you, how long did Lynn have these health problems? I'm not sure how far back exactly when the back pain started, but they had mentioned yesterday that around 2015 her health problems started to escalate a bit, which is why I think it's quite a red flag, right?
Yes. They determined that she needed fluid reconstitution by giving IVs.
If someone went to the doctor severely dehydrated, would that person be given fluids?
Yes.
Okay. The line above the IV fluid entry on the top row,
Yes.
is there actually an error in that line?
Yes.
What is it?
It's she was given. This was a longer term. I'm going to write it. She was given inulin, not insulin. There's no S. Inulin is something you give for constipation because if you take it, it draws water into your bowel. It's like Miralax or something that it will help you go to the bathroom. So she was on inulin and she was on lubiprostone, which is also given for constipation. And I kind of just took note of that because of the later diarrhea problems and the fact that she was a little dehydrated. But it's inulin, not insulin.
Okay. There's some weights noted on this page, true?
Yes.
And what are those?
226.
Okay. Do you know when the ER visit ended?
She was discharged the same day.
Oh, okay. And then on July 30th of 2018, it looks like she saw the same doctor again?
No, different. It's
Right.
A. Abdullah for the ER, and for Aurora, it's A. Abdulal, her new primary care.
Would that primary care visit be consistent with those monthly visits you talked about earlier?
I believe so. I don't remember when the last time she saw him was.
Okay. In terms of what information this doctor got during the exam with Ms. Hernan on July 30th of 18, what did you include there?
Well, that she's still having ringing in her ears or tinnitus, constipation, hip and back pain. She has no complaints of anxiety or depression. And I noted that it was in the record that she was taking diphenhydramine, and it was in the record that she was allergic to diphenhydramine. So I really wasn't sure what to make of that.
Okay. What about the next column?
The doctor says that really you look like a well female. He didn't make a diagnosis of any pathology. And he also performed a depression screening tool, which is called the PHQ-9, which was 0. And in that scale, that goes from 0 to 27. Anything less than 5 is an absence of a depressive disorder.
Okay. Going to page 10, please. Now, at this stage, what medical attention was Ms. Hernan receiving?
Well,
On September 15th of 2018, was there a significant event for Ms. Hernan in terms of her medical history?
yes.
On our screen went dark.
Yep, I know. Everyone's dead. Check your cables. I know you probably didn't move anything, but
You did check cables for a while during this trial. A lot of it is cut out for you. Let's make it
I know
a tiny
I
bit
have the
faster.
ability to refresh F5. Maybe if you do that, that helps. When all else fails. I won't make you reboot yet.
Nonetheless, Doctor, even without the exhibit out, can you please answer my question regarding the significant event on September 15th of 2018?
Yes, Lynn Hernan was admitted to the hospital. She stayed for 13 days. She had very bad watery diarrhea. She was weak. She had abdominal pain, and she was in the hospital for a long time.
Were you able to review all the medical records for that visit?
Oh, the records that I had, I reviewed them all, yes.
Okay.
And remember, in the presentation earlier, we saw that Jessy had said that Lynn was putting Vicine in her vodka and, I quote what she said, shitting all over. So she did go to the hospital for 13 days and had very bad symptoms, bad diarrhea and all of that. still wonder if it's how long was this going on?
And which hospital did Ms. Hernan go to?
Pro Health.
Okay. Could you please describe to the jury, give them an overview of the issue and how it was addressed during her hospital stay?
She was quite sick when she came in. They initially even gave her a diagnosis of acute renal failure, but that was reversed with hydration. So they called it pre-renal failure, which means that you're so dry that your chemistries aren't normal, and when you rehydrate, things get better. She was weak. She had watery diarrhea. She didn't have diarrhea initially for a while because they wanted a stool specimen to do some tests on, and the nurses reported that it was too hard to capture when she did have a diarrhea. It's like her gut was empty, and then when she did pass stool, it was so watery it got soaked into the pad, so they couldn't collect it. So it took a long time for them to get the test to determine it was C. difficile. She saw multiple specialists while she was in the hospital. She saw an infectious disease specialist. She saw a GI specialist. She saw, let's see, I could look on the board. There were multiple consults that were obtained while she was in the hospital trying to figure out, a renal specialists, what her problems were and how to fix them. They recommended a colonoscopy, which became a point of disagreement with her because she had this colonoscopy at the beginning of the medical record journey that we took in 2015, and the results of that colonoscopy was that it was a poor prep and she had to be disimpacted. So I imagine it was a very unpleasant experience. So she refused a colonoscopy because that would be a recommended test to find out if you had a problem because you had constant diarrhea. So she was very upset about them wanting to do one, and she kept refusing. That refusal led to a lot of distress on her part. She became very teary, and as a response to that, the medical team asked for a palliative care consult. In the palliative care consult, the reason for the consult was that she was very teary and upset about the colonoscopy. And they evaluated her and said she has no life, I want to get the right words if I can. I put it on the screen.
Page 11, I think we've made it that far. And doctor, before we keep going, is it true that your court board exhibit actually continues on another piece?
Yes.
And does this piece actually include all of the hospitalization
Yes.
records? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm just going to put that.
That board is all the doctors she saw while she was an inpatient in the hospital. So the palliative care nurse practitioner said that Lynn Hernan suffered more of GI issues without other life-limiting illnesses, and we're signing off on seeing her. Let's see the other consults.
Before you continue, I have a few follow-ups on, it's pronounced palliative care?
Palliative care.
What is that?
Well, when people have illnesses that don't seem to be like an immediate cure, I suppose. I mean, I'm not a clinician, so my understanding, I don't give palliative care consults.
Speculation.
Okay,
Overruled. She may answer.
all right.
Go ahead, doctor.
It's to help a patient understand coping with how to deal with a long-term illness that might not have, like, here's a pill and it'll be gone kind of answers. That's my understanding.
And in this case, was that team involved throughout the hospitalization?
No, actually, I recall that this particular practitioner said that she spent 30 minutes with the patient and signed off.
What does that mean?
It means that she's not going to follow up with her any further.
So, if the jury heard information that the palliative care team was brought in because Ms. Hernan was dying, would you agree with that statement?
No.
How would you characterize the palliative care records you reviewed?
Well, I tried to quote it in my little handout because I thought it was very interesting that the practitioner said, I'm here because I was told that I'm supposed to help her with symptoms because she's crying and doesn't want to have a colonoscopy. It struck me that perhaps, well, that's what she said. I won't speculate on what I thought about it, I guess. But that's what the practitioner put in the record, and that's why it's in quotes. And after talking to Lynn, who she said kept talking about the colonoscopy and how frustrated she was about it, and she doesn't want it. So the palliative care consult was kind of a discussion about colonoscopy. The nurse practitioner said, "This is a GI issue, not a a life-limiting illness." That's her words. We will sign off.
And this is your copy. Dr. Biedrzycki, I'd like to, if we could put the publish down, show just you Exhibit 213 that's been marked by the state. It's a multi-page exhibit, and then we'll come back to the medical records. Is the screen on before you, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, please, Ms. DeValconier, if you could please scroll through. Dr. Biedrzycki, do you see on this multi-page exhibit that in the bottom center of each page, there's actually a page number 1 through 6?
Oh, yes.
Have you seen Exhibit 213 before?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, these are some of the medical records from Lynn Hernan's hospitalization.
Okay. Are they specifically relevant to what you've just testified about?
There's a record that's more complete than what I see here.
Okay. Does it appear that the exhibit that you've been shown is missing any pages?
No, this is a different part of the record. So there's a part of the record that is the consult by palliative care. This record are the nurse's notes about what happened. So on this page, this is page 2, a nurse, Mary Neubauer, says that Ann Thompson from palliative care, social worker, met with the patient. And it talks about their interaction. But besides this note by the nurse, there's another note by the palliative care therapist.
In a different portion of the records?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What do you recall about that note?
That's the note that said, Ann Thompson said, where I took the quote, that there is not a life-limiting illness.
Okay. If we could please go back to page 11 of Exhibit.
Honey Bee says, one excellent witness here. I know, right? She's very good. I really enjoy listening to this witness. I hope you do as well. If you do, you know what to do. Like and share. And we continue on. We've got just over an hour left of trial footage for day 2.
210.
Exactly, Flufflebun. Flufflebun says her palliative care did not think she was appropriate for hospice. No. Again, it's just blowing what the defense said out the water. Like, nope.
Do you have a copy of 213 for me, please? I don't believe it's in the box.
No, it's not, Judge. This came up. I don't have a paper copy. I'm not offering that as an exhibit either at this point. If we could please publish the screen, Madam Clerk. Doctor, could you please circle the row that references the palliative care team information? Thank you. You mentioned the term C. diff or C. difficile. What is that?
C stands for Clostridium. Clostridium difficile is an anaerobic bacteria that causes injury to your colon, a colitis, and diarrhea.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could please clear the screen, and then Ms. DeValconier, if we can please go to page 12. Dr. Biedrzycki, is this information that is also regarding the hospital stay?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top, there's the word infectious disease. What was that row regarding?
So Dr. Taft was
Stand by quickly. Objection case is defense said, we'll see. And now we have, and we're only on day 2. It's like, yeah, we'll see. Okay, we're seeing.
The infectious disease consultant. So she had a doctor following her, a general doctor in the hospital, and then multiple consultants were offering their opinions as to how to help Ms. Hernan. So this infectious disease doctor did an exam, and his history included the things that I have in that column, that her friend says she's an alcoholic but no recent alcohol use. She has infrequent but liquid stools. She's been eating soup for 4 years. 4 years of GI symptoms. She's had a UTI 6 times. And 6 weeks ago took a sulfa antibiotic for a UTI. His exam showed a hydrated, fatigued patient with a distended abdomen and a tender right side. He refers to the CT scan of the abdomen that demonstrated proctocolitis. The patient refused colonoscopy, and even though they didn't have a culture yet at this time on 222 or a stool sample, he recommended that she be treated as if she had Clostridium difficile infection because he thought that was the most likely diagnosis. And that particular antibiotic is different from the antibiotic she was on that they were treating her for presumed other infections. So that was his recommendation.
What is proctocolitis?
Inflammation of your distal colon.
Okay. What is the antibiotic used for C. difficile?
Vancomycin.
Did that begin to be administered to Ms. Hernan in the hospital?
Yes.
After that, did it appear that her symptoms lessened?
Yes.
Okay. The information in the history column for the first entry, it says friend says and then continues on.
Yes.
Did the records indicate who that person was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did in any of the medical records for the hospitalization in September of 2018 include information about people that were there with her in the hospital?
I do recall that there was a mention of Jessy Kurczewski, but I don't recall at what part of the hospitalization.
Okay. Moving down to the...
Renee says 4 years. She was eating soup for 4 years and sounded like struggling with these, health issues for about 4 years. So from 2014-ish, right? So Renee says, so maybe that's how long the defendant was taking advantage of Lynn in every way possible. Maybe. It sounds like plausible speculation, right?
Final row on this page, what is this entry in regards to?
The social worker, E. White, was part of the behavioral health team, and she came to see if the patient wanted a psychiatric evaluation or consult. And her response to this therapist was that she does not think anxiety or depression is affecting her, and she wanted to go home now that she had a diagnosis. And the conclusion in the finding.
I mean, how many times can they confirm that she didn't have depression, depression score 0, anxiety and depression were not affecting her? Again, defense, what are they going to say to this? Because that's pretty much their whole strategy. She was really depressed and wanted to take her own life and all of that, right?
And plan was she does not want to see a psychiatrist or take any psychiatric medication.
And did Ms. Hernan go home ultimately?
Yes, 9/28.
Okay. Moving to page 13, please. Is this the last entry in the hospitalization records?
Yes, this reflects the discharge summary by Dr. Liu, who discharged her, provided the discharge medication, and his findings are listed that, in his opinion, the hospitalization resulted in the identification of the main problem being proctocolitis, with a positive stool study for Clostridium difficile. 14 days of vancomycin were prescribed. Because she had the dehydration, he recommended discontinuing her diazide. Her drug was diazide, which is a combination of triamterene and hydrochlorothiazide, which are diuretics, or what is commonly known as water pills. So she was on a water pill for her high blood pressure, and he said you had all these days of diarrhea. we should give you a water pill because that's really going to make things worse. So for your high blood pressure, we're going to start nifedipine, also known as Procardia. So he switched her high blood pressure medication upon discharge. And he said we should follow up with you on October 4th of 2018.
Prior to the discharge, was there anything in the record suggesting that a facility would be more appropriate for Ms. Hernan?
The way she's like, I've got to try and mimic that. Okay, yes. She's taking notes, everyone. She's taking notes on all of this. Yes. Are you taking notes? Because so far, your defense team strategy, it's crumbling before our very eyes.
On release?
It was discussed because I hate to say she's elderly because she's younger than I am, but when older people are bedridden for as long as she was, which is about 2 weeks, you can become very deconditioned. So she came in weak, and she came in dehydrated, and she was in bed for 2 weeks, and they recommended that she go for rehabilitation for strengthening because they felt that she might not be able to cope at home. And the recommendation was either you need to go to a rehab facility so someone can help you, or you need to have somebody 24 hours at your home to help you. And she said, I'd rather go home and have somebody help me there.
Was there any discussion or diagnoses in the medical records you reviewed that Ms. Hernan had any kind of a terminal illness?
No.
Was there any record that suggested Ms. Hernan needed to be moved to or think about hospice care?
No.
In terms of being 2 weeks in bed, when you testified to that, what location was Ms. Hernan in bed for 2 weeks?
In the hospital.
Okay. Again, this is the last page of Exhibit 210, is that right? Is that true, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So in terms of Exhibit 210 and the way that you've summarized your review of records in this case, at any point did you see concerns by any provider that Ms. Hernan had suicidal ideations?
No.
Severe depression?
No.
Terminal illness?
No.
I did miss one thing I wanted to point out. If we could go back to...
Are you done with 210?
No. If we could please go back to page...
This body language. I don't even know how to describe this. How would you describe this? Just like, It seems very judgy of the proceeding. This is the defendant, by the way, if you didn't know. This is Jessy, who's on trial for Lynn's murder. She's taking notes, guys. She's taking a lot of notes.
Eight of Exhibit 210. Dr. Biedrzycki, I'd like you to note the weight at the May 2nd, 2018 visit, please.
238 pounds.
So if the jury has seen photos of a driver's license obtained in June of 2018 and the weight reported was 150, is that consistent with the medical records in this case?
No.
In fact, it's quite different, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed all the medical records in this case, going back the amount of years that you had them, were there indications that Ms. Hernan couldn't walk or move on her own ever?
Not at all.
Okay. During your review of the medical records, did you... I'm finished with 210, thank you.
May I say something?
Oh, go
That
ahead.
might answer the question you just asked me, because right on here, I said the OSTRI score was important. The OSTRI score is now 4, from 35 to 4. That's really a big improvement. So it basically says she has no functional impairment on 3/14/18.
And the higher OSTRI score was earlier in time, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. In terms of your review of the medical records in this case, did you see occasions where Ms. Hernan would complain about medication difficulty or symptoms from medication she didn't like?
Well, she discontinued a lot of the medications for various reasons. Right on the last thing we looked at, it says she discontinued baclofen for a rash. She discontinued Butrans after 6 days because it didn't work. She discontinued cyclobenzaprine because of weight gain. So, you know, she discontinued medications for various reasons. But
did the records that you reviewed indicate that Ms. Hernan was sharing these problems with doctors causing the discontinuation of meds?
yes,
Okay. In all of your review of all these medical records, did you ever see a record of Ms. Hernan telling any medical provider that she couldn't swallow pills?
no,
What about telling a medical provider that she had to crush pills in order to take them?
no, there's no record of it.
In terms of the times that you've noted and reviewed that medications were discontinued,
Yes, yes, look at her. She's like, oh dear, yeah. No record of her ever saying that. I mean, there might not be a record of that, but she never complained to any doctors that she couldn't swallow pills. You know, and could she maybe have smaller pills, or how could she crush it, or get a pill crusher? No. Very interesting that they said on 3/14/18, so that would be 14th of March. If you guys are American, which most of you are, and you're like, why does she know that? We in South Africa would do it the other way around. We do like day, month, year, you know. But you guys do it the other way around. So 3/14/18, the 14th of March, right? 2018. They said no impairment, like a huge improvement in all the numbers and tests they were doing. No impairment. And then what? Things suddenly deteriorated again. And then by middle of the year, June-ish, July, she was in hospital for 13 days. And then she died in October. Like, oh my goodness.
was there ever an occasion you reviewed that there was a life-threatening reason that a medication was stopped?
There was not an occasion where she experienced a life-threatening reaction, but I won't say that continuing a medication she had some reaction to couldn't become more serious.
Okay. Specifically, let's talk about baclofen. What is that drug for?
It's for muscle spasms.
Okay. At one point, that was discontinued?
Yes.
Do you know why?
She said she had a rash on her abdomen.
Okay. Any other side effects that she didn't like that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At some point, we looked at the record when there were side effects or a complaint of mouth sores. Is that true?
Yes.
And that coincided with that report of eating soup?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Biedrzycki, I'd like to turn to a new topic with you.
Lunch break, everyone. And you're going to see how magically quick this is now for you. Lunch break. Their lunch break was like 90 minutes. We're just going to wait a few seconds and off we go again. I wanted to answer someone's question here. Jean, I think it was Jean that said this reminds you of the case where the dentist, there we go. This case reminds me of James Craig charged with first-degree murder in the poisoning of his wife Angela over time and then with cyanide from his dental office. Yes, we did a deep dive on that case. It's somewhere in there in the playlist. So there's actually a lot of poisoning cases, my word. So I don't know why the defense, again I say, why would they say no one on the planet has ever died from Visine? That's not true. There's a lot of cases. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Stefan, watch this lunch break. Here we go. All ready?
And Dr.
Done. Okay, so we continue on from there. We've got about an hour left of trial footage.
Biedrzycki, have you seen Exhibit 215 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a part of the medical record relating to Lynn Hernan's hospitalization from 9/15 to 9/28 of 2018.
Does it appear to be the full record relevant to the palliative care team?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that record?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 215 into evidence and ask permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 215 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Biedrzycki, on the screen in front of you, is that page 1 of Exhibit 215?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Ann Thompson?
She's the nurse practitioner affiliated with the palliative care group.
Okay. And if we can scroll down, please. Obviously, Ms. Hernan's name is on this record, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please direct the jury, and we can pause here, Ms. DeVolkenier, to the pieces of this record that you found significant and included in your Exhibit 210?
Okay. The reason for consult is that the patient has chronic abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, unable to eat anything, I think it means resulting in AKA, which is acute kidney injury with CR, abbreviated creatinine to 5, but workup so far, just all negative. She in tears a lot due to pain and looked distressed. Please help with symptom control.
And ultimately, you testified earlier that palliative care team signed off on Ms. Hernan, right?
Yes, right here. Patient upset and GI involved, and certainly more of a GI issue without any other life-limiting illness for palliative care, and thus will sign off.
Somebody was asking, is the defense going to cross-examine today? That's for tomorrow. So it happened live today, of course, mainstream coverage. Here, in our stream today, day 2, no. They're actually in one of the little breaks where the jury wasn't present. They were like, can we, if we run late, can we maybe start again, rather tomorrow fresh or have more time? And the judge said, we'll see how it goes. And so, yeah, they started the next day. So tomorrow, bring a lot of energy, okay? A lot of energy and patience, because we're going to see the, I would say, snarky cross-examination. The rigor mortis lady, I think.
And then here, follow-up, will sign off as no palliative needs.
Okay. And what is the date? Can you tell, based on Exhibit 215, the date of this consult? If we scroll up, perhaps.
(9/21/18) at 14:54.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with Exhibit 215.
I'm sorry, that's the signing. It's a little earlier where it says date of service, 9/21/13/15. The dates are the time is slightly earlier on date of service versus the co-signer at 14:54.
Okay. But the date is September 21st of 18?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Dr. Biedrzycki, I would like to publish what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. And we looked at this before the lunch break. And this is the toxicology. And I'd like the jury to be able to see the front page of that.
You can publish.
Thank you. And Ms. DeVolkenier, if you could please scroll just to the bottom of this first page. And the exhibit number on there, Doctor, is 35, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could scroll back up to the top of page 1, you already testified that you've seen this before, and remind the jury what this is.
This is the toxicology report. It's a supplemental report. It's actually the 4th report provided by NMS Labs regarding the analysis of the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Okay. Remind the jury where NMS Labs is?
It's in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Does Dr. Sherry Kasinkel work for NMS Labs?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, did you talk to her regarding this toxicology report?
I talked to her about one of the toxicology reports. I don't know if it was this one.
Okay. If we scroll to the middle, there's a lot of items listed inside of a box for positive findings. What does that mean?
Different panels or requests were asked for on the specimens that I submitted. And as I said, there were 4 reports, so this is the summary of everything that accumulated. First I asked for this test, then I added this test, then I added this test. So, this is the ultimate result. So this reflects not only their usual screen, which was the first toxicology report, but all additional special tests that I asked for, because not all the drugs that Ms. Hernan was on were included in the general screen. And as I learned what medications I should be looking for, I added more of those things. There are 3 different specimens that were sent: iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. And so the medications and compounds that were analyzed are separated by those tissues. So we have, the first group is iliac blood, the second group is gastric fluid, and the third group is the liver tissue. The results indicate in the units that follow the number what level of that particular item was found in that particular specimen.
Okay. A few questions about what you just said. Throughout the process, do you recall which report from NMS listed tetrahydrozline on it?
The first one.
Okay. And it's also listed on here, is that true?
Yes.
Could you circle that for the jury, please? And what level is reported for the iliac blood from Ms. Hernan?
116 nanograms per ml.
Now, ultimately, did that result cause you to do some research in this case?
Yes.
And in its totality, have you created a summary exhibit that talks specifically about the toxicology in this case?
About the toxicology, or I should say, about information about tetrahydrozline, because I needed to know more.
Okay. So we're going to come back to this toxicology piece later on. Right now, though, I want to talk to you about that research that you undertook. Why did you do that in this case?
This is a substance that I haven't seen.
Okay, standing by for a second. See a lot of questions about our new cat. Okay, we're focused on this case and trial right now. If you stay till the end of this stream, we have just less than an hour left of trial footage. I will show you a picture of our new cat, okay? So just hang in there if you want to see the kitty later. Okay, now what else I'm going to do is I want to actually just try a little bit faster, just a little bit, 1.2, okay? We had it at 1.1, just go 1.2. The attorney, she asked questions a little bit slowly, and maybe we could just, I was going to say, and the defense. No, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to need like 1.75. We shall see. Okay, but for now, let's try 1.2 and see how it goes.
I have heard of it in the media. I wanted to look in the medical literature to see what information was known about levels and what it would mean in a person, because it's not supposed to be in the blood. It's not an oral medication. That much I knew. So I did research on it.
Okay. Is that research memorialized in an exhibit?
Yes.
And is that, I'd like to show just the witness, please, Exhibit 211. And Dr. I'll slowly scroll through Exhibit 211 so that you can see it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, this is a chart that I made trying to put data pieces from my research in a table so I could both...
Is it okay, guys? I know that the doctor speaks a little bit fast at 1.2, but it seems okay. Let me know. Also, Phantom says, I can't sit through commercials anymore, much less boring trial without G's help. And if you guys didn't know, when you are live here with me, these streams, I don't monetize them, so you shouldn't be getting any commercials throughout these live streams for these trials, okay? I usually would turn that on later for replay watchers, and it's normally a day later or so. So if you're here live with me, that's another bonus, okay? So not only are we going to do this concisely, but you're not going to get commercials. No lunch break, no comfort breaks, no commercials, okay?
Understand for myself. I mean, before I created this table for court, I did something like this for myself just so I could understand it. Read a paper, look at it and say, how old was the patient? How much did he take? What were the levels? What were the symptoms? To try to understand what tetrahydrozline does to people. So then I created this table to explain it to the jury.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate copy of the table you created in this case?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 211 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
Yes, Jessy, get worried now. They're going to say exactly what tetrahydrozline does. Mm-hmm.
To be honest, it's just been given 211. I know that the state has.
I don't. For a sidebar.
Yes, reminder, just no speaking objections.
Sidebar.
Withdraw that objection. All right, thank you. Then,
Did you see me do this? Sidebar was just so quick. 20 minutes of your time saved. You guys might wonder, where did this idea come from? Do you remember the Burgos Aviles trial? Oh my word, that made me lose trust in just covering a trial, you know, even if it's a bit of a lesser known trial. How do we know how the courtroom's going to operate? You know what I mean? If it's something like Alec Murdaugh or Johnny Depp or those like really high profile trials, then we can kind of trust that they know the whole world is watching and they better be on their top form. That Burgos Aviles trial, the tardiness almost killed all of us, okay? It was very hectic. So that's why from now on, if we don't quite know, wait, what is this? I know we know this judge from Daryl Brooks from that trial. But if we're not too sure what's going on, let's suss it out. We're going to do it like this in a controlled fashion, okay? So that we can really watch it at our own speed, which I like. And without all that, if the lunch break, I mean, they said about an hour. This one was 90 minutes, okay? Sometimes if it's a 10-minute break, it turns out to be 35. Oh, no. And then we're just live and we're there and playing music. No, we're gonna do this and we're there, okay? Look. She's thinking about it now. She's like, oh my word, they're just going to go through all this tetrahydrozline now? Yes, indeed.
Based upon that, Exhibit 211 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So, Doctor, on the very right side of Exhibit 211, if we can scroll down to the bottom of the page so that the jury can see that exhibit sticker, please. Okay. So at the top of page 211, you have the columns labeled again, right?
Yes.
Could you please go through those for the jury?
So I indicated the circumstance in which the ingestion of tetrahydrozline occurred, then the age of the patient, then the amount ingested if known, then if there was a blood or serum level performed, what that number was, and what hours after ingestion, if known, it was taken, because that would, as time goes on, that might affect what the number would be. If there was a urine level, the hours after ingestion, the urine was analyzed, and what symptoms were documented by the treating healthcare providers. And then finally, what the citation was for the information.
So if you could please run through the first row for the jury explaining what the information in each column means.
Okay. So I divided the circumstance into what would be called malicious administration, which would include an intent to harm, include drug-facilitated sexual assault, which is what DFSA means. So the first was a mother that gave tetrahydrozline to her 6-year-old son. The amount is unknown. He presented with symptoms of drowsiness, sedation, and muscle weakness to a healthcare provider. The urine level was determined to be 257 and estimated 20 hours after ingestion.
And I apologize, before we go through those, what is the top row that you included in this exhibit?
The top row?
Right, underneath where it says...
Lynn Hernan. Lynn Hernan, being the patient that I'm doing the research about, I put her on the top so that one could look at what her blood level was compared to what the literature shows.
Okay. Now, in this exhibit, Exhibit 211, are all of the entries in here regarding individuals who were deceased?
No.
So some of these ingestions resulted in the person surviving?
Most of them.
Okay. Why would that be helpful to you as a pathologist?
It's important to know what a blood level, what symptoms a blood level or a urine, well, it wouldn't be a urine level, but particularly a blood level. So what would be the symptoms if somebody had a toxic ingestion that resulted in certain symptoms? What would those symptoms be? How serious? I mean, if drinking tetrahydrozline just, made my mouth sore versus, put me in the ICU, that would be important to know. What's the toxic potential of this particular substance? So I was interested in finding out what levels have been documented, what symptoms correlate to those levels, and the circumstances of use, because there was also a thought that this is a recreational drug, and I found absolutely no reports and no evidence that tetrahydrozline is ever used recreationally. So it's sort of like the scope of tetrahydrozline, what we know about ingestions of tetrahydrozline.
In terms of the information on this screen, do you know how the patient ingested the tetrahydrozline in these cases?
Well, it was all oral, except for there's one entry later that was a study where they kept putting eye drops in volunteers, and they wanted to measure if you used a lot of eye drops, what your blood level would be at that time. But every other case would be an oral ingestion.
How is tetrahydrozline supposed to be used?
It can be eye drops or nasal spray.
Are there different brand names of eye drops and nasal spray that contain tetrahydrozline?
Yes.
And I'd like to actually, if we could please scroll through this exhibit and go down, I'd like to talk about the entry that you just mentioned regarding the people using them in their eyes. I think it's page 3. So on page 3 that the jury's looking at, can you circle the study that you talked about where it was tetrahydrozline use in the eyes? Okay.
Yes.
And what can you tell the jury about that study?
Well, there was a lot of data from the study. They took a lot of people there. I mean, if you read the paper, it gives you the age range of the individuals. They put 2 drops in each eye. They did it at 0, 4, 8, and 12 hours. They tested their blood and urine at multiple points. They developed ranges of what the blood levels were for those people at those times. So there was a range, and then there was a mean, and then they studied also their urine. So it's really a ton of data. I mean, there's no way I could put all that data in the chart. So I chose a mean of 13 hours after administration. It's not ingested. I indicated that in a mean, and for the urine and the blood. And I said if you did 2 drops in every eye at 13 hours, which would be after the 12-hour drops were given, that this would be the blood level mean for the population that they studied, and that would be the urine level mean for the population that they studied.
And what is the blood level mean for these, for this study?
0.209 nanograms per ml, less than 1.
Now going up to page 1, I'm not going to have you talk about each line of this exhibit, Doctor, but I do want to ask you, if we could clear the screen. Thank you. I do want to ask you if you found patterns in terms of the symptoms that people presented with upon oral ingestion of that substance.
Yes. The main symptoms affect the brain and the heart. So there are symptoms of drowsiness, lethargy, coma, stopping breathing, and then for the heart, low heart rate, low blood pressure, and heart block.
I noticed that on this page, the majority of these entries don't have a blood serum level.
Right.
Did you find that common in the literature of patients that ingested and survived?
Yes.
Why? Do you know why?
Object speculation. These aren't her studies.
Just sustain us to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
When you reviewed the research, did it include information about where and how samples can be tested for tetrahydrozline?
Sometimes that was addressed, sometimes not.
Okay. Does NMS Labs test for tetrahydrozline?
Yes.
Okay. Does a hospital?
The hospitals I'm familiar with do not.
Do you know why?
Overrule.
Toxicology testing is extremely expensive. I'm relying on my clinical pathology background where I worked in a hospital lab, trained in a hospital lab. Hospitals don't do a lot of toxicology testing because you need a certain volume of test to make the test worth having on your menu, okay? So most hospitals test for aspirin and they test for alcohol, but they don't test for the wide variety of drugs that we take every day because the instrumentation, the quality control, the samples are just too difficult. So toxicology testing for a lot of drugs other than like the common ones and alcohol that I mentioned are usually addressed by private labs that then pull in from a wider patient base to make it worth having the instrumentation and the quality control. Because for every particular drug, you need a high level and a low level to test the parameters of your test. And every time you run a blood specimen, you have to do the quality control run. So it gets to be very complicated. And like I said, if you don't have the volume to do that, nobody's going to do that kind of testing.
Could that rationale also apply to labs, toxicology labs, for example?
Yes.
Are you aware of labs that conduct post-mortem toxicology testing that don't test for tetrahydrozline?
I'm aware of post-mortem laboratories that test post-mortem blood that have a more limited panel than NMS, whether it includes tetrahydrozline or certain other drugs. I can't speak to that, but I know a lot of other laboratories will only do this much testing, and if it's outside of their scope, then they send it to NMS. So NMS is a referral source for even other laboratories because it it does such a, it has a wide array of analytes that it can test for.
Okay. Looking back at exhibit.
I don't think any of us are going to look at eye drops the same, right? After this case, like, whoa. Carrie said, as a former coronary care specialist nurse before my paralysis, the heart block is very concerning. Illustrates how eye drops could do this. That is so scary. Oh my goodness. Chris B, yes, I'm aware. I'm trying so hard to pronounce it all correctly. Thank you so much.
Exhibit 211, there seems to be a pattern involving someone's consciousness after orally ingesting tetrahydrozline. Is that true?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what you found in your research about that?
As I said, it affects the brain. It makes you lethargic, unconscious, even up to comatose. And for that reason, you can see that it is a drug that is used in drug-facilitated sexual assault. It's also referred to as a drug of chemical compliance because it does affect the CNS and make people not remember, be suggestible, lose their judgment, or straight up not be awake.
Okay.
That we just love that she said straight up or not be awake. That was pretty cool. So, however, what she was saying, I mean, that is very concerning. So if Lynn had been poisoned with this Vicine for some time, especially since around June-ish, June, July, August, September, October, 5 months or so, you know, it could impair judgment, it could make you really lethargic and all that kind of stuff. So imagine all of that. And if we could only be a fly on that wall, if we could see if Jessy was saying, okay, just sign here and you can hand over everything to me and like I'm gonna, you know, take care of you and don't you worry, I'll take care of probably your cats and your home. Yeah, that wasn't the case. She's like, ooh, sell everything, cats, you gotta go. Horrible, absolutely horrible.
In terms of the range of symptoms you saw, would it be fair to say that some were very, very severe?
Yes.
In terms of even being admitted to the ICU?
Object to continuing to bleeding.
Sustained.
Were there any research articles that you reviewed where the patient ended up in the ICU?
Yes.
Are those reflected on Exhibit 211?
Yes.
Okay, if we could please go to page 2. Are some of those studies indicated on this page, Doctor?
Yes.
Why is it important to you in your job to know that that's a possible symptom?
Well, it indicates the severity of the symptoms, especially if you have a blood level associated with it, because if you survive, but you needed to be in an ICU to survive, that's pretty significant. In other words, would you have survived without aggressive medical therapy? I think that's a reasonable question.
Well, this jury was told that tetrahydrozline can't kill a person earlier this week. Would you agree with that?
Not only don't I agree with that, I think it's an irresponsible statement.
Love it. Just love it. Bring on the snark doctor, Linda Biedrzycki. Oh my goodness. She's like, I think that's an irresponsible statement. Who's that directed at? The defense attorney who was like, Vicine has never killed a single person on the planet. That's what he said in his opening statements. So this expert witness right here, I mean, as the defense attorney said, we'll see. Yeah, we're seeing. We're seeing that what you said was utter crap.
Because statements that this won't harm you is actually the basis of some of the acts that are recorded.
The response isn't responsive.
Overruled. She may continue answering.
Some of the cases that are reflected in this table, people said, I didn't think it would hurt them. I just wanted to make them sick. So the seriousness of the effects of tetrahydrozline reflected by the symptoms that are documented is not consistent with it being harmless. And I certainly do think it can be fatal. And there is, if not medically reviewed literature, there is legal documentation of its ability to cause death.
In terms of this page where we see symptoms, occasionally you see a downward arrow and then the letters HR. What does that mean?
A decreased heart rate.
Okay. In terms of this page, page 2 of Exhibit 211, were all of these individuals people that survived the ingestion?
Yes.
Okay. Going down, please, to page 3. Doctor, on this page, does the circumstance type change?
The break, sort of after study volunteers, indicate that the next grouping is information gathered from the media, not peer-reviewed medical literature.
There's 2 entries that say suicide attempt. Were those medical articles?
Those were medical articles.
What can you tell the jury about those, the background behind those 2?
Both individuals took tetrahydrozline orally, intending to kill themselves. However, either due to discomfort or change of desire to die, they sought medical attention. Both these individuals, by seeking medical attention, ended up in the hospital and actually in the ICU.
In terms of the entries along the bottom, are those peer-reviewed medical articles?
No, the last 4 rows are not peer-reviewed medical articles.
Why did you find it helpful to review those items and include it?
Because I thought that that indicated that tetrahydrozline can be used to poison somebody.
The first entry after the break says homicide, and on the right side it says confession. What in that case was relevant that you included this?
Object.
Overruled.
This case involves a woman who confessed to dosing.
Could I have a cipher, Judge?
Sure. The objection is overruled.
Do you see how quick that sidebar was? Just like that for you. In real time, it was a lot longer than that. But again, I know the defense is just doing their job, but it's amazing how they like, how many suicides have you seen? How many cases have you seen? Can you name this when they're questioning? But as soon as the prosecution's expert witness brings up her chart with another case, citing another case, they're like, no, objection, sidebar, please. They may not mention that. The judge is like, overruled. Okay, continuing on.
Go ahead, you may answer.
This case involves a woman who admitted to dosing her husband with tetrahydrozline and initially told investigators it was a natural death. However, his blood was tested, and it was a coroner's case, and 68 nanograms per ml of tetrahydrozline was found in his blood. And upon later questioning, the wife stated, yes, I dosed him with tetrahydrozline. I just tried to make it look like something else. And due to her confession, she was convicted.
And the blood serum level again for that case was what?
Yes. Did the defendant hear that?
68 nanograms per ml.
What is the iliac blood level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
160 nanograms per ml.
Okay. In terms of the research that you conduct.
Did you hear that? That's very hectic. So that lady from 2018 that poisoned her husband with tetrahydrozline, which is the vicine ingredient, right? That husband had 68 units of this in his system. Nanograms. There we go. Thank you, Stefan. I don't want to get it wrong there. And Lynn had 160. That's insane. That's a lot. Holy crap. Oh my word.
Conducted into this substance. Did you learn that there are any areas in the world that take precautions that it can't be easily procured?
There, can we go to the first page of this exhibit? The book by Kintz. He's French, and the case is a boy that he got ill in France, and the point of his report was that the mother was from the United States and carried the eye drops containing tetrahydrozline in her purse. And his report included that this drug is not available in France, and they never thought to look for it because it's not available in France. But it's a cautionary tale in terms of the toxicology analysis that people should perform when they see certain symptoms, that they should consider this particular substance. So in France, I learned that it's not allowed.
In terms of the research that you did, and I think that you alluded to this before, but I want to ask you specifically, did you find any information that drinking tetrahydrozline can cause a euphoric state or a state that people might want to experience?
I found no information in anything I looked at, which includes everything you see, and a number of articles that would be considered teaching tools for the medical profession, not citations of studies, but for example, an ER doctor would say,
Oh, okay, she's frowning now. She's like, oh yeah, right. Look at that face. Oh my goodness. It's almost like, I don't really like comparing criminals, but it's a bit like Jodi Arias meets Taylor Shea Business. I don't know. That's what she's reminding me of right now. Like, damn, she's just like argumentative in her face about this. Expert witnesses knowledge. But that was a lot that Lynn had in her system. This defendant is the one who offered up that she put 6 bottles of that Vicine in the water. Later she said Lynn did it, then she said she did all of that. She changed her story a lot, but she mentioned 6 bottles. It might be more. At this point, it might actually be more, right? Who knows? Oh my goodness. So, okay.
Look for this, don't look for this. So, there's different literature about tetrahydrozline, and nothing I read and nothing I experienced as a physician who autopsies people who die of recreational drugs has ever showed me that tetrahydrozline is used recreationally.
Okay.
Well, the defense attorney said he doesn't know why people smoke MJ or take drugs, or he doesn't know. People do that. Maybe people like a little bit of Vicine in their vodka. Like, no, they don't. No, and it doesn't have this effect that he's implying, right?
And I'm finished with Exhibit 211, thank you. Dr. Biedrzycki, I'd now like to move into the topic of the actual scene where Ms. Hernan was located in this case, okay? Were you able to visit that area?
I did not.
Okay. Would this be one of those cases where your eyes and ears help you out?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to show you, and this is somewhat graphic, so I apologize in advance, but we are going to go back to exhibits already in evidence, first with 14. Dr. Biedrzycki, have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
Okay. Has to publish this, please.
Go ahead.
Was this photo significant to you in your analysis of cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Why?
It was not only this photo, but what is shown in this photo that's unusual is shown in other photos. And what is unusual is the sprinkling. Can I use my finger?
Sure.
Yeah. So it's the sprinkling of these particles on her chest. There might be one right here, but it's not in her mouth. So in other words, there was a sprinkling of multicolored pill fragments on her body, in her hair, on her chest, over her shoulders. Literally, the only thing I thought of when I saw this was somebody, held crushed pills and just sprinkled them like confetti. I've never seen that in a case before.
And when you say you've never seen it in a case, that includes...
Oh, I'm shaking my head at just how, but she's like, no. No. Wow. Okay then. Looking angry at the facts exposing themselves or what? It's horrible for Lynn. It's just horrendous how much she suffered and for how long. I'm still of that opinion that this went on for a while. It's not like an overnight thing, right? Doesn't sound like it. And then to crush pills and sprinkle it over her like that and make it look so staged according to what the prosecution's saying and what we're learning so far. It sounds horrible.
500 deaths a year that your office processes and you doing a portion of those.
Yeah.
And that includes prescription drug suicides, true, right?
True.
Okay. If we can please move to Exhibit 15, and that can be published, it's already in evidence. And Dr. Biedrzycki, is this another image of what the jury just looked at?
Yes.
In terms of what we see...
D. Banks says, ladies, don't ever leave a drink unattended. This is scary. I know, right? I think a lot of us have experienced that. I myself have as well. It's very scary. Some eye drop brands can be scary, or some liquid meds, whatever. Lots of things, right? Spike drinks and things. So yes, be careful.
In Ms. Hernan's mouth, could you circle that for the jury?
Well, there's one pill fragment on the sort of on her lip, outer lip, not inside her mouth, and then her mouth is stained with stained red, and her tongue too.
Based on your expert opinion, does the staining appear like it's blood?
No, it looks like artificial red food coloring, basically.
Okay. Now, Were these
Why? What is the staining from? Even that would make it look even more staged. I mean, did the defendant think this was some kind of art project, or what's she doing? Gross. Again, I have to just say disclaimer, in my opinion, of course.
these photos that were taken at Ms. Hernan's residence?
Yes,
Were there more photos taken when Ms. Hernan was brought to the medical examiner's office?
yes.
And this, if we could please not publish. Doctor, I'd like to show you some exhibits that are not into evidence yet. Starting with exhibit 40 and going through 45, I'm going to ask Ms. DeVolcanier to please flip through each of those. I'd like you to look at them, and then I'll ask you some questions when you're finished. Dr. Biedrzycki, do you recognize exhibits 40 through 45?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photos of Lynn Hernan in the autopsy room, and it's showing fragments, multicolored fragments, pill fragments scattered over her body.
Do they look like a fair and accurate copy of the photos taken in this case?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move exhibits 40 through 45 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish yet.
Objection.
Exhibits 40 through 45 are all received.
Dr. Biedrzycki, is it important to have your staff transport a decedent in very specific ways when they're brought to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Why?
For my procedures, I prefer my staff to have control of the body. I don't bring in outsiders to do the transport. My staff is responsible for maintaining the chain of evidence, for bringing in all relevant evidence. They are the ones who place the decedent in the body bag, zip the body bag, and transport it personally to the vehicle in our vehicle. So there's no other people responsible or involved in that chain.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
And could you remind the jury, when you begin the very beginning of the autopsy process, what you personally did in this case?
Yes. So nothing happens to the body until I see it. So I come down to the morgue, and then the examination begins. It's not processed, by anybody before I examine the body, so I can direct anything that I want to happen from that point on. So the first thing is looking at the body in the body bag with any adherent or attached evidence, medical devices, the way it was clothed, the decedent was clothed, the way the clothing is arranged. And that's how I'd like to see my first examination.
And is that what
The orphan, that's such a good point. She made no attempt to revive that poor one. We didn't hear anything like that. You're right. From everything we've heard, there was no attempt to revive her. She's like, oh, I found her like this. Yep. And who was asking earlier? Let me just check. Lisa was saying staging. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like serial killer talk almost, but yeah, staging is what the prosecution already said in their opening statement. So like it looked staged, like crushed pills on her chest, and just the way the whole scene was set up to make it look like she took her own life by taking a whole bunch of pills. But guess what? The autopsy showed, oh, wait, it wasn't a whole bunch of pills that she died from. It was from tetrahydrozline, eye drops. And as we just learned, 160 nanograms. And there was a different case where a lady had poisoned her husband with the same stuff, and he died from having 68 nanograms in his system. This was 160 nanograms. Like, oh my goodness. So, yes. Okay.
you did in this case?
Yes.
Do exhibits 40 through 45 document a part of that process?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish exhibit 40, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Biedrzycki, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the face of Lynn Hernan, again showing pill fragments, and the one we showed before, also pill fragments here.
And I apologize, the jury didn't have that up in their box before we circled those, but the circle on top is what?
Pills in her hair.
Okay, and then the one on the bottom?
Pills on her neck. Pill fragments on her neck.
Moving to exhibit 41,
Hold on,
please.
before you go. There's also an arrow.
Oh, sorry.
There's a pill fragment we saw in prior two pictures in the corner of her mouth.
Did she get her Vicine out or what? She's like, cue the waterworks. Oh, okay, now we're crying.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need this captured at all? All right, thank you.
Moving to exhibit 41, Doctor, what are we looking at here?
More pill fragments on the neck of Lynn Hernan.
What about exhibit 42? Vulcan here, zoom in to this exhibit a bit.
Yes,
And
Arizona.
ask you,
Crying for herself, huh?
was this photo taken during the same process you've discussed already?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Oh, we always take circumferential pictures of the body, and there might
Okay, the only way to demonstrate how she's faking now is to do it myself, to be like, she's like, really now? Now she's distressed, you guys. Oh my word. What a faker. You can just smell it's fake from here, right? I don't like it.
be something that I was attempting to capture, but I must confess, like, it's very hard to see.
Okay. Going to the next exhibit, exhibit 43. Again, what is this, doctor?
It's the pill fragment in the corner of her mouth.
Okay. What about exhibit 44?
Are we acting as if the photos are now distressing? Because it's not working. Not with us, at least. I don't know how the jury is feeling, but if they're watching this, they're probably like, surely somebody did, like, what?
Multiple pill fragments over her clothing on her chest area.
And then exhibit 45, please.
Additional pill fragments on, this looks like the inside of her top when we undressed her. It sort of may have fallen in to that area from around the body.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done publishing this for now. Dr. Biedrzycki, did you collect any of these fragments that the jury just saw?
We're almost there, 20 more minutes or so, but, well, half an hour or so. And then you're going to see the cat picture as well, if you stay here, right? So, the other thing is, what was I going to say? Now I lost my train of thought. Damn it, wait. Okay, it'll come to me now. Oh, Lynn wasn't wearing pants. Remember how the defense was smirking at that? Who's gonna take their own life like that? I mean, you never know what state someone's in, but I'm just like, oh man, this is just really bad. Look at this prosecuting attorney's face here. Assistant district attorney right here, Sitzberger. He's like,
Did.
Why?
Because it was so unusual. I didn't know what might happen, but you see something unusual, then you collect it.
What did you do with them after you collected them?
They were stored until we were getting some toxicology results back, and then I decided to analyze them to see what those fragments were and how they corresponded to what was in her system and also what she was prescribed.
Did you send them to a lab?
Yes.
What lab?
NMS.
Okay. I'd like to show you, just the witness, please, exhibit 37. Again, a multi-page exhibit, and we're going to flip through this. I'd like you to look at it and see if you recognize what it is.
Just to answer this question, Hart says, did you edit out the photos, Gisela, or were they not aired on the live version? They were not aired on the live version. So that was great for the court, because sometimes courts, we've seen them make mistakes and, stream things they're not supposed to be streaming, out of respect for the victim, of course. So yeah, and without warning, it can be quite a shock, even though I know we all in true crime here, we're learning about true crime and things that happen, but I'm glad that they didn't show that. And so that is the answer.
On for the witness, please.
It's not on the witness, but I'll turn it on now.
Sorry. Dr. Biedrzycki, I'm sorry, I should have asked you. If we could zoom out and show the exhibit number on here. Are you now looking at exhibit 37?
Yes.
Okay. And you can tell that it's a 16-page document. Is that true?
Yes.
So I'm just going to have Mr. Vulcan here go through the pages, please.
Can you go back to one?
Sure. We may need to zoom in a bit. If we can start
Not one, but okay. The second page. Third page. Okay. These are two documents.
Okay.
I mean, you can see that there are two different parts of NMS. One is criminalistics, one is toxicology. This one is the report issued 8/7. What I'm looking at now is the second document, which is the toxicology report from the biologic specimens. The first two pages were the report of the pill fragments. They're not really together. I mean, they're two separate reports.
So, and that's our error. I apologize. I'd like you to focus on the first 3 pages of exhibit 37, please.
Okay. So this page, and I think it's just a 2-page report, is the report. It's labeled Drug Chemistry Final Report. So it's from a different division that does seized evidence versus biologic specimens. And this is the report on the pill fragments that I sent. It indicates that they received a colorless plastic container with multicolored solid material, and the compounds that they identified. Do you want me to read that?
No, I'm just going to ask you if these 2 pages look like a fair and accurate copy of the report that you got back in this case.
Okay. Yes, they do.
Okay. In terms of the remainder.
Osinska. Yesterday I said it kind of like that. Tell me if this is right, okay? Kurczewski. That's what I was saying yesterday. Then I got lots of feedback. Kurczewski. Kurczewski. That's Jessy's surname, if you guys don't know her last name.
Of Exhibit 37, are those also records that you received from NMS Lab in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and you've seen those before as well?
Yes.
I'd move the entirety of Exhibit 37 into evidence and ask for permission to publish the first 2 pages.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 37 is received. Permission to publish the first 2 pages is granted.
Okay, Dr. Biedrzycki, on the bottom right of this exhibit, is the sticker say 37 on there?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like if Ms. DeValcanier could zoom in on the top half of this page so that we can read it a little bit easier. Again, this is the same lab that you used for toxicology and biological specimens in this case?
Yes.
And this report is reflecting the result of what?
Of the pill fragments that I removed from the body, the outside of the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
Okay, and if we can scroll down, please. In this section of Exhibit 37, does it show what was received by NMS?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you sent?
Yes.
And ultimately, what were the results and conclusions of that powder material?
They confirmed the identity of acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and triamterene.
Were the results of this analysis important to you in this investigation and in determining a cause of death?
Not in determining the cause of death, but more in the circumstances around the death.
Were these results used to put a summary together in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness, please. State's Exhibit 209. And Dr. Biedrzycki, let me know when you can see that before you.
I can.
Okay. And that's a 1-page exhibit.
Damn, she's writing furiously now.
Is that true?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a table I prepared that has a lot of information about the compounds that were identified in the blood of Lynn Hernan that were in the toxicology report. So I took the compounds that were found in the toxicology report, and then I said, this is what they are in the blood. Did we also find them in the liver? Did we also find them in the gastric? Were they part of the fragments that we found? And were they at the scene as in a prescription bottle or loose? So I tried to look at those particular compounds and how they were reflected in all these different areas.
Is the screen before you a fair copy of the exhibit you created, 209 in this case?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 209 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 209 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So, Dr. Biedrzycki, is this the same Exhibit 209 that you just looked at on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to have Ms. DeValcanier zoom in a bit to just get the full chart in there as big as we can, okay? Doctor, it looks like there's the third column in is kind of bolded. Is that true?
Yes.
Why? What is that column for?
I tried to put, this is just my thinking, that I thought I'd put the drug that we're talking about in the third column, and that to the left would be the type of drug it is and whether it affected the central nervous system, because a lot of them do. And then to the right, it was, if it was a prescription and over-the-counter drug, and then the blood, liver, gastric fragments, and scene information. I'm sorry I said more than you asked.
That's okay. So, if you could, let's start with the very bottom row.
Yes.
Can you kind of walk through that line for the jury and explain what the importance is of each box?
Okay, so tetrahydrozline is the name of the compound. It does have a CNS effect, actually, not only if used orally, but if you use too much in your nose or your mouth, you might have some CNS effects. So it's not just orally, but it's not supposed to be taken orally. And so it's not for oral use. It does have a CNS effect. It's over the counter. Her blood level was 160 nanograms per ml. The liver level was 1,300 nanograms per gram. The gastric was 7,100 nanograms per ml. There were no fragments. It's a liquid, so it wasn't on the body, and it wasn't at the scene. So there was no empty eye drop bottles or full eye drop bottles at the scene anywhere.
Why was it important for you to know whether these compounds have a CNS depressant effect?
Because they can be additive. You know, if you take a couple of, and we talked about that when we looked at the medical records with the concern about alprazolam and hydrocodone, and then if you add a bunch of more things that affect your CNS, that can be additive, which is also reflected in how I sign the death certificate.
Okay. And we'll look at that in more detail as well. But in terms of all of the compounds listed above tetrahydrozline, where did you get those? Where did you get that information from?
What part?
I mean, how did you know what to put in each row?
In terms of whether it had a CNS effect?
No, I'm sorry. In terms of the compounds you listed,
Yeah.
why did you pick those ones?
Those were directly from her toxicology report.
Okay. So that's the exhibit the jury's already seen with a long list.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the blood levels on exhibit 209, is that copied directly from the NMS toxicology in this case?
Where they gave therapeutic levels, I used their numbers. In 2 cases, they didn't really say this is the therapeutic level, which is in for hydrocodone and for baclofen. I used another source just to give a sense of where the number lies.
Okay. So let's go through this. I'd like to zoom in on the top piece, please. And the first compound says acetaminophen. I think probably the jurors have heard of that before. What is it?
Tylenol is an
Okay.
example, yeah.
And that was something in Ms. Hernan's toxicology?
Yes.
And where it says at scene, could you explain to the jury what that box means in this case?
That means there was medication at the scene or a prescription bottle at the scene indicating she was prescribed the drug. For the case of acetaminophen and also for hydrocodone when we get there, the pill that she was prescribed, the compound, both drugs were in the compound, so it was acetaminophen, hydrocodone. So even though the blood says acetaminophen, I can't tell if it's because it was acetaminophen with the hydrocodone or if she also took acetaminophen by itself. But her prescription was for a pill that contained both. And the pill that was found at the scene was that pill that was basically acetaminophen with hydrocodone.
In terms of the count use column, why is that helpful to you?
Well, it indicates whether she was taking them as prescribed. She was taking, well, I shouldn't say, if the bottle is empty, it could mean she was taking more than was prescribed, or it could mean they were crushed up and on her, or it could mean they were under the couch, or it could mean she gave them away. If there's more missing than should be there, it's harder to know what that significance is, but I indicated if there were none in the bottle and whether that was expected or not. If I didn't put if it was expected or not, it was because I didn't have enough information to make that judgment. For example, for baclofen and cyclobenzaprine, she received prescriptions months earlier because that was when she was trying to find the right pill for her back pain. Remember, I said they tried this and they took her off it. They tried this, they took her off it. I never knew how many she took before she stopped taking them. So if there was a bottle of baclofen there, I don't know how many she took before she developed her rash. If there was cyclobenzaprine there, I don't know how many she took before she said, I'm gaining weight, I'm not taking it. So I can say there's 0 in the bottle, but I don't know what we started with, basically. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So the range therapeutic level, what does that mean?
That means it's a commonly accepted level that corresponds to taking a drug on a regular basis as prescribed to have the effect, the intended effect.
Okay. And you've included that range in each of the rows in this exhibit, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of any compounds listed here that were elevated above that range, I want you to talk about those with the jury, please, starting with the first one you see.
That would be baclofen.
Okay, Okay, so if we can zoom in a bit and make that a little bigger. Doctor, if you could just circle
muscle
the
spasms,
baclofen on
yes.
this sheet so we're all looking at the same. Okay. And what is baclofen for?
It's a skeletal muscle relaxant.
Okay, and what was the level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
1.1 microgram per ml.
And what else did you include in that box?
I included a number that I found in a toxicology reference text that referred to a group of people that were given a certain dose of baclofen for a certain number of days and the range of the blood, their blood baclofen level in that study period. So a group of people given this drug for therapeutic reasons revealed a result of 0.36 to 0.66 milligrams per liter, which if you is equivalent to micrograms per ml. It's 1,000 difference in each one. So the units are different, but they're equivalent.
Okay.
An ml is 1,000th of a liter, and a microgram is 1,000th of a milligram. So,
In terms of your experience with baclofen and all of the cause of death determinations you've made, do you recall a time when you've opined that a cause of death was baclofen intoxication or poisoning?
not as a sole agent.
Okay. Did you find anything in the literature indicating that there is a cutoff toxic level for baclofen?
I did find information, and I didn't list fatal levels. I only listed therapeutic levels. The cases where baclofen is fatal is about 10 times more, or more than 10 times more, of 1.1 microgram per ml. So when you look at drugs, it's like what the therapeutic level is, what's above therapeutic, plus or minus any symptoms from it, and then what's going to kill you. So this is above therapeutic, but it's not near fatal.
Okay. What about the cyclobenzaprine?
The cyclobenzaprine is also above the therapeutic level, but not much so.
Okay. And you indicated that also has CNS depressant effects?
It does.
Okay. And ultimately, you included those two compounds in your significant condition line on the protocol, right?
Yes, they contributed.
Okay. Same questions with the cyclobenzaprine level. In your experience, have you seen cause of death determinations that you've called to be cyclobenzaprine intoxication?
I don't believe I've ever had any where that was the sole agent.
Okay. In the literature, any toxic level cutoff that the jury should know about relevant to this case?
I can't tell you what that is, but it's significantly higher than therapeutic.
Okay. When you reviewed the baclofen and cyclobenzaprine levels on the toxicology in this case, did you believe that's why Ms. Hernan died?
No.
Okay. In terms of the other compounds listed on this exhibit, would it be fair to say that they're all within or under therapeutic ranges?
They are.
Okay. Of the compounds listed on this exhibit, were they all at the scene?
Everything, but there was evidence of them at the scene. Either there was a pill or a bottle, except for tetrahydrozline.
Okay. And if we could zoom out a little bit, Doctor, where it says, the column that says...
Okay, but whoa, how much of a red flag is that? That everything that they found sprinkled all over Lynn. Those prescription bottles and things were found there. Except the tetrahydrozline, which is what actually killed her. The eye drops. They didn't find those containers there, is what the doctor's saying. Oh my goodness.
Says fragments on body.
Yes.
There's a plus sign in a few of the rows. Could you please remind the jury what that means?
That means those were the fragments that we were looking at, all the pictures, kind of the multicolored crushed dry pieces. Those were what was identified by the lab when I sent those fragments to them.
Now, in terms of these blood levels that the jury is seeing on Exhibit 209, are you able to calculate backwards to a dose from those blood levels?
No.
Not even for the tetrahydrozline?
No.
So if I asked you to tell this jury how many bottles of Visine it takes to have a blood level of 160, what would you say?
I don't know.
Okay. What about if I asked you to look at the baclofen level and tell the jury how many pills Lynn Hernan took of baclofen prior to death. Would you be able to tell them that?
No.
This jury heard that Ms. Hernan took 25 to 30 pills that day before she died. Would you agree with that statement?
I really don't know the basis of that opinion.
Okay. Do you share that opinion?
I don't have any opinion on the number of pills she took that day, other than I did recover pills from inside her body. So I know she took those pills. But one of the things that I put on the death certificate was what was the time of injury. So that means what is the time I think she took the pills that eventually led to her death, pills or substances, because tetrahydrozline is not a pill. And I don't know, because we do know that it's in her blood, which meant that it came out, it's already diffused out of her stomach into her blood. And we know it's in her liver, which means it already passed through her liver for some part of metabolism. And we don't know how many she took the day before she died versus the day she died, because it's still going to be in her system from even the day before she died, right? So it's pretty complicated. So when I just said, I don't know when the injury occurred, because I can't say for certainty when each of these medications was provided, and some of them contributed to her death. And I don't know how much tetrahydrozline was given to her, or she drank at how many intervals of time. So no, I can't tell you those things.
Okay.
But yet the defense was there in the opening statements saying that Lynn had 25 to 30 pills in her body. Like, okay, where do you get that from? Again, the whole we'll see. We're seeing.
The last thing I want to show you, Doctor, is the front page of Exhibit 34, which is already in evidence. I'd ask to publish that, please. And ultimately discuss this with the jury. Could you please remind the jury what Exhibit 34 is?
This is my autopsy protocol on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. And fair to say this is a multi-page document?
Yes.
Are your conclusions on this first page, though?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a bit, could you please walk through your conclusions for the jury in this case?
My opinion is that Lynn Hernan died of tetrahydrozline poisoning, and that other significant conditions included baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, as well as interstitial myocarditis, hypertension, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Why are the things included under other significant conditions on page 1 of your protocol?
Those particular medications all have some CNS depressant effects, so they would amplify the CNS depressive effects of tetrahydrozline, although tetrahydrozline
CNS, as everyone's saying in chat, is central nervous system.
certainly is far more toxic, in my opinion, than the medications that I put below, many of which, or some of which, I shouldn't say many, some were at therapeutic or subtherapeutic levels, slight elevations in baclofen and cyclobenzaprine. And her underlying medical conditions also may have played a role, because having some heart disease and some liver injury and some lung disease might make her more vulnerable in general to toxic ingestions.
In terms of the other significant conditions listed that are medications, would it be correct to say that all those medications are things that at one point in time Ms. Hernan was prescribed?
Yes.
Would you consider the toxicology of those medications in this case to be remarkable?
They're pretty typical. I mean, remarkable. It's typical of what I see in my practice, having people with chronic health conditions having polypharmacy. I think that I don't want to ignore the fact that 2 of them were slightly elevated, but the others were below therapeutic.
In this case, strike that. Do you believe that the compounds listed under other significant conditions were sufficient to kill Ms. Hernan without the tetrahydrozline?
No.
Is that part of the reason they're on different lines?
Yes.
Okay.
Very important.
What's the mechanism of death in terms of physiologically in Ms. Hernan's body that went on because of that tetrahydrozline?
She wasn't monitored as she died, so what combination of CNS and cardiac symptoms she had, I can't say.
But ultimately, if you could please generally explain the effects of a CNS depressant or a tetrahydrozline on the human body.
As we discussed in the case studies that were shown, people become unconscious, they become drowsy. There's a direct effect on the brain that does that. Then there's a direct effect on the heart, lowers the blood pressure, lowers the heart rate, and causes conduction block. Some of the people who accidentally ingested tetrahydrozline stopped breathing. The children were vulnerable to actually just complete apnea. Others, I can't remember the age group, may have needed mechanical ventilation because of the respiratory depressant effect. So we have really significant, what I would call, effects, direct effects on your body. I mean, reduction in your capacity to breathe, reduction in your heart to pump blood, a low blood pressure, which causes reduced circulation to your brain, and direct effects on your CNS besides those indirect effects where you become unconscious, lethargic, drowsy, dizzy. All those things are pretty significant and are happening concurrently.
Ultimately, in this case, are the opinions that you've offered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
They are.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. We will break. It is 4:35 p.m. Dr. Biedrzycki, you may step down. I do have to give the jurors their instruction as they depart for us today. Have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. We are in recess.
How was that, guys? How was that? And that's done with day 2. Yes, we did it with commentary in 5 hours and 10 minutes. And no, there's no rush ever. There's no rush in a trial. It just saves us a bunch of time if we do it like this here and there, right? Okay, so thank you all for being here. A lot of you stayed for the whole stream. I really, really appreciate it. So we learned quite a lot on day 2. That was, what an expert witness, right, for the prosecution. Oh my goodness. So really, that's a great advocate for Lynn. As many of you have said in chat, she couldn't have asked for a better expert witness to just totally annihilate what the defense said, right? I don't know what they're going to come back with. But tomorrow we'll see, because the defense is going to cross-examine this witness. Oh, yes. So it's already happened. You know what I mean? But we're going to watch it together tomorrow, again, in this concise format. So tomorrow is Friday, of course, and that means that we'll be looking at day 3 tomorrow and day 4 on Saturday. So I don't know what you have planned for the weekend, but I know what I'm doing. I'm going to be with you. You are booked, okay? If you need to get out of any social events, now you know you're booked. If your weekend is packed, okay? If you're an introvert like me and you like staying in your house, now you have a reason. We're busy watching a trial. Yes, it's happening on Saturday on Grizzly True Crime, okay? So I'm going to now show you what I promised I would show you. I'll put Lynn's picture back up tomorrow. Are you ready to see our new cat? This one. Are you ready? Before I show you, make sure that you are subscribed, okay? Tap it again. Set it to all. And then when you see the stream, because this stream should actually teleport you to the next one. I've set that up for you, so it should. If you let the outro play, it should teleport you to tomorrow, day 3. Don't worry, I always update the thumbnails and make it better for you. For now, I've just set it up for us as day 3, okay? I'm going to start around the same time tomorrow again. So it all depends also when I'm ready. It takes many hours to make this stuff for you. I wish it didn't, but it does. So normally if I start at like 6 p.m. my time, which is what I've been doing the last 2 days, it really helps to have the whole day here in the Netherlands, because I'm ahead of your time zone, most of you. It really helps to then have the whole day to prepare all of this for you and then the whole evening be with you. So, are you ready to see the cat? If you're on Patreon, you've already seen our new addition to our family, which would be Kitty here. Yes, we've got to dust these windowsills. So here's a kitty, look. She's a beast. There she is, Fury's sister, and it couldn't have gone any better. It is amazing. Like, Fury has so much energy. He's so savage. You know, sometimes I joked. It's not a joke. DV is not a joke, but I'm like, he's a little DV abuser because he just attacks me out of nowhere. I'm like cuddling him, and the next minute he's just like angry eyes and attacking me. I'm like, why? Why? So anyway, he's still young. He's about 3 years old, and so he needed some company. And now he's got a sister. So we are choosing between two names. I put those two names on Patreon. I'll let you know as soon as we decided. We should decide by tomorrow. We pretty much narrowed it down, okay? But it has to fit her personality. So she is very cute. This is her. So I will eventually make, you know, some emojis for her, and she'll be part of the outro and all of that because she's part of us now, you guys. Also, if you are on Patreon, we have like a community chat now as part of the app. And all the Grizzlies that are on there are sharing all their pets on there as well, which is really nice to see. So if you want to see that, it's a really nice, happy place to be, okay? Thank you, Lorraine. Look at her. She's a beast. So, yes. Okay. So thank you so much for watching day 2 of this trial here with me. And I really appreciate if you already hit the thumbs up and shared. I really appreciate every share. It helps so much to let others know what we're doing. And then they can come check it out and just see. Otherwise, they're like, why are you doing day 2? You'll see. Come and check it out. I'll keep you posted on so many things. There's been a lot of updates today. A lot, okay? I've written down a whole bunch because my inbox has just been blowing up since I woke up this morning. If you're not yet subscribed to my second channel, subscribe there because that's a dedicated shorts channel. And there I do a lot of updates on breaking news or quick crime stories or something if you like short form content. It's not for everyone. I know not everyone loves short form content, but that's a dedicated shorts channel. On this channel, I still make YouTube shorts, but that would generally be like for something that we have been following as well. For instance, a manhunt that we were following. There's an update in that. I'll make a short right after this live stream, right after the timestamps are done. I'll be doing that for you. Okay? So check that out. Okay? Carrie said, has the sweet beast. That sounds so cute. Has the sweet beast been neutered? Not yet. November 13th, though. That's when she will be. November 13th. She's only 10 months old. And she's a Maine Coon cat. She's so cute. So anyway, sorry, I didn't finish that sentence. Fury and her, they literally are best friends. They snack together, literally eat together, and they've only known each other for 3 days. They nap together now. Early on Patreon, I told you guys the only thing missing was that they're not napping together yet. They did now today. They napped together this evening. I think they're napping together right now. They play together. It's so nice. It is so nice. So he's happy. She's happy. He's a much nicer beast as well. So yes. Okay. So if you want to see more of the behind the scenes stuff, Patreon is the place to be. Okay. If you didn't know. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow. I've got my work cut out for me. Yes, so I'll just quickly give you some headlines here. Pedro Argote, the manhunt that we were following, he was found deceased a mile from his car. What? Like, why'd they take so long to find him? I don't know if he ran off into the woods for a bit and then came back to the area. But yes, okay, so that's that update. I know about what's happening in Maine as well. I'm so sorry to all of you that are there and affected. Brian Koberger was in court today. I will be looking at all the documents and the updates and things and bring you updates as soon as I can. And in Delphi, it seems like Bradley Rosie hasn't filed his motion to withdraw. So it looks like he's still, at this point, representing Richard Allen, from what I'm understanding. Very interesting. So check out my YouTube shorts. Check out my community tab. Check out my second channel. You're going to get lots of updates there. And if you don't, check out all of those out. And you want to see behind the scenes stuff, Patreon, okay? And then members, yes, we'll have a members only stream again soon. Not sure when because I'm working my absolute butt off right now. So all about energy. So I'll see you again tomorrow. This stream will teleport you there. Are you ready to be teleported? If not, okay, I'll put the link in the chat so that you can just click on it if you don't get teleported. Let's try it. All right, everyone. See you tomorrow. Stay safe. No eye drops, okay? Oh my goodness. Eye drops sound very dangerous. So I will, and this is of course for your eyes. That would help. Use it as intended, yes. I don't think I'm going to look at eye drops the same. See you tomorrow, guys. Okay, bye.